Oh, we are live. Welcome, welcome, all Seahawks fans. We are back after 2 weeks off here. Schedule actually kind of works pretty well in my favor a little bit with this. Gets me a chance to recharge a little bit and come back to you guys refreshed. So hope everybody's doing really well out there, safe and well, not going too stir crazy here in quarantine. I myself have reached that point where it's just, I think I'm numb now, just kind of gliding on through. But we've got some Seahawks news to definitely cover today. We finally got some training camp going on, some action. We're not going to get as in-depth of reports as we previously have gotten in training camp. And, certainly even when they give you the live stream, it's a lot of the stretching and whatnot. Irina, what is up, Irina? Milan, how's it going? What's up, TJ? Oh, man, I'm not dead. I'm always here. Sometimes a little late, but I'm always here. What's up, Randall? Cole, what's up, Cole? How you doing, Cole? Hope you guys are doing well. All is good with you. Again, we got kind of just an open floor today. Go Hawks space. Certainly hearing some I can't even say some words here right. Go out the gate. We've got some discouraging news regarding Jarran Reed as far as that injury goes. We still haven't heard anything regarding the status, at least as I've heard. Maybe you guys have an update for me, but I was reading up on it prior to the live stream and just not a lot of news, which is really worrisome. Because you hope it's not an ACL. You hope it's not a matching high ankle sprain, which is what he suffered last year and just seemed to kind of nag him throughout the season, which those things can tend to do. I hope that isn't the case here, but we'll see. Rick Zapata, hey, how you doing? What's up? Welcome to the chat. Thanks for jumping in, guys, on a Saturday. I'm sure it's nice and hot. You could be out on a lake somewhere, but you're listening to me. Maybe you're on a lake listening to me. The GOAT 209, how you doing, buddy? Who would you rather have, Brandon Shell or George Fant? I'd probably go with George Fant, the GOAT. With George Fant, you got a guy that can play both left or right tackle. And then with a guy like Brandon Shell, I'm really at this point, I've seen a pretty good amount of tape on the guy. I'm not really convinced he's that stout of an upgrade over what Jermaine Ifedi was. We'll see. Maybe the coaching staff and front office have picked something out, but there's a lot of tape. I was watching some breakdowns on Sam Darnold, so you could just kind of see him out of the corner of your eyes. You're watching some of that tape, and he didn't show out to me on that tape. Maybe he'll be better in our scheme and what we run. We'll see. Jose Rodriguez, what's up? My moderator. Randall McDaniel, been waiting on that notification, bro. 100 degrees in Yakima. Yeah, it's warm here today. I've turned off the AC so you guys don't have to hear the hum in the background. But if it starts to where droplets of sweat start coming down, I might have to crank that sucker up. I got the fan hit me now, but up here in Washington, it is definitely in those dog days of summer where it's very hot. I've heard the injury. Irina says, I've heard the injury isn't a big deal as far as Jarran Reed goes. That's great to hear, Irina. Thanks for the update on that. I was hoping one of you guys would have a little bit of something extra than what I've read, because you just heard he limped to the locker room yesterday, and then there wasn't a lot beyond that, which is sometimes the worrisome part, because that's where you get they did an ACL and MRI later on. They found there was an MCL, so that's good to hear. Hopefully they're just being very careful with them. This is going to be a big issue right now as we go through not just our training camp, but every team's training camp, where injuries are going to be even more than they've ever been in the past at the forefront of every team's situation, just decimating even beyond what COVID does, because you've not had the offseason camps, the offseason rookie camps, the training camps, the preseason, none of that. So it's a condensed down training camp even as it is, which just doesn't give them the time to prepare their bodies appropriately to prepare against injury, which is what a lot of that training is also doing, in addition to getting their performance up. It's to protect them up against those injuries, specifically the ACL tears or the Achilles type tears. Cole asks, with Everson Griffen signed, who do you think the top 3 to 5 options are, and who do you think will likely sign? Cole, would say the top 2 options for me, I try not to think past these 2 options because there's not a lot of good stuff beyond that. I almost feel like they're going to have to make a trade at that point. Certainly Clowney still sits at the head of the list for me, Cole, as the guy on the front end of that. In space, I'll get to your Clowney question here just after that. He's still the number 1 guy. He was a true fit there for the Leo position. You've already got here with a guy like Darrell Taylor, some issues we're hearing with him having a little bit of time to recover after that ankle rod that he had put in, which again, they draft another guy that was just some injury stuff. I kind of shake my head sometimes. So we're very light there at Leo specifically. Guys with Rasheem and LJ, you probably want them over playing more of the 5 tech over on the other side. They're not necessarily as much the athletic beast that Clowney is. Now, Clay Matthews is the secondary guy, but this creates a conundrum, Cole, because now you're left with 3 guys in Benson Mayowa, Bruce Irvin, and Clay Matthews that are all pretty good pass rushers. They'll give you a good pass rush win rate, but they're not so good against the run. Irvin, you put him out at Sam linebacker, he's fine against the run because he's taking on a tight end rather than an actual tackle. But with all of those three guys, I don't know if I trust any of them to play that Leo position on early downs. Maybe they can put LG at or in early downs. They can kind of do what they did back in the Legion of Boom era, where they would have early down formations. So they would have 2 1-tech defensive tackles, and then they'd have the Red Brian over at the 5-tech, who was essentially a formerly converted defensive tackle. So you just go big early downs, and then you go light later downs with the NASCAR package. 2 3-tech defensive tackles at that point rather than 2 1-techs early on. Past that, though, Cole, I don't have a good option for you as far as the third guy on the board. It's been pretty moved off the board. A guy like Marcus Golden was sitting there, but he's finally been plucked up by the Giants. All the teams have kind of scooped up what is there to be scooped up at this point. So, and this is probably potentially space why Clowney still sits on the market, is that he's sitting there knowing that there's a dearth of options out there. And so if something goes bad somewhere else, he can jump into the fray on it. I wish I had anything as far as more updated news, as far as anything. I've played a time or two here with him on video games. I've been really just working my butt off to get my move out. So I haven't had as much time to sit down, and I'm really we kind of just stick to gameplay, man. I know it's not super exciting, but it just seems like a tense situation. And it's like trying to pry and ask questions about it. It's just like, you just get the sense of it to where I've got enough to know of it where it's like, it's just right now it's kind of tense and it's fluid, as I've always said. I still think Seattle sits at the forerunner at the front as the front runner for his services still right now. But because of how much stuff could be going on throughout the NFL, from injuries to COVID and all that, another team could come in at any point in time. Now, I will say with that, you see a team like the Cowboys get Everson Griffen. That takes them off the board for potentially jumping into the fray on Clowney. We know the Saints could be there, but the Saints got some cap issues they got to think about in the future. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out with that. But I would say those are the top 2 guys. And I'm okay with Clay. People in Seattle hate Clay because he's beaten up on Russ a couple times, pretty much illegally post-play, which is totally valid. But the guy can rush the passer still. He probably could get you into that 7 to 8 sack range. We've talked about the cobble it together approach of our defensive line and our pass rush. This would be another guy into that at that point. I wouldn't feel great about that. And certainly like what this Jarran Reed injury shows is that, you're very light along that whole defensive line, really, especially against stopping the run, which is what this defense is supposed to want to do first and foremost. Derek, the Seahawks Lightning fan. Yo, Jarran Reed got a leg injury in practice yesterday. Don't know what is up yet. Derek, it sounds like according to Irina, she's heard at least that it doesn't sound like it's serious. Like you, though, I remain a little bit worried because we are relying on Jarran to come back this year in a big way. You got Jarran and Puna and then Brian Monet. I mean, it is really light right there. Really, really light. Oh my gosh. Randall McDaniel with a $49.99 donation. $50, Randall? Damn, you starting it out like that? Man, I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much for that, man. Dang. That is way too generous, man. TJ Wilborn, Puna Ford is already injured too. We got Puna also beat up now already. Yeesh. User Hitstick, what is up, my man? How you doing? Randall McDaniel, thank you so much for that donation, bro. I really appreciate it. You asked, do you think Everson Griffen scared Pete and John? Maybe Pete has some insight from SC. Well, certainly, I think, Randall, what you're kind of intimating about is regarding his maybe mental health issues, where you had the Vikings, I think, in one season where they were right in the middle of a playoff run, had a damn fine team put together, and then he just suddenly kind of midweek went AFK on them. And maybe there is a little bit of that in this. I hold out, Randall, in my heart of hopes here because I'm certainly biased and I have a dog in this fight, but I'm holding out hope that they just feel so certain that we know Clowney's going to come back into this at some point or another. And let me propose this potential offering maybe that they have in place, Randall, where they say where Clowney goes, look, I'm not getting paid what I want. I'm not coming in there and doing that whole training camp crap. I'm not going through all that week after week. If you're going to pay me on the bottom of the barrel price, I'll come in at the last second, just like last year. I'm good to go day one. We roll. I'll play. I'll show out when I'll get there. I'll be ready to do what I need to do. And Seattle looked at him and thinks, well, we're getting such a discount. Why not just give him that promise and say, okay, fine. I don't know that there's that deal in place. I'm not saying that as I know that that's a deal that's in place. I'm just saying I'm proposing Maybe Pete didn't look as much at Everson because of that. Because you look at the cost, $1 million, 1 year, $6 million deal. We heard Randall early on in this offseason from reports that Everson Griffen's camp was very interested in coming back to Seattle. So there seemed to at least be some interest from their end to come back this way. So the cost was there. The interest from the player was there. The missing component is that the coaching staff and front office seem to have kind of taken a pass. And why? If they're going to end up with a guy like Clay Matthews or even much worse, that would definitely leave me scratching my head. And that's a little bit of a worrisome situation at that point, Randall. Because I think if you're bringing in for 1 year, $7 million deal at that point, you feel pretty good about that kind of value, you know. Tobias Larson, so glad we caught you in the chat this week, man. How you doing? Appreciate you, guy. Team 12s, what's up? Maxwell Stern asks, will Dunbar get suspended? Dun, dun, dun. Maxwell, I think that is a part that nobody can answer for sure at that point. For you guys that aren't aware out there, the way this mechanism breaks down is that if a player goes out and maybe does something naughty, he then can just be put on the exemptioners list, the exemption commissioners list, which essentially pulls him off the team. Still, I believe, allows him to get paid, but that's where it sits at that point. Now, of course, Dunbar got released off this, but the second mechanism that clicks into place, of course, is the suspension mechanism. And that is we have concluded our investigation, and now we do conclude you did something naughty. So with Dunbar, that is the worrisome thing sitting above him, Maxwell, that does have to be considered. Having the charges dropped would theoretically help it, but we don't know we won't, because it's kind of the secret sauce to the commissioner's office. We don't know what they really determine as proof positive of a guy doing something naughty. You know, if the police say we're going to drop charges, is that enough to go, okay, we'll just let it go? It hasn't necessarily shown that to be that way in the past. Like in Greg Hardy's case, when he threw a girl down on some guns and stuff and kind of roughed her up a bit, they still went back at it and said, no, we know you had this girl recount her testimony and this kind of happened in some way or another. And they suspended him pretty tough for that. Maybe they could look at it as a similar situation here with the recounting of the testimony, et cetera, et cetera. So I do worry about it, Maxwell, as far as it happening. Hovan, what's up, guy? How you doing, man? Hovan from Eastern Europe. Randall, thank you again so much for that donation, bro. I do appreciate you. Tobias says, goatee beard. Yeah, I'm going to be starting up the new job in about a month here in Maui. So I got to get all my beard growth out of the way now. I got to be all clean cut and, you know, trying to look up to snuff. So I'm getting my goatee. I'm getting my lays on right now. Yep. Don't know hype. DJ Wilbur says, no, bro. Dunbar is free from it. He'll be playing week 1. It's the two parts of it, TJ. It's the commissioner's exemption list and the suspension. They're two separate things. So, for instance, last year when it was understood last year when Antonio Brown was released after the Patriots that if any team came in and signed him, he'd be put on the exemptions list. Not the investigation will have been concluded, but that he would just be put on timeout essentially while they figure out what's what. So there's two parts to it. It's maybe not likely to happen, TJ, I would say. I mean, maybe not we can say it this likely, but it could. And I say not likely because they took him off of the exemption list. I think almost immediately after the charges were kind of dropped in that sense. It seems like the Baker kid out of New York is getting a lot more heat in this situation. Cole Churka says, do you have that contract info on that 5'11", 115-pound corner that Kima Silverland recruited at the hotel? Very tight, Cole. Very tight in coverage. Sometimes known for going down a little too easily and too fast. Just can't stay on his feet. I'm going to get real naughty here with this dream, Cole. Eventually, though, they just figured out that the player just didn't have the reach, Cole. At 5'11", you know, subtle amount of reach. So not subtle. I can't say the words today. I'm going to go too naughty on that. Yeah, Ringo, it's crazy about the guy. When you're a fringe player and you know you've got to toe the line anyway, like in practice, you can't mess up. Because Ringo's talking about this Kima Silverland, and I guess I should tell the chat if you're not aware, this guy that was a fringe guy for us, maybe a practice squad cornerback type for us, tries to sneak in a girl into his hotel room, which is a big no-no right now. And he had her try to play like she was a player. He had her like dress up like she was a player. So it's become a meme now. And it got him cut, of course, because that's what's going to happen when you're a fringe player and do something like that. But you just shake your head with the guy. You go, really, man? You couldn't hold it out for just a just a couple months, man. This is your NFL career. But maybe she was that pretty. Maybe it's one of those things like, it's like that Good Will Hunting story where the guy doesn't go to the World Series because he meets a girl in a bar. Cole Jerker says Marcus Webb got waived. Yeah, Marcus Webb doesn't do much for me. Oh, Tobias says you mentioned last stream you have 8 Pro Bowlers. Who are they? It's a great question, man. I will get to the full list on this, but I've got because I got a list of 4 categories for you guys I prepared. And this is going to be the 4 categories of the players that are kind of the notable players on this team and where I've sort of slotted them in. And this is how I see us getting to the essential right now, at least a 12-4 mark. So the 8 Pro Bowlers I have are Uncle Will. I got Disley making the Pro Bowl this year and putting it all together. DK Metcalf, Russell Wilson, Shaquille Griffin, Quandre Diggs, Jamal Adams, Bobby Wagner, and my surprise this year, my guy that I think is going to show out this year, is going to be used all over the football field, not just a slot guy, which is going to allow him to kind of top out a little bit more yards, maybe get a few more attempts his way, as Tyler Lockett. I think this is the year Tyler Lockett also breaks through. I don't know if he'll be a perennial Pro Bowler moving forward, but just something about this year and the way I see this setting up for the Seahawks is I think Russell is going to throw a little bit more. I've predicted he's going to be in that 40 touchdown range as far as his total TDs go. I still stand firm on that. So I think those are your 8 guys. When you put 8 Pro Bowlers together versus only having 2 Pro Bowlers last year, that's going to just on that own probably make the team that much better. I've got the other 3 categories are going to be a solid starter. So you got that category. Then you got meh. These are guys that got a little bit of injuries that might mount throughout the season, only give you a couple games, just flashes. And then I've got not going to give you much. That's these guys that we've been hyped on, who've been told, oh, these guys will be great contributors, or they'll give us something to the team, where I don't think that they're going to give anything. So even with those 4 categories, I still see the team right now as it sits 12-4. But I will tell you, if we're looking at a major injury of Jarran Reed, or they don't get a Snacks Harrison in here, which has been part of what I've been anticipating with this, and you're going to go this light at defensive tackle going into this year, it's going to get worrisome for me to hold to that prediction. That's almost a little bit too light. They're going to have to do something to beef that front 4 up, specifically to stop the run. TJ says, I called it. The Dunbar will be left off without being suspended. Could be, man. We'll see. Randall McDaniel says, I like Marcel Darius, that run stuffer, since he crushed Colt McCoy in the Natty as a sophomore. He's speaking back to his college experience, Randall is, where Marcel Darius took on poor little Colt McCoy. He got dolled him too at one point. The guy mounted up some hits. I got some unstable connection news here. What's going on? Okay, we're back. Seems nasty, says Randall McDaniel could play could play the Tony McDaniel role, which Randall's referring to, of course, is what I was talking about in the 2012, 2013 season. You'd have Brandon McBain, and then you'd have Tony McDaniel out there. We've seen other iterations of this with Ataba Rubin slid in, other different big-bodied guys that they can kind of have just 2 one-techs in at the game at one time. And Darius is an interesting player. This is a guy that in his first year, I remember watching him mic'd up back in the day and another player was talking to him, and it was almost like the player was trying to motivate him when he was telling him. He said, you could be a Hall of Fame. You could be a Hall of Fame, bro. You could be in the Hall of Fame. Like, he was just like trying to get him to almost like get the light bulb up, man, get that work ethic going, get into this, because you truly do have that potential to be that. I think he is a guy that has that in his body and probably still has that in the body. I don't think he's suffered a huge major injury yet, Randall. The question with Marcel comes down to, does he have the desire to play? I think I read yesterday or the day before, he's made like $80 or $90 million over the course of his career. He's not been a guy that's known for being a high motor guy anyway. But as we get down to the limited options, there's not a lot of other great options out there. At least he gives you some upside as a pick and bringing him in. But he is a guy that there are some concerns and wonder about how much he really loves to play the game of football, I think, at this point. Ringo on the drum says, since Puna and Reed are hurt, do you think Brian Monet and DeMarcus Christmas will be more in the game? I hope to God not, Ringo. I hope to God not. I'm not high on either of those 2 guys. DeMarcus Christmas, we just talked about a guy, Marcel Darius, with some motor concerns. That was the reason that DeMarcus Christmas fell down to the 7th round. This guy with probably more in the 4th and 5th round type of attributes and traits as a player, especially operating from within the defensive tackle position, but you just didn't see it flash very often on the football field in college. And I still don't to me, it's a big leap to say, well, we can anticipate he's going to now jump forward here. I'm not counting on him for much. And if you're running into the season with Brian Monet and DeMarcus Christmas as you're starting 2 defensive tackles, we're not going to allow teams are going to run all over us. The Atlanta Falcons will run all over us with those 2 at the defensive tackle position. We've got to get better than that. And I agree with Team 12's on the next point below that when he says we should sign Snacks Harrison. We should. And who knows, maybe they do have the same agreement with Snacks that they have with Jadeveon, where Snacks is wondering about whether he wants to retire, whether he wants to stay. And Seattle goes, look, we understand it. We get it. You don't want to do the whole training camp Snacks and do all that. So here's what we'll do. You come in with Jadeveon like 5 days before the season starts. We get you a contract. We get you in. You just roll. You're on a Super Bowl contending team. Maybe get that one last ring before you retire. What do you think? Maybe they got that kind of deal in place, Team 12s, maybe. But I would love to see Snacks, Team 12s. I'd love it. I think he'd be a perfect fit for what we need right now, which at the forefront of my mind, it's not the pass rush from the defensive tackle we need. We can rotate some guys in. You can move Jadeveon in if you brought him in into the side. You could they're hyping up LJ Collier being able to be moved inside the 3 tech into that Michael Bennett role. So I think you can get some guys you can move in there, but Snacks would give you that really good 1-tech defensive tackle, especially if you can keep his snaps on a real limited basis, 50 to 60% of the snaps. I think he can give you some really good play. Randall McDaniel says, oh God, oh man, I thought it was $4.99. Glad to do it. Oh my goodness, Randall. Oh bro, I'm so sorry, man. Well, feel free to take it back if you want. I'm sure they've got some function to do that. So yeah, I won't be mad. Evergreen, happy Saturday, Evergreen. Good to see you in the chat, my brother. Anthony Bain. Anthony, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I appreciate you. Clay Matthews is not good. 8 sacks ain't great. I could get 8 sacks with Aaron Donald. We should add Darius or Timmy Jurgen. Wouldn't hate either of those 2 picks, Anthony. There's a lot of people in Seahawks fandom that I've read over the last couple of weeks that are very, very down on Clay Matthews. And some of it I do agree, I get. And I think with you're not even intimating it's just about him and his history with Seattle and some of the dirty plays, but where you see him as a player right now. And I agree. It's a sound point to say that he benefited from Aaron Donald, and not just Aaron Donald. I believe he had Dante Fowler over on the other side from him. Michael Brockers down the defensive tackle. It's a solid D line all the way through. He wasn't going to take a lot of attention. The thing I do see with it though, Anthony, is I think he could be what I've looked for in the rushers we bring on this year is efficiency. Pass rush win rate efficiency specifically, because that's where we really sucked in last year. You had guys, even Rasheem Green gets to 4 sacks, but it takes him 550 snaps to get there or something like that. So I want guys that can get back into the teens as far as their pass rush win rate, because that's going to speed up those quarterbacks' clocks. I think Clay Matthews can still get you somewhere between the 10 to 12% in that respect, rushing from the edge. I think he's still capable of that. He got that 8 sacks, not in 16 games, but in 13 games. And a lot of those games, I think he was still playing with the broken jaw that he suffered in the Seahawks game. All that being said, I'm not as concerned on the edge, Anthony, as I am with the defensive tackle. So if you added Darius or Timmy Jurgen or both of those 2 guys, I would feel a lot better about those 2 moves over the top of getting Clay Matthews. I just feel like we do need to get one more rusher in here. It's the room is a little empty. Ringo on the drums says, should we sign cornerback D Virgin? I think you're trying to joke there, or I don't know, D Virgin. Evergreen, what do you think about Damata Peko? He fits the veteran interior DL Pete likes to bring in. He'd be a consolation prize. That's probably where they're going to go logically down this trail as we're starting at. I'm speaking to the defensive tackle position here. So you have Snacks Harrison, and then you go down to Marcel Darius. And then Timmy Jurgen, of course, is different a little bit than Marcel. Marcel can play 1 tech. I think Timmy's more of a pure 3. But then you get down onto the 4th and 5th and 6th bucket range of that, and you get to Pico. Now, Pico in his day with Cincinnati was great, but the guy I think is going into like 17th season in the league or something. I wonder how much is really going to be left in that tank at that point. I would almost rather them look for some kind of trade where they could maybe flip. And I know we've already given up some draft assets here, but maybe get a 4th or 5th rounder and you throw out there to pick some guy back into the fold to reinforce the position. Anthony Bain says Dunbar's off the exemption list already. Yep. As I was saying, there's 2 different parts you got to think about this, guys. There's 2 parts to the commissioner's mechanism. The first part of the commissioner's mechanism is the exemption list. This is not a suspension. It is an exemption list. So the exemption list is there for when the investigation is going on. So the player can't play, sitting out an exemption, getting paid. Then they come and they say, oh, you did something naughty, and then they suspend you. So you can get double dipped in this deal. You certainly can get double dipped. Ante Petrish, what's up, Ante? How you doing? Matthias 234551. Clay Matthews is a good, but he's a little old for sure. He missed games last year with 8 sacks. Yep, everything you said there's true. He is a little bit older, long in the tooth. The thing you'll like about this Matthias is you're not asking him to play a ton of starter snaps necessarily. He's going to be a rotational guy coming off the bench. We won't ask him to play a lot of run. Just come in there and rush the passer, Clay. That's all we're asking you to do. I think he could be feasibly good at that. And again, that's saying if we lose out on Clowney and there's not other options. Ringo says 95 on a Sunday in Everett. Woo-wee. That's cooking over there. When it gets 100 in Western Washington, for you folks who aren't from the area, around the area, you feel every bit of that heat. It's not like the dry sun of a desert where you can kind of sometimes deal with it a little bit. No, it's the whole landscape isn't ready for it. Randall McDaniel says, I think Clay Matthews would be nice as strictly a pass rusher. His pass rush win rate from the naked eye is elite, but it's kind of like signing Cap in that he's the enemy for all those battles. Yeah, you've got a lot of history with the guy. You absolutely do. I mean, he concussed Russell Wilson on a football field in the conference championship game. So, that's just the tip of the iceberg of play. I mean, even last year we saw him on one Russell Wilson throw against the Rams where he ducks his head in and tries to crown his helmet into Russell's jaw. And it's funny, then later on in the game, he of course gets a broken jaw. So I'm not saying karma is a real thing, but it was interesting to say the least. But it's what I would be driven to at that point, Randall, would be a point of a little bit of desperation. I'm not sure that there's a pass rusher out there in the market you'll be able to bring in at that point. Yannick Ngakoue is a pipe dream, I think. There's not anybody else who's available right now at this moment. It's kind of all that's left in the cupboard. All the good toys have been taken out. You're the last kid in line to pull a toy out, and you're getting a fidget spinner. That's kind of like what's happened to us at this point, unfortunately. Anthony Bain says, oh, shoot. Things. Bobby at the middle, KJ at the wheel, Bruce at the Sam. They brought him in, Anthony, as much for how well he can play that Sam role early downs on top of the pass rush win rate that he gives you, which is in that teens that I was talking about. So I think there's actually some value there with the Irvin signing. I didn't like a lot of the other signings this offseason necessarily, but that wasn't one of them that I personally hated. What tight ends will stay or go? Ante the Petrish. Eventually, you'll probably see Jacob Hollister moved on. They're not going to carry, I don't think, his $3.2 million under the cap this season. Dustin, what's up with the Sean Alexander mention? The obligatory. How you doing, man? Randall McDaniel says, I hope that rookie corner at least got a second date after getting his career room. And that's, hey, you said, baby, I love you. No, you don't love me. I love you. No, you don't love me. Baby, I give up my football career for you. Okay. Ante the Petrich, what should we do at the trade deadline? We should be like Braveheart when the British soldiers are pushing down on Mel Gibson and company and they've got their spears in the ground and Mel is saying, hold. We just got to be patient and wait for one of these teams to fall out of the ranks of contention who are then willing to flip one of these valuable potential pass rushers, or maybe even, I would be hesitant to say an offensive lineman, but something that would be of value to us in return for a depressed value. That would be the hope. Ante the Petrus, what pass rusher should we sign? Clay, Matt, or Jay, or Clowney? I'm Clowney all the way at this point. I'm all in on the Clowney train. I think if you get some other pass rushers like Irvin Mayoa, Jarran Reed for a full season, God forbid he doesn't have a major injury here, you're going to be able to give him some more help than he had last year. Guys that are actually going to challenge. It means that the offenses can't double and triple team Jadeveon like they did last year on a very consistent basis. Anthony Bain says that girl wasn't interested in that guy, man. She was using him to get the starters like Lockett and Adams. Thank you for the donation, Anthony. Oh man, that would be even more cold-blooded. She's like, no, I just needed to get to their doors. I knocked after I left your place. That would be cold. Thank you for the donation, man. Randall McDaniel says, for some reason, I could see Cody Barton getting moved. Well, Randall, I don't know if I'm on that train with it. The thing with watching let's go beyond the coach speak about Jordan Brooks being put at the will linebacker role. When you look to Jordan Brooks, and when the coaches initially pointed to Jordan Brooks, they said he could play outside linebacker. Go look at his film from 2018, which he did play outside linebacker in a 3-4 defense. So essentially he would be playing a little bit of what would be he'd be more apt to be placed at that point into the Sam linebacker role as opposed to the will linebacker role. And again, when you consider some of his issues with coverage, you wouldn't want to do that as well. This brings me around to Cody Barton and your point, Randall, which is that Cody, by all metrics last year, was our best covering linebacker on the team. It didn't show out in the games, but based on what we heard from coaches and players talking about him, he's got that kind of skill set. Unfortunately, they did the opposite to put him in kind of the right place because they stuck him at the Sam rather than the will, which is really his natural fit. I think once KJ goes, Cody's going right into KJ's spot the day he leaves. That's my opinion on it. Ante the Petra says, how's the linebacker group looking this year? The linebacker group could be the best. This is the best linebacking group we've probably had in the history of the Seattle Seahawks. I don't think I can point to another time where we've been as talented and deep. You got even a guy like Shaquem Griffen, who maybe even a pinch could give you some snaps out there. But from Cody Barton to Ben Burkervin, who looked, I know he's only 5'10", but we still don't even know what we got in that kind of guy. I mean, I liked him his film in Carolina when he came in for a few snaps for Bobby. So Ante, I don't think it's superlative to say they are the best, probably at least on paper, in Seahawks history. We'll see if it plays out that way. Maxwell Cern says, hopefully they don't have to go to the Pro Bowl. Yeah, and he's speaking, of course, to the COVID situation in Florida, which has been crazy. Randall McDaniel says, Hawks going 13-3. Write it down. I would love it, Randall. If we brought in the extra pass rusher and the one tech at this point, I'm on board with you. But that's what's holding me back from pushing us into that 13-3, 14-2 realm is that I think we're going to be a little light on defense right now as it stands. Cole Churkas says, obviously, as of right now, Lockett is the number one. Do you think Metcalf will take the number one role? And also, do you think Dorsett or Lockett will take more snaps? I don't know that it's as clear-cut, Cole, at this point that DK Metcalf isn't the number one right now. While Lockett does have, the seniority on him, I think that Seattle is targeting right now for DK to be that guy. Lockett operates and does a lot of his damage out of the slot, which is going to take him a lot of times away from the number one cornerback, which I would guess is kind of your metric on the number one receivers. Also that you're taking on the team's best cornerback a lot of times. So I don't think he's the clear-cut one in that, Cole. I think he's very close. I think him and DK are right there, but it's more about where I see DK's upside, Cole, and less about, knocking Lockett. But I do think this is the year Lockett does kind of I think the injury situation kind of gets out of him a little bit. I think he's just good to go finally right at that point of his prime. And I think we'll be throwing a little bit more, which is the extra key ingredient to him really showing out this season. Entree, the D line's not looking good right now. We got two guys at D tackle, and then D end is really, really light. It's troublesome. Tobias says, out of the 8 people you have being Pro Bowlers, who is most likely to get hit by the injury bug, which ruins his shot to the Pro Bowl? Well, we got to go with Disley, right, Tobias? Because Disley has yet to even get through a half season, much less a full season. So that's my biggest projection on my board. All the other guys are very feasible, but that's the one I'm really putting out there and saying I think this year of the year he's going to do it. But it's been 2 freakish injuries. I'm just falling back in line with the thought process that the freakish injury stuff, especially when they happen to different legs, that you can overcome that. If it's the same leg or the same injury going over and over and over again, that's when you go, oh man, this may be something you just can't get around. Ringo the Drum says, should the Seahawks sign DT? Yeah. Space, what's up with Josh Gordon? I don't know. His Instagram seems to keep indicating that he wants to come back to Seattle, but the commissioner's office is sitting on the judgment. I don't know why. If they're going to intend to just release him 2 weeks from now anyway, why not just release him now? Why not put it out now if that's what their intentions is? I don't know what it is that they're sitting on in their judgment or thinking about. It's a yes or no thing that you're going to come back and say to him at this point. Cesar Velasquez, what is going on? How you doing? Salvia, 91 degrees there. Yeah, I don't know what it is here. It feels about 90 here. I haven't checked today. Everybody, at least all of you guys are baking with me. That makes me feel a little bit better. Oh, yes. Thank you for Tobias for mentioning it. Please do give the stream a like if you guys happen to like it. If you're not subscribed, what do you guys think? Come on. You guys know 90% of my video watchers are not subscribers. Come on, you lingerers. I got analytics to back this up. Y2K Ha says, did my super chat go through? My phone went crazy. I didn't see it as of yet, man. The chat's definitely going up, blowing up though. So, Cole Jerkos, what are some late trades you'd like to see or think could happen? Okay, the one I've gravitated back to Cole over and over again in my mind is the thought process that the Broncos are trying to convince themselves they're contenders this year. They got a really young team that's not had any of the offseason training camps it's needed, including their young franchise quarterback and Drew Lock, who they needed those snaps. They needed those repetitions to get him right and ready to go. They don't get any of that. And I think that that's going to really affect them as a team as we go into this year, not to mention the fact that Oakland's pretty good. Chargers are pretty good. And we know the Kansas City Chiefs are right there as maybe the Super Bowl favorites right now. So it's going to be a division that could really beat them down. Where's my point on this? I think a guy like Von Miller is the guy that I go to in my mind who could be sitting there for you around midseason. Let's say the Broncos start out 1-5. You know, they're not in it. They know that Von's probably not there for the long haul. They just want to recap some draft capital, continue to build onto a young team. That would be one guy off the top of my head that I would maybe look at and say, oh, here's a guy you could say maybe with. I don't know if Atlanta would be in a position with a guy like Grady Jarrett if they start to lose, who you could maybe pluck up around midseason. But I have to wonder with them if Quinn doesn't get on board this year and get that train rolling again. Could a player like that be available for them? They don't, have a lot, but those are the type of teams you want to look for. Those quasi teams, Cole, that consider themselves contenders, but they're really not. And then the second they figure out they're not contenders, they're going to be looking at maybe kicking a coach out. Maybe they'll be looking at doing some changes to the roster, changes to their scheme. So that will make those players that much more available. I'll think about a couple more options here as we discuss. Certainly a guy like Yannick Ngakoue would be on the board for you, but you'd have to have the Jaguars eat a big chunk of his salary at that point to bring him back over. That's why I think that's probably an unlikelihood, but they've messed that whole situation up in my opinion. Evergreen says, I'm anticipating at least one post week 1 veteran signing. Yeah, we'll do something. We're not done moving. You guys can be rest assured of that. I don't know who it'll be exactly, but there is something else they're going to do. Cesar Velasquez says, definitely don't think they're looking for Snacks. We need him. Yeah, it's a matter of, I think, Cesar, that I don't know if Snacks wants to play. I think Snacks might have been on the fence about retiring pre this whole COVID thing. The COVID thing may be just enough to kind of push him into that other place of saying, I don't think I'm going to do this. I've collected enough money. I've been paid. I'm good. I'm going to sit this out at least this year. So I think that's where that's maybe landed. We'll see, but I do agree. I think maybe he's not looking as much like a likelihood as we thought maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. TJ Wilborn, Reed is 90 again, but do you think Clowney don't want to go to training camp and he'll sign after camp? That's what I'm kind of thinking on, TJ. I was trying to goad Jadeveon when I was playing with him the other night because the other guy we were playing with said, oh, well, yeah, he said Jarran got hurt. Jarran got hurt in the practice. Did you hear? And then the other guy, because he knew Jadeveon was in the chat, he goes, yeah, it's probably because he took JD's number. And JD didn't do nothing. And then I was like, yeah, it's karma for taking the number. I think you had to pay for that, didn't you, DG? And he was super quiet about it. So, but I think maybe there may be that kind of deal in place. I don't have anything to go off of that, TJ, as far as like proof or insider knowledge to say that that's the situation at play. But I have to wonder, because if Clowney's just waiting to go sign with the best team and he's hoping something falls through, that's one side of it. The other side of this, of course, is that all the teams use up all their cap, or they save up what little cap space they have going into next year because they're anticipating reductions. And there could be a lot of teams that are anticipating reductions as they're seeing some of the falling ratings in baseball and basketball, and then thinking the whole time we've been hoping here that our ratings would go through the roof because there's no other sports, because we don't have the ticket sales. What if that doesn't come through now? So that $175 million cap next year could become then a reality. So teams can start to have to plan. Again, this just starts to lower his value the more he weighs. Oh, okay, Randall. No worries then, man. About the $4.99. Anthony Bain says trade Carson for Fournette. Man, and the analytic people don't like Fournette. There's a lot of people don't like Fournette. I still have like a Fournette going back, kind of a man crush going back to college with that guy, especially understanding that I knew at the time when he was coming out that this is a back that fits right into what Pete Carroll and John Schneider want. They want a battering ram running back. Here's a battering ram running back. Certainly if the Jaguars are willing to take Carson on and then sign him to a contract, that's the way that kind of deal would work. But yeah, probably not likely. It seems like Carson's here at this point. Ante the Petrus says, is former University of Husky wide receiver Aaron Fuller the next mean Doug Baldwin of the Seattle Seahawks this year? And hopefully he makes the team. I think he's probably more of a practice squad guy. They drafted a guy in Brett Swain, who he's going to have to beat out ahead of, and then a couple other guys. But certainly, I think, again, you've got that practice squad out at 16 guys this year. That's double of what it was prior. You can stack a lot of guys on that practice squad now. So I would think he's going to have a chance there. The tough part for Monte and the tough part for a lot of these fringe guys is going to be, can he get the snaps? They're going to be right now in training camp trying to get the starters all the snaps they can. So the young guys and the guys that would usually come in and get a little portion probably are seeing their portion even further reduced than before. So how much of an opportunity is he going to have to really show out? Probably not much. So the hope, the best case scenario is really practice squad with that kind of guy. And those guys like that, even a Steven Sullivan type, Brett Swain, all of them. Dustin's in here, man. He's lurking. TJ, there really is a cornerback divergent. Okay. Well, and he has so TJ, then the next comment, Ringo then tries to get me to do the Seaman remark. And it's like, okay, buddy. Irene Milan, how do you feel about our current offense? I feel like it's going to full potential. It's easily going to be one of the best. Sorry, I butchered how you wrote that down. I love where our offense is at overall. I certainly had hoped a little bit more that the offensive line would have been beefed up a little bit more, but I've made my peace with the fact that the available talent that was out there didn't want to come here, and there really wasn't a lot of available talent to begin with as far as the offensive line goes. I think they just made the best of the worst situation there. What I do like, as long as we can stay healthy, and especially if you can bring Josh Gordon to the mold, when I say the sky's the limit, is the limit. I mean, that is as talented an offense as you're going to kind of put together, at least as far as the skill positions go. I've kind of been dabbling a little bit and working on the large and working on this. I'm working on the Super Bowl video for the Great Seahawks Moment video. And the thing that struck me about that as I'm doing the research on it is, Peyton Manning in that Super Bowl season where he sets a historic offensive mark at 55 passing touchdowns. He sets a mark for total passing yards, like 5,600 yards. But that year he had Demaryius Thomas, Eric Decker, Wes Welker, the tight end Julius Thomas. Didn't really have all that great of running backs, Monte Ball, no Sean Marino, but it was those four guys that he was able to kind of just lean on. And of course, with his big brain, then roll. They only had one Pro Bowler on the offensive line. Ryan Clady, their franchise left tackle, was out the whole game. I mention this because you look at that again, conversely with what we've got offensively, where Dwayne Brown's a better offensive lineman than anything that Bronco team had. And you skill possession wise, if you bring Josh Gordon in with DK and Tyler, and you've got Will Disley here, and then Carson to Penny to Hyde, you're stacking up some offensive talent there that could, if you're using it right, should be able to put up 30 plus points a game quite easily. William Moreland says this YouTuber is stupid. Well, William, how am I stupid? Can you expand upon that? Or is that all you have to offer the chat today? Maxwell Stern, do you think LJ has a breakout year because last year he sucked? I don't, Maxwell. I'm sorry. I'm not an LJ believer. I think his top end at this point is a really good 5-tech defensive end on early downs. Basically, a run stuffing defensive end is where I see his high end going. Maybe he does show out. Maybe maybe he's learned a whole bunch more moves than what he showed in college, but he didn't show a lot in college past power. Power is the toughest thing to then conversely go into the next level on. It doesn't translate from the college game like, let's say, bend or like good hand usage does. It's not in the same mold as those. You have to have extraordinary amount of power for it to really translate because everybody's strong in the NFL. So we'll see if he bounces back, but I don't know. Anthony Bain says, I hope we get Kareem Hunt next year. Anthony, John Schneider's on record saying that if a man's laid his hands on a woman, he's not bringing them onto the roster. So Kareem's on Hunt. I think at one point he's even kicking the girl on the ground. That's gonna put him out. Landon Edwards, what's up, Landon? Welcome to the chat, man. Listening to recent interviews with Russell Wilson, you can hear how bad he wants to win. I'm glad he spent so much time this offseason getting more comfortable with our guys. Super Bowl bound within 2 years. I agree. There certainly seems to be, it's that sense now of that you didn't have from him early on in his career or even in 2015, 16, 17, where there is a sense of urgency to him now, Landon. It seems that, he can maybe understand I am in my prime here. This is where I need to get going while the getting's good. And this is the time for that to happen. I mean, we just heard it even recent days, right? And again, he's just piggybacking on to what he's done throughout this offseason. We need more superstars, and it'd be nice to do a little bit of what Kansas City does. And then you hear him in the recent interviews here a couple of days ago where he was talking about, lost my train of thought, but essentially talking about he'd like to treat the whole game like the fourth quarter rather than just wait till the fourth quarter to start going. Why don't we start going throughout? Why do we got to wait? So I love that he's voicing his opinion, that he's getting it out there, that he's not just trying to just be the politician and toe the line, but actually try to push management along here, even if it's from a public standpoint. Just a gentle kind of nudge to say, come on, let's go here, Team 12 says, what if we trade for Yannick Ngakoue with the 2nd and 5th, but probably not after the Adams trade? Yeah, Team 12s, if they're making any trade at this point, I would be shocked to see them trade anything lower than a 4th round pick. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round pick. Certainly they may be in a position to feel like they're willing to trade one of those away for a guy. But I don't think that you're going to see them move a 2nd round pick when they're already missing their 1st and their 3rd round pick. I don't even think you'd see them being willing to trade a 2nd round pick into next year's draft, right? 2 years from now. I think that they're going to want to hold on to those, because part of the upshot of this thing that we've talked about with the college football season probably not occurring, and that making next year's draft so strange to be picking from all the way around, not just the first round, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all the way through. But there's also a potential there, a much larger potential than ever before. If you've done your homework on a player prior to the season, or you know enough to know about him, what he's going to be, where he will slide into your 2nd round range, and you're getting maybe a top 15 talent that over the last probably 10 drafts, you've not seen that kind of player fall as often as you'll see in this upcoming draft, where teams have gotten so much better about scouting. There's not as many misses if you look at it in those early top 15 range picks, but there is a top 15 tier of talent draft after draft, which is the top 15 guys. And then there's definitely kind of a drop off to tier 2 at that point. So I wouldn't be willing to do a Team 12s, but I get where you're coming from. It's an interesting component, but the other part of it is you have to pay the guy. You bring in Yannick Ngakoue, he's on the franchise tag at $18 million a season, I believe, or something like that. Probably at that point, that'd be the thing to keep the deal from occurring. Randall McDaniel says, been watching a bit of the live practices. Brooks looks really athletic and fast in shorts. Collier is one who looked fast. Breakout coming. Basically, we have 2 round 1 rookies. That if we do Randall, I mean, it's a part that I probably don't talk about a lot on my live streams or in my videos, as far as the potential of surprise. The guys that you don't think necessarily will do something, that do something coming out of nowhere, that have developed and worked on their game and have continued to rise up. I point to a guy like Trey Flowers being a candidate who I see as that kind of player who could do that. But if you get something out of Collier that is upper level now, if he can take that, become a 1st round level play on the football field, along with what you have, it's absolutely needed right now. My big worry right now with the concern with the defense isn't even the pass rush. It is stopping the run. This is a team, Randall, that gave up 4.9 yards per carry last year. It's a problem. And it's a bigger issue when, again, you harp on the fact and understand that Pete Carroll wants to stop the run first and foremost. He's willing to give up pass yards. That doesn't freak him out. But when he's giving up 4.9 yards per carry, that's going to make him uncomfortable. So it'd be great if Collier can be that guy, man. It's hard to read a lot from these practices. It really is, because what we're seeing is them in light drills, and we need to see him one-on-one up against another tackle to see where his hand usage is at. See if he's developed any other counter moves after power gets stymied. Tobias Larson says, is Donta Hightower going to be in the Hall of Fame? No, he won't. It's very hard, Tobias, for our linebackers to get into the Hall of Fame. I don't think he would. Maybe he's a fringe guy for some. I don't think he's got enough of a longevity going on there. I think he's got like 7-8 years of play. He's had some injuries in those time. Not enough production out on the football field to make it go. Jason McEward, happy Saturday 12s. Glad to see our guys hit the field. Be better for me to see Gordon and Clowney both on the field getting those important reps. Let's hear it, Seattle. I agree with you, Jason. Man, if we can get both of those two guys back out there, I'd feel a lot better about where the team is right now. I don't hate where the team is. I'm super happy. And Jamal Adams deal, I'm still on cloud 9 about. But boy, you just would like them to just top off a few tanks, you know? Brandon McDaniel, Western Washington sucks. Any self-respectable person in Washington has a 509 area code. Fair. Y2K. I went back to work 2 weeks ago. Plumber, new construction. It's hot as F out. and I've been grading ditches all day. I almost died. I've been drinking over 10 water bottles a day. Yeah, same. I've been drinking water like nonstop. I can't complain. I'm about to go to a super hot place in Maui, so I got to get used to it. Oh. Sorry, sometimes you guys, we do get little glitches sometimes with YouTube on this. This is one of the reasons I can't run like OBS or Streamlabs. Is it's just YouTube's live stream thing will mess up from time to time or geek out. I don't get it, but Landon Edwards says if Snacks Harrison ends up opting out this season, who do you think is the next best defensive tackle? I think one of two positions you go with, Landon, are going to be, someone mentioned Marcel Darius or Timmy Jernigan. Both of them give you kind of two different skill sets, but what I'm looking for is them just to beef up the defensive tackle position wherever they can. We need help at 1 tech. We need help at 3 tech. Both of the places need some help. So if you could, I would probably favor Jernigan because he's a little safer of a bet. You know what you're getting in him. I would probably favor him a little bit over Darius, but not by a wide margin. And Landon Edwards says, saw that Everson Griffen signed a 1-year, $6 million deal. That would have been a steal for us. Hopefully Clowney pulls through. I agree, Landon. Surprising to see Seattle not in on the mix on that. Makes me think that they've got something else burning on the back stove. Randall McDaniel says, so thinking of former first-round pick, he had a good offseason as false hope. You can't take anything from a good offseason, Randall. You just can't. Let me give you a for instance on this to apply it to a real-time situation right now as we're living it through. Allen Robinson. You know, we hear about how Allen Robinson's working with Cliff Averill throughout the offseason before he's drafted. Then he's there out there working with him as he's drafted. Comes into camp 8-10 pounds overweight. People there, you're rarely going to have the coaches talk derogatorily about a player in this offseason program where he's at. Pete Carroll, the best you can get is he's like, well, he's a little fat. That's as much as I think you get Pete Carroll to go on to that line of things. So they're always going to hype him up as being good. They don't want to say a player's, not bringing or doing the right things. So maybe he is. Maybe it's enough. The problem that comes down to Randall is this isn't a guy like Rasheem. Rasheem came into this league at 20 years old. This is a guy in LJ Collier who's actually a year older than Jamal Adams. He doesn't have that amount of time that a guy like Rasheem did to kind of develop and continue to get better. He's kind of like the die is already cast, It kind of is what he is by a certain point to a degree, I believe. At least this is historically how it's played out. So I'm reticent with him a little bit. Looking at the drafts over the past couple of years, we could have gotten TJ Watt. We could have. I think TJ's best position is an outside rushing pass linebacker. I don't know if he is as effective if we put him down with his hand in the dirt. Can't argue with Nick Chubb though. Nick Chubb has been a guy that I think is in contention right now as the best running back in the league. He's a guy that just doesn't get enough hype, and he's going to have an amazing offensive line blocking for him this year, much better than last year's. Look for that guy in a contract year, I believe, to just go off. Yeah, as Tobias says, don't look at the past drafts, Team 12s. It'll just get you depressed. Jeffrey Hammond, what's up? Sorry, tuned in late, but are the Hawks still in talks or rumors with cornerback Logan Ryan? And if so, would it be a good fit? Thanks, man. Best online football show. Oh, Jeffrey, man, I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much. I've not heard of that being hot interest in Logan Ryan. And by all accounts, Logan wants to get himself paid big time. This is why he's not been back with the Titans. With that said, he's a little bit in the Clowney realm of things where time's running out. He's not a young guy necessarily. He is a guy, I think, in his 30s. I don't know that he'd be as good a fit with us, especially with us bringing on Jamal Adams, who is going to somewhat play into some of the same kind of role you would have Logan Ryan play in. Now, he is very good as a slot corner. So as just a slot specialist guy, certainly he would be an upgrade over what you have on the roster. He'd be better. You can play a little bit of Jamal Adams in the slot, but Logan Ryan would be as better as a slot corner. But Logan, I feel like his best asset is his multi-dimensional abilities, his ability to be put out as a corner, out as a strong safety, out as a free safety, again, a lot of the stuff you have with Adams. So I just don't think you're bringing on two guys that are very similar players at that point. If Seattle's looking to be a little bit more, have a little more multiverse to what they do, for lack of a better word, then yeah, that'd be great. But I don't think they're going to go that crazy with their scheme. So probably not. Just his age and his price, Jeffrey, make it just a little bit just where you can't quite pull the trigger on that one. Anthony Bain says chances Kareem Hunt goes to free agency next offseason and chances Seattle goes after him. As I said, Anthony, they won't go after hin. You have Schneider on record saying he will not sign a player who has put his hands on a woman player who went in the hotel room with that player the other night. No, he just said he won't do it. Maybe he has made an exception to that rule since he said it, but I can't think of one. Derek, the Seahawks fan, eat dinner. We'll be back later. Sounds good, Derek. I'm sure we'll be here. We're just in the first hour. We're just warming. I'm just getting warmed up. Ringo on the drums. Sorry about that. Yeah. No worries, Ringo. Y2K, thank you for the donation. It came through, man. I appreciate you. Done it. Officially best secondary in football. Just sub 6 streamer. Can't hang too long today. Sorry, I couldn't make out what you said on the deal. It mucked up the writing there, Y2K. I appreciate the $5 donation, though, man. No worries. Ante the Petrich, Don Rosh III will be a free agent this offseason. Should we bring him in the fastest wide receiver after this upcoming season? I do think that there might be a little bit to that, Ante, as far as a possibility goes. I think that Seattle's pretty familiar with him. They had a really good relationship with Coach Peterson at the University of Washington. I don't know if it's remained with the new coach there, but I know that they have a lot of data on John Ross to go off of. And he's an intriguing guy. He is a very intriguing guy. I mean, we saw in that first game of the season last year, the first game against the Bengals, he lit us up for over 200 yards. I mean, he's the potential tantalizes you, but is he just that type of player that will always just kind of tantalize you and never really bring it to bear week in and week out? Now, on a low end deal, like he might cost a 3 or $10, $15 million deal, if you can get him something in that realm, maybe, but the receivers are getting paid now. And if he goes off this year, he might very well get paid. He's got the best quarterback thrown to him that he's had. So we'll see. Oh, Y2K. Dunbar officially makes our secondary the best in football. Yeah, I agree. It is the best in football, Y2K. It is that does cement it. If you've got Dunbar in the field and he's off, not suspended at that point, on paper, they are certainly that. And I don't know if second place is probably the Baltimore Ravens, but I think that they're still a little behind you at that point. They're a ways behind you with what you've stacked together. Team 12's good. Dan Quinn got fired. Then we can pick him up a defensive coordinator once again. I wouldn't mind that, Team 12's. I think he's one of those quintessential coaches where you say better as a coordinator than as a head coach. And I just think Quinn is probably that kind of guy. His ability to teach hand usage to defensive tackles and defensive ends is a lot of what made us as effective pass rushers as we were during that time period. That was his bread and butter, and he was very good with it. Y2K says best Madden strategy, Y2K, John Ross, and Josh Allen. Nice. Got some speed and size. Tobias Larson, if we were to have one guy with 10 plus sacks this year, who would it be? Well, of course, I don't say Clowney because we haven't signed him. So if I've got to pick one guy, that's a good question. Oh my goodness. I'm going to go with Rasheem Green. And just say, well, I think he's going to take 2 years to get to that place where he has that real potential to get there. I'm slotting him out about 6-7 sacks this year, but freakish things can happen and he could suddenly jump up and take that step there, Tobias. So Rasheem's probably the guy. I don't know if I could really look at anybody. Even Bruce has never gotten to 10 sacks in his whole career, and he's going to be 33 years old. I can't see him at that age getting to that point. Tobias says, afraid of the early injury. Daryl God, hopefully he is not going to be LJ. Yeah, I hope so too, Tobias. They did know he had a rod in his leg when they drafted him, though, which is interesting that you gave up 2 picks to get up into the second round to go draft him. And it's a guy who had this major injury. I hope he's as good as they think he is. Pushkar. What's up, Pushkar? Welcome on into the chat. How you doing, Pushkar? Thanks for hopping in. Randall McDaniel says, when we drafted Bruce, I don't think he played linebacker until year 2 or 3. Could be wrong. I recall he made a point. He made a point to make the switch. My point: can he be just a Leo in the twilight of his career, physical freak? Well, you're not wrong, Randall. But let's go back through a little bit of that timeline, just a little bit. So Bruce starts off, and yes, he's mainly just a rotational pass rusher. They start to try to bring him in on downs where it's not as certain a passing situation, and teams realize it. What they do, they run right at him. They send that tackle downhill, doesn't get him an opportunity to really use his speed. Tackle gets his hands on him, game over. He's getting driven 4 or 5 yards down the field. part of the reason that he converted to linebacker was to salvage that aspect that all he was at this point was the rotational pass rusher. And this was going to expand his abilities a little bit. And that's what was really the calling to then move out to linebacker, as well as he had been a safety back in junior college. So there was a reason to believe that he would have the athletic fluidity to make the transition over there. But no, unfortunately, I don't think that he would be big enough. I think he's a guy that probably runs about 235 or so when he's at his playing weight. And I think the guy you need to have over there needs to be right around the 260-pound mark. Because again, the Leo is going to be put out in sort of what would be, the wide 9-esque area of pass rush where you're on the outside, they're on an island, and you can't be blown off the ball or there'll be huge gaping holes to go through. Y2K, just throwing it out there. Jose's channel is pretty good. He deserves more views. Jose's channel is very good. So if you guys get a chance, Jose Rodriguez, one of the moderators here on the channel, does some great stuff. Please do check him out. Jeremy Bohm, I don't see our D line as big of a problem as most, but I don't think of signing Clowney and a defensive tackle would be a bad thing. Dunbar's not getting charged has made the D look a lot better. Here's where, Jeremy, for me, the worry comes into play. I think you will rush the passer better. Rasheem Green takes a little step forward. Benson Mayowa has shown himself to be a pretty effective pass rusher over the last couple of years. If not, he's not an elite. He's not going to be a 10 sack here, but just, like I've pointed to, get in the teens in the pass rush win rate. Win in under 2.5 seconds, 10, 11, 12, 13% on up percentage of the time. He does that. Bruce Irvin does that. You would think you're going to get more games out of Jarran Reed than you got last year, especially when you consider he was injured for most of the games that you did get him. So you figure there will be a little bit more effectiveness there, but that's not a wide jump. That's not some huge margin of increase that you've suddenly gone through, especially when you've already lost Clowney, especially when you've lost a guy like Al Woods and Quentin Jefferson. There's been some that's gone out the door. I didn't love Jefferson. I thought Al Woods was pretty effective in spurts, but that's still a chunk of production that you're now needing to replace with the good you've brought in. And that's where it balances out to just a very marginal improvement for me as it stands right now. And that's why I get worried about it. As well as I come back to, Jeremy, how do we stop the run on this team? How do we stop the run? If LJ Collier's a bust this year and you've got Rasheem Green, who's your starting Leo? Because Darrell Taylor's getting the rod out of his leg. We're going to try to put Bruce Irvin there at Leo, as I was just talking with Tobias, is that you can't put him at Leo because he's going to get crushed in the running game. And we have to always remember this defense and how Carroll starts his philosophy. It begins with stopping the run before anything else defensively, before rushing the passer, before picking off the ball, before playing against the pass. All those things in defense, we can go through all the line items of what's important to a defense. His most important aspect is stopping the run and turning an offense into a one-dimensional attack. You can't do that if you're giving up running 4.9 yards per carry last year. You're on track for the same amount, if not worse right now. It's going to make things tough on our defense at times if we don't sign anybody else. Ante the Petrus says, if I was a general manager, John Schneider, I would have signed running back Marshawn Lynch, a.k.a. Beast Mode, for another Super Bowl win. Try on a one-year deal again. What do you think about that? I would have wanted him to do the same thing. Beast Mode seemed to be interested in coming back. You wouldn't have to have him been the starter. You could have had him in the Carlos Hyde role that you signed him onto. For whatever reason, Seattle didn't want to go in that direction. But I'm on board with it too, Ante. I wanted to see it as well. Jose Rodriguez, give him your channel name in the chat if you can. You can see there on the moderator, Randall, as he's talking. Just click on his little face icon. I think it'll take you to his channel, or right click on it. Don't leave my stream, but right click and go click over after the stream. 1039 Looney says, what's the word on Quentin Dunbar? When will he be back? So Dunbar, I believe he's released immediately to come back to the team. So theoretically right now he can continue to practice. The commissioner's office has to get their investigation done on the situation. We don't know that it's been done. He's been released from the exemption list, but that doesn't mean that there won't be a suspension, which the need of proof, whatever they call that in court, the onus of proof, doesn't have to be very strong for the commissioner's office to drop the gavel down and put him out for some time. I wouldn't think it'd be a full year suspension at that point if it comes down, but certainly 4 to 8 games could still be potentially in play. Jose Rodriguez says, when the schedule first came out, I saw us going 13-3, but now seeing our D-line depth is so short, I see us going for 11-5 or 10-6. Thank you, Y2K. Yep, I'm still going to hold it 12-4 because I'm just counting on the offense to be so dominant, Jose, but there's part of me on some days where I slide down to 11-5 and 10-6 in my mind because I am really worried. I mean, when I started this offseason, I said, I want us to attack our offense and defensive lines this offseason. And I'm most worried about our defensive line specifically. That's what needs to be improved. And those two things were not really concentrated on with the vigor that I was hoping that the front office would. So I think it's concerning. Y2K, the Broncos just signed a veteran right tackle. Name escapes me. Old, but he had a good career. Should the Hawks have signed him? I'd have to see who the name is you're talking about. I didn't see who they signed. So if you can post the name Y2K, post in the chat and I'll let you know, but I'm not sure on that one. M Webb, I love your channel, man. Go Hawks. M Webb, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thanks for hopping on in the chat on a Saturday. Jeremy Bohm, Dunbar's back. Just has to pass the COVID testing. That's good to hear. That's as I understood it. Yeah, he's back right now. That suspension could come down because the commissioner's office does have a separate investigation. Again, I relate this to like the Antonio Brown situation. Antonio Brown last year released by the Patriots after that text situation where he threatened the woman through the text. No team signs him. Why does no team sign him? Because they're aware that if they do sign him, he'll instantly be put on the exemption list, which is not suspension. Then this year we hear with Antonio Brown, he's off the exemption list, but there was no exemption list he was put on ever, but that's what was going to happen. Now this year he just gets outright suspended. So it's a 2-mechanism process. We still don't know how the second mechanism is going to come down. Y2K says the O-line and D-line are potential issues, but our secondary is so dope. If young guys step up on the D-line, we will be all set. Yeah, Y2K, and to your point on that, Y2K, this is what Pro Football Focus tells us. This is what the analytical guys tell us, is that the old school approach, especially at least on the defensive side of the ball, of building from inside out, building from your defensive line to your linebackers to your corners, is antiquated. Now you need to build your team with the modern passing attacks and the modern way that this all works, and to be most efficient as a defense from the outside in. I don't know if I agree. I've said a couple times, I don't know if I agree with it, but it is where they're going as far as what they're telling us that the analytical system is pushing towards. And if the analytics match to what they've done in basketball and baseball previously, they're going to prove to be right on this type of situation as well. If they are, Seattle and the front office are forerunners in this aspect of adopting that early on, as other teams still very much concentrate on the defensive line first and foremost. Look no further than the San Francisco 49ers in our own division who do that. Onto the Petro says, when will the Washington, D.C. team name get their new team name? I think they're going to wait a year on it, Ante. I think the problem is any of the names they wanted to use were all bought up by copywriters who wanted them to pay them for the copywritten name that they paid $500 for or whatever. And so they've had to kind of like retool and think about what they're going to do. So it's just going to be the Washington football team. I can't believe that they're doing that, but it is what it is, I guess, Randall McDaniel says Lockett is Roddy White and DK is Julio. I'll go with that. Obviously, of course, Roddy was a different type of player than Lockett. He's slower, bigger body guy, more of a possession guy, I think. He had a little bit of juice, but Lockett's probably a much quicker guy than he is, and probably a little bit better of a route runner. But as far as production-wise, you're on point with that, Randall. I think that they could put a couple of those times, both of them put up really productive years together in that offense. I think they could do it again. TJ Wilborn says, Super Bowl Seahawks versus who? I still go back to the Kansas City Chiefs on this one. I don't mean to be a guy that just hops on the bandwagon with everybody else, but they've not lost anything this offseason, really. I mean, maybe an offensive lineman here to the COVID opt-out, this and that, little spots and places, but all of the main core guys there that help make that thing go kind of all still remain. And I really love the Clyde Allaire addition out of LSU, that running back that they took, who's just going to be a perfect fit in that offense, TJ. So it comes back down to, for me, I think that they're a team that's built to win early on. Andy Reid always comes out and goes like 9-0 with his teams, even when he's got Alex Smith at quarterback. And then they've got the quarterback who can still throw through the elements, which maybe Andy had missed a little bit prior. Man, I really do. They're stacked and packed. So it's showing my connection a little unstable here, guys. It's just being a little weird. So just bear with it. If it gives you a little error message, it'll sort itself out. Jose Rodriguez says, trade David Moore for a fourth or a fifth round pick. I'd love it if they could recoup even a 7th round pick, Jose. And I think Seattle would take a 7th round pick in trade for David Moore. I think perhaps even that's maybe why they're holding on to him a little bit longer than even I guess they would when he's carrying a $2.1 million cap hit as a restricted tag guy. But I don't think that there's a team out there that's going to be willing to make that trade for him at this point. He's probably going to be a cut candidate unless he just comes to camp and lights it up. Ante the Petrovich says, I say the Super Bowl is Seahawks versus Ravens and we win 35-28. Could be. I mean, the Ravens are another team that is very, very stacked. That's for sure. The one thing I come back to with the Ravens, there's two things that I have as issues with them. They did lose a little bit last year. Like they lose a guy like Marshall Yanda off that offensive line. That hurts them. And I think while I love Calais Campbell being brought into there, the guy's going to be 37 years old or 36, 37 years old, something like that. There's not a lot of history of those guys playing really effectively at that age. Earl Thomas is another year older. I mean, there's a little bit of age on that team. And I don't know if we're at the point where we can fully trust, at least in the playoffs, he hasn't yet to show it that we can really trust Lamar Jackson as a passer. I don't know if Russell in his early playoff games really kind of crap the bed as much at times as we've seen at points with Lamar Jackson in some of these games. So I think it's a real worry. I like him in the regular season, but maybe he's just a really great regular season quarterback. It's potentially that. Anthony Garcia says, what do you think our floor and ceiling is for record-wise and playoff-wise? Anthony Garcia, I would say our floor is 10-6. I can't see us going 9-7 with the addition of Adams onto that defense. Obviously, we get decimated by injury, then all bets are off for wherever they could be. But it seems that they never go below 9-7 under this 10-year period with this 8-9-year period with Carroll and Russell Wilson. I can't see them going back, but 10-6 got to be the floor for me, Anthony. I think the hype right now with no additions right now, like we don't add another one tech defensive tackle. We don't add another defensive end, another pass rusher. Right now, I think our height, our ceiling is 12-4. We add those other positions, you could get up to the 13-3, 14-2 mark. But I need to see those two additions to get there. I think at that point, your defensive line cost you a couple games because of how weak it is at that point. But 10-6 to 12-4. Randall McDaniel says, don't you think our lack of draft capital will hinder our tradability? Certainly will to a degree. I don't think it'll hinder it from the respect of Randall. There always seems to be a guy in the 4th to 5th round range you can go pluck right around the trade deadline that you can grab who's actually a pretty good player. Quandre Diggs, of course, is the first guy that comes to mind. Who you get this guy as a kind of a depressed asset. But even a guy like Quentin Dunbar, with the Redskins, where he wants a new contract with the Redskins. But if you trade me to a cool organization, I won't put them over the barrel. I'll just play out my one remaining year at one year at $3.8 million or whatever. So you got him for a 5th round pick as well. So you can get guys that are maybe not Pro Bowlers. Let's call them sub Pro Bowl players for that 4th and 5th round draft capital at that point. And yeah, I think that they would potentially be willing to do that, Randall, because you could then recoup it later on. If in the 2nd round, you want to trade back at that point coming into this next draft. But as I was saying as well, just one last point on this being that the whole draft is going to be askew. Nobody knows what is going to be what or what to make of anything. Guys that you think are going to be picked in the 1st round might fall into the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round because they didn't get that senior year, that junior year of tape to show out. It's going to be the variance is going to be all over the place. It's going to completely be impossible to understand really what you're getting in my estimation, as far as the prospect. You're getting so little film to go off of, and you're just trying to project the hell out of them. I think it just sends the whole draft into chaos, frankly. And it becomes very randomized in your picking and who you're selecting when that is the case. But I don't think it'll hinder them from that kind of trade, Randall. Irina Milan, I wasn't on the Clowney train, but when Griffen went to the Cowboys, we need his talent and help. Yeah, it's a stiff drop off from him now. Clowney and Griffen are very similar probably in the kind of production that they would give you. Griffen would maybe give you a little bit better pass rusher. Clowney gets you a better player as a run stuffer. But it is a drop-off now down to Clay. It's a drop-off now down to anybody else below that. So it certainly is the place where you could now really upgrade this team here. And let's face it, it's not going to cost us a lot to do this. We're talking a 1-year deal at the right price. You've got guys in David Moore at $2.1 million, Jacob Hollister at $3.2 million. You could clear those guys off the books tomorrow and create that cap space to bump up that extra amount that you're offering. Maybe JD's just not accepting it. Maybe, potentially, I don't know. But I agree. I think he's key right now. Anthony Bain's got us at 10-6, and our floor is 11-5-ish. It's pretty locked in there, man. Light Work, what is up? Light Work, how you doing? Thanks for hopping in the chat. The power of myth. We need a defensive tackle. I heard Jarran Reed got hurt at practice, and Puna's calf's acting up. Let's get snacks. Yeah, But you lose these two guys, you are rolling. You're at that place where you're calling guys off the street at that point. Guys that are loading trucks in Pennsylvania, and you're like, we need you to take on a center and a guard in a combo block next week. Tobias says, are you going to see games played Saturday this year if the college season is canceled? And is it something you would appreciate? Yeah, Tobias. It is. I like they should be flexible this year with it. And yeah, I do see, according to what I've heard, that they are going to be playing some games on Saturdays. You'll see things moved around. Let's face it, they don't have to anticipate fans and making them change their plans from a day to day. They can have the flexibility to moving it as they see fit, and you'll have an opportunity at that point to see more games. Theoretically, there'll be more eyeballs on games. So they're going to need to do it to probably just recoup maximum amount of revenue off of their television stuff. I would say that's what they're really going to push. That's going to really be what pushes it. Garrett Edwards, dang man, I wish you could pick my fantasy team for me. You would probably win every year. I don't know, man. Sometimes in fantasy it could be hit or miss with me. I'd pick the right guys, but then injury would hit me. I had horrible luck in fantasy. One of these years I'm going to dive back into it though, maybe a little bit when I get some more time. But tell me who you're looking at, Garrett. I'll tell you if I'll give you a thumbs up, thumbs down on them. Anthony Bain, does man coverage create more coverage sacks compared to zone coverage or vice versa? We need all the help we can get. I would probably lean Anthony towards believing that man coverage is going to drive sacks more often than zone coverage is. The reason I would believe this is because the schemes that tend to blitz the most often be at 3-4 schemes. You don't see a lot of heavy blitzing 3-4 schemes that play a lot of zone. Certainly not where they play a majority of zone. They're looking for man-on-man guys that can be sticky in coverage. So that would be where I'd go. Man-on-man's more. It's harder with zone coverage because what happens in zone coverage, Anthony, what really happens a lot with Seahawks zone coverage, of course, is that you get them dropping into their bail technique into cover 3, where the cornerbacks are responsible for their deep end of the field at that point. But what that does create then is openings and holes up front, up into that 5 to 8 to 10 yard range where you can run a slant, a drag, a crosser over the middle, and it's going to be open because you're going in front of the zone, essentially. You're going in front of where the defender's at. That gives the quarterback time to make that throw. If he gets pressed on a guy who beats his man off the line quick, he can get the ball out of his hands because the defender's dropped behind his receiver. Evergreen says, I think the Chargers secondary is better than the Ravens. Chargers secondary is really good, Evergreen. I agree. You make a good point, man. That is because I think that they do have, I don't think they have, there's like a weak link on the Ravens secondary, I feel like, right? It's not Earl, but the strong safety for them is a little bit weak. And I don't know that the Chargers have that same kind of weakness at their strong safety, but I have to admit a little bit of ignorance in respect to that. I haven't looked at their, I forget about the Chargers sometimes, man, especially once they move to LA. I don't know why. Barry Sotoro, thank you for the $20 donation, guy. I appreciate you, man. You're always coming through the donations. Thank you so much. If Clowney signs more than a one-year deal, our Seattle Super Seahawks will win 2020 and 2021 Super Bowls. Glad you are here with us today. I'm glad you're here with me too, man. Thank you for the donation. It's always good to see you in the chat. If we can get him onto more than a one-year deal, he's a great foundational piece to build around, in my opinion. I've said it a couple times prior. I think he's got that mentality in him, that dog you need on defense. Jamal Adams is one of those kind of guys. You need to balance it. You can't have just a whole team of those types because it'll get a little bit too wild. But you need some of them mixed with some of the kind of the Boy Scout type guys too with it. And then you've got the mix of something maybe potentially special. But he's a pure fit, Barry, as far as the scheme goes. When you look at, again, as I was speaking to, if this defense starts with stopping the run first and foremost, ahead of limiting big plays, ahead of sacks, ahead of turnovers, we're going to stop the run first and foremost, right? If that's where the defense starts, it starts from a player personnel standpoint, from that Leo position, that blind side rusher. He is the guy who is the engine to this defense. He really is. And so Carroll, it's a very specific position. He's got to be athletic and long and big. He's got to have a lot of different aspects to him. And Clowney is exactly what, if Carroll was putting together a prototype Leo end in the lab, right? And he's got his flasks and his beakers and his Bunsen burners and he's got it all going, right? He'd come out of that. Clowney would be the mold that would come out of that for what he wants in a Leo. It absolutely would be. So that's why I've harped on this as hard as I have as well, just because I know what a great fit he would be for us in that respect. They moved him around a little bit off Leo last year out of more of necessity. But if you look back to the Chris Clemens type, they like to just slot that guy in that role and let him go hunt, because he will be able to really go hunt from that position. It's lined up a little bit more outside than the other defensive end is on the offense's strong side. You get a little bit more room to work, a little bit more room to operate, which is just perfect for Jadeveon. So I agree with you, Barry. I think it puts you into Super Bowl. It puts you as Super Bowl potential favorites right there with Kansas City if you add him in here. John Robinson. What is up, John Robinson? How you doing? Thanks for hopping on in the chat. Seahawks Breseño. Hello, Seahawk. How you doing? Good afternoon. Y2K says, I feel Jamal Adams' hands are underrated. I could see him getting 2 to 3 picks. Yeah, sometimes it's just about opportunity, Y2K. And I think a lot of times because he's blitzing as often as he was last year, I think I'd heard something like 10% of his snaps he was blitzing. That just means you're going to get that many more limited opportunities back in coverage. He's going to get that many more opportunities back in coverage. This is maybe the upshot to some people worrying about him not blitzing as much with the Seahawks or not being used as well with the Seahawks because they don't blitz him as often as he was blitzing with the Jets, but maybe now he gets to have an impact on the back end in the secondary. And that's the converse of that. That's the upshot of that. Jason Butler. What's up, Jason? Packers fan, enjoying your Hawks content. Smiths and re-signed Clark are going to, don't let me butcher the Smiths and recently re-signed Kenny Clark are coming for your Hawks. Go Pack, go. Well, what's up, Jason? I'll tell you, one of your guys I love, YouTube streamer. You guys, not YouTube streamer, but a YouTuber. I'm sure you're aware of him, Jason. I really, really like is that Tom Grossi guy. He does some great work for you guys, and you guys support him really well. But I love that guy. He's awesome. You guys are a problem, man, Jason. The thing that bothers me, and maybe you can speak to it a little bit, Jason. I've kind of wondered this from a Packers fan standpoint is, what are you doing on the receiver corps? You guys didn't draft a wide receiver early on. The draft is the head scratching part, Jason, because even you have to admit, if you guys had just gone after just not the quarterback of the future with the first pick and not a running back and AJ Dillon with your second pick, you had just 2 like legit pieces into the play who can come in and go for you and roll right out a receiver in a deep wide receiver draft. You guys would be even more of a threat to me than you are. You are a threat. I mean, you guys are by far to me going to be the leader in the clubhouse to win that we got to go through in our division. But that is the thing that if I'm a Packer fan, would just have me kind of just stomping my feet mad is just them deal with it. At least that's how I took it. Maybe I took that a little bit too personally. But the thing I will speak to on your point on this power of the myth is that I think the fact that the 2 of those guys do different things than just linebacker. And that's the thing that helps them to allow for them to be on the team. Bruce Irvin is a rotational pass rusher. He's going to probably give you 30 to 40% of his snaps rushing the passer from either end. Likewise, a guy like Shaquem Griffin really isn't going to give you very much as far as linebacking goes. He's going to be a special teams guy who gives you maybe 10, 15% of the snaps a game as a pass rusher. So the fact that they offer those 2 aspects of it, I think is what allows you to have a couple extra linebackers on the team. And I'm not as against it. I agree with you though on the KJ thing. You could have spent the $6.9 million he's costing this year. It seems sort of like a retirement gift, sort of like, thank you for being a good soldier for us for all these years. Because I just don't think he's what he was before. I know he's top 5 last year in tackles, but I just think you can do better at the will linebacker position. And it's a very important position to do better in this modern age. Anthony Bain says, best secondary in between Chargers and Ravens. I don't know, maybe the Bills, Steelers. We are definitely top 5 though. I got us definitely over the Steelers. I mean, I think we're way over the Steelers. And as well, I'd say the same with the Bills. Like both the Steelers and the Bills, I mean, outside a guy like Minkah Fitzpatrick and Tre'Davious White, is a good corner, but I think he gets a little bit overhyped than what he really is. They don't have the star talent, I think, of the Ravens, Chargers, and Seahawks. I think they're a little more of those good, solid guys than the great guys. Oh, we got Jaharis Clowney in the chat. Everyone say what's up to Jaharis. What's up, Jaharis? This is just Jadeveon's. This is Jadeveon's cousin. I was having you guys sub to. It looks like you finally changed your YouTube name, like I was telling you to, man. I appreciate you. You need to do that. Team 12 says, I completely forgot you only get a bye week if you're the 1 seed. Yeah, this year, of course, previous years, we had 4 buys, 2 in each conference in previous years. This year it's being driven back to just 1. So much harder to get that 1 seed if you're going to get it. And very tough for any team in the NFC West because theoretically they're going to beat up on each other and their records are going to be drawn down just a little bit because of that. Whereas as I was talking to Mr. Butler over here about his Packers are going to get a beat up, I think, a little on Chicago and Detroit. And I'm still not sold on Minnesota being as strong as they've been recently with losses of Stephon Diggs and Everson Griffen and Harrison Smith getting a year older. So it's going to be harder for us to get that number 1 seed, I think, because of that. Good to see you, Jaharis. Sorry I haven't been able to get on and play with you there, Jaharis. I'm moving, man. I got to pack up all my stuff. So Raj Konda, do you think Seahawks have enough pass rush? Yeah, as Anthony Bain says right below you, Raj, and welcome on into the chat, man. No, unfortunately, we do not have, I think, quite enough pass rush. Maybe just enough. I'm more worried about the run stuffing, first and foremost. We may have just enough, but I would feel a lot better with another pass rusher, especially if we brought in Jaharis' cousin, Jadavian, and I'd feel a lot better about that. John Robinson says, we just got a bunch of guys that are proficient at blitzing in Jamal, Jordan Brooks, Bruce Irvin. Are we going to manufacture a pass rush by being more aggressive? John, it's really, it's the big question with the Jamal Adams move for me is, are you going to use him right and appropriately? I've talked to some friends that I've got that know the game as far as really the deep schematics of it. And they're convinced that Seattle absolutely will change things, blitz him more, allow him to be more instinctive. And to your point with Jordan Brooks is a phenomenal blitzer in college. Bruce is not really a blitzer as much as he's a guy that you'd essentially send it as the 5th man on the defensive line. So you'd have him matched up on that tight end as the Sam, and then he's got a chance to go against a lesser guy to get around him. And he is good in that role. But will they blitz with more Jamal and Jordan? I don't know. Remember, John, too, last year we were a top 10 pass blitzing team last year. I mean, they were blitzing the hell out of things. They weren't very effective at it. Do they look at that stats? They look at that inefficiency and say, we're going to switch off that. We're going to stop doing that. We're going to go back to what we were through the first 8-9 years of Pete Carroll's era here, where he was usually like 30, 31, 32 as far as the blitzing proficiency goes. So hard to say. I hope they will with Jamal. The key with Jamal, John, is that you take advantage of the fact that the guy has got more instincts than probably any guy on our football field, natural instincts and feel for the game. And what I mean by that is just knowing pre-snap what the hell is going on, where the play is going to go. You've got to allow him to pull the trigger and go when he sees it, to let him freelance a little bit. I don't know if they've had that. They've been willing to do that as much in the past, but to really utilize this player appropriately, I think that's what you've got to wrap your head around allowing for. It's funny because it really fits in well to what we're trying to see on the offensive side of the ball too, which is allowing for Russell Wilson to take more command of the offense and to kind of run a little bit more of the show. It's almost the inverse of that on the defensive side of things, John. So I would hope they would, but I'm not 100% completely convinced that they will do that. The Power Myth says, with our improved secondary, won't that potentially help the D-line and give them more time to get pressure? Plus, they are young and hopefully step up. Well, this comes a little bit, I would say, Power of Myth into the point of Pro Football Focus and what they say as far as that you want to build towards the secondary, then to the linebackers, then to the defensive line. That's how you want to put a defense together. So this would say they were sitting here talking to you right now. They would say, yes, the answer to your question is yes. It'll help your pass rush out. You'll see way more sacks because the secondary is so great. I'm still a little old school in my thinking, Power of Myth. I can eventually be swayed on this point, and it's one that I will continue to watch and analyze. But I still fall back on the fact that I believe that if you've got a front four that can get to the quarterback, they can cover up problems on the back end. Because if you want a quarterback who's going to attack deep, for instance, he needs the 5 to 7 step drop. 7-step drop means he's going to need about 3.5 seconds to get that ball out of his hands. If you've got a defensive line that can cut that time up, get in there under that time each and every time or most of the time, doesn't matter if that back end secondary is going to be slow and the guy's going to run by him. There's just not enough time to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands. I fall back in line with that. But again, this is not where analytics are telling us it's going. So we could see a change in that respect. Reda McDaniel says, thoughts on Greg Williams' comment about Adams getting bored. Glad to see Pete fire back, but will we use him as a defensive playmaker and not just a safety? Yes, I love, but with you, I love seeing Pete Carroll go off on Greg Williams and fire some shots. Not since Harbaugh have we seen the subtle feisty Pete. I think Pete's at his best when he's got a little bit of just a bit of that just feistiness to him. When he's not that settled in old grandpa type, but he's got a little bit of that, just he's got it in him. He does. He's a nice guy. He's got puts the smile on the surface. He's the California kid, right? But when he's got a little bit of that in him, I just feel like he's tapping into a nice little spot of himself. But I think, like Jamal Adams commented later on that, Randall, when he said that he just misses him, he does. I mean, Jamal Adams is the perfect type of player for Greg Williams' scheme and what he wants to do. It was an absolute perfect fit for Jamal Adams there. Not that Jamal Adams isn't a perfect fit here, but he was really a perfect fit in a defense that wants to blitz the strong safety a lot and be aggressive a lot and have players coming downhill. And that's what Jamal was for him. And he just lost his best defensive player by far, yet he still remains the defensive coordinator. He doesn't have a whole lot in this cupboard to operate off of, and he's going into this year, and he's got to be kind of a little dismayed by that. I'm speaking of Greg Williams. So I think that that's what those comments were born out of. Greg, of course, is very familiar with Seattle. I think he was defensive coordinator at one point with the Cardinals for a few years. He knows them well, so he's got it, and he probably hates them because they are the antithesis. I can't say the word today. I can't say certain words today for whatever reason. He's the opposite of what we are with our scheme, which is simple. Don't want to blitz a lot. Don't want to be exotic. He wants to be exotic. He wants to be, crazy. So he probably hates our scheme at the core of his being. John Robinson says, plus, do you think we play more tight end coverage with the additions of Dunbar and Jamal? I would like to think we play more man, John. I'm hoping we play more man, but they love themselves some, I'm going to sneeze. They love themselves some zone. They just aren't willing to go out of the zone very often, John. To think they would flip that script and go, let's say, from playing zone 70 to 80% of the time to now they're going to be willing to play it 70 to 80% of the time, man, that's a huge flip to go from. Maybe a little bit more man. Yes, we should see a little bit more, because I think they were playing a little bit protective last year against big plays and getting gashed, which oddly enough caused them to give up big plays and get gashed. But to use these guys right, Dunbar's a man-on-man guy coming out of Washington. Jamal Adams is a guy Jamal Adams is actually a guy who's great at zone. So that's the thing with Jamal, and I would say with Jamal. Jamal is actually better in zone when he can just kind of read and react and utilize those instincts he has. When you ask him to play a man-on-man is where he maybe isn't as comfortable. Jahara says, forget faced like, I'm going to shoot like six. Say that again, Jaharis. You got to retype that, man. I don't know what you mean by that. Randall says, forget face like five. Forget face like five. I'm going to shoot like six. Oh, okay. I think I got what you said there. Zone cover. Randall McDaniel says, maybe Greg Williams getting bored comment was about us not paying a bounty to take out the other players. And Randall's talking about Greg Williams when he was a defensive coordinator with the New Orleans Saints, had a bounty out on players to injure the opposition. So they were offering like money for guys to, $50,000 for a torn ACL or something, and they got caught because somebody had a hot mic on that and they caught him saying it. So it's always going to kind of follow him. And he's always known for being one of those guys that's like, his players play right on the line. But yeah, he's just the opposite of Pete and what Pete does. And I think that's just what bothers him about it. And then Pete got his best player. It's got to twinge him deep somewhere. Tobias says, what are the odds that Schottenheimer really opens up the bag this year with Greg and Disley and potentially adding Gordon or Brown to the mix? Well, they usually say with offensive coordinators that you usually do see a stymied first year. And then by the second and third year, that's when the quarterback and offensive coordinator are really meshing. And so to your point on that, we could see Schottenheimer really now comfortable with Russell's skill set and what he can get out of him, with Russell maybe pushing him along and having a willingness to say, okay, let's go now. Let's try to move this along past just banging our heads up against the wall in the running game all game long. Let's try to be a little bit more aggressive in what we're doing. And again, this isn't to the full on let Russ cook crowd. This is the let Russ fry crowd. Okay. Just let him do a little extra, just 5, 6, 7 more attempts a game, maybe a little bit of no huddle here and there sprinkled in, just a little more control over the offense is what we're all asking for. And I think there's a good chance we could get that. DJ Wilborn says, if the draft happens, watch us draft Hall of Famers. Well, you could, man. And again, like you get a guy, let's take a guy like Joe Burrow in this last draft. Selected number 1 overall, had a fantastic season with LSU where they went and won a national title. I think he even got I think he even won the Heisman, right? Undoubted number 1 overall pick. But if last year didn't happen, is Joe Burrow even drafted in the NFL? Think about this, guys. If there can be that wide of a variance on the number 1 overall pick in the draft, what does that tell you about every other pick in the other draft now as we go into next year when they don't have that final Heisman year of tape on him? And certainly he's a little bit of an outlier. He's a little bit of most of the time you've got a couple years of tape on a guy where you can see certain assets of him being an upper level player or a first round pick. But this could be the year where those guys are sliding all over the place. In the 4th round, you're finding them. In the 6th round, you're finding them. And you're like, wow, this is not the player we thought we were getting. He is really good. This will be that year where that happens. And for those guys that are drafting in the low end, oh boy, there's going to be some sleepless nights for some general managers who have to pick in the top 10 picks. Some sleepless nights. Jaharis loves himself Tom Brady. Jaharis is a New England Patriot fan, you guys. So, yeah, he probably is right now, but Russell's coming for him, Jaharis. Russell's coming for him. Anthony Bain, NFC playoff teams this year: Saints, Bucks, Seahawks, 49ers, Cowboys, and Packers. Yeah. All right, I'm going to go with your picks, Anthony, but I'm going to flop out one. I think this is the year that the Saints actually take a step back. They've had 2 brutal ends of the year the last 2 years, which has had to sap a lot of what they had rolling. They've got some age on that team in spots in certain areas. We don't know what we're going to get with Drew Brees as the full year goes. His arm is certainly starting to dial back a bit. I think that for whatever reason, I'm going to flop out them. And I'm going to say that the NFC West is going to duplicate the 1983 AFC West, and it's going to kick out 3 playoff teams. So you're going to get the Cardinals instead of the Saints. How you guys like that for a bold prediction? John Devereaux, what's up, John? Team 12s, did you see the Apple and Epic Games thing? I did. I don't know what to make of it. It's kind of an odd. But I don't have a comment on it. It's a strange thing. Elijah Weiss asks, are the Seahawks the best team in the NFC? I don't know if they're so Elijah, and welcome to the chat. I can definitely say over the AFC, I feel like I can say Kansas City's the best team in the AFC. I really feel strongly I can say that, and I have no issues at all. I think Baltimore's right with them to a degree, but there is a separation between those 2 teams. When I look at the NFC, I don't know if I can do the same thing. I think that when you go Tampa Bay, San Francisco, Seattle, and maybe even Green Bay potentially in that, though again, as I was talking with Mr. Butler there, I've got worries about their wide receiver core. They just lost Geronimo Allison to the opt-out. They were already very light there at the wide receiver position. Now, maybe they sign Antonio Brown. Maybe they pick up a guy like Des Bryant. I don't know, but they're just not far and away, Elijah, the runaway favorite like the Kansas City Chiefs are in the AFC. Still right there in the mix with all those teams as a Super Bowl contender, but there's a lot of talent in the NFC. It's a much stronger conference, in my opinion, than the AFC is. Randall McDaniel says, can arguably the best secondary linebacker group make up for the D-line, really interior? Best way to keep teams from running is to make them play from behind. To Russ's point, let's go ball. It's going to be played out. This is the experiment being played out, Randall, this year with us. I mean, this is what the coaching staff in front office have embraced. We're building from the outside in. And so we'll see if it works this way. And I'm truly intrigued to find out if it is, because if it works, you have been innovative. You have looked at this and you saw the situation as to where the NFL is going towards, and you've gotten out ahead of that. And that's what makes great teams. And that's what makes great teams for a very long period of time. But it is running completely counter to what has been the traditional sense of how you build a football team. So that's what makes me, and I'm a little bit of an old head, but that's what makes me a little bit skeptical as to how you build a team this way to get them to the mountaintop. But I can't deny the talent. I can't deny the depth. And I think it's going to have a positive effect. Tobias Larson says, is there a chance that we get some compensatory picks next year? Jefferson plus Fant, others? No, Tobias, unfortunately not. You signed Bruce Irvin, free agent guy, BJ Finney, free agent guy. Shell, free agent guy, you're the offset is in a negative spot right now, Tobias. So no, but you knew it was going to be that way when you had that much money to spend. You were going to have a very hard time playing the compensatory game. I thought initially they were doing it when they went out and made the Dunbar trade, because that wasn't going to factor in on the plus minus on the compensatory situation, and that maybe they would look to make trades to bring guys in and then they could get those compensatory picks back. But no, they didn't. They went a different route with it. Garrett Edwards says, looking at Derrick Henry for a running back first pick, what do you think? I think he's going to have a breakout year. All right, Garrett, we're going to walk you through this one. We are a no on Derrick Henry. So let me give you the logic behind this is this. Number one, running backs that lead the league in rushing and get a lot of carries and then go into the playoffs and get a couple extra games more of carries in that time frame tend to be a little bit more beaten up the next year. So you get your guys like Sean Alexander or DeMarco Murray a couple of years ago with the Cowboys that would fall in line in the same place. I would offer that that's probably a similar situation here where you're just going to maybe see a little bit of a drop off there. With the first pick, I just don't want to make him that. There's other running backs. I'd be looking at if you had Chubb. If I had to pick him between Chubb and Henry, I'm taking Chubb. Even if I got Chubb and McCaffrey, I'm taking Chubb because I don't trust running backs who just got paid either. So I probably go a different direction than Henry myself. Randall McDaniel says, I remember Bruce getting eaten up Atlanta in 2012 playoff. Got the start when Clemens got hurt. I don't know why I remember that dumb shit like that. You remember it, Randall, because that's what the reasons they had to move him into linebacker, essentially. That's when they go, there's no long-term future here with Bruce Irvin up at the Leo or over on the other side. They certainly ain't going to play four-tech for you on early downs, right? And there's just not enough sand in his pants to hold up when he's got a lineman coming downhill on him, a tackle coming downhill. And you're right. He got eaten up in that game and they were running, I think their backup running back was running wild on us in that playoff game. So that's a valid point. It's again, why I just don't buy into you being able to put Irvin out there. Irvin's a lot like Shaquem Griffin. It really is. I know Shaquem, everybody goes because he's got the one less hand and he's a little lighter, but very similar players in the respect of you don't want those two guys out in the field unless they're rushing the passer or in Bruce's case, playing Sam linebacker where he's over a tight end rather than an offensive lineman. Garrett Edwards, what's your strategy in fantasy if you were picking? Obviously running back first, but what would you usually do with your next two picks? I would go running back heavy, Garrett. I would, because you can usually always find running backs on the way or receivers on the waiver wire. Running backs tend to be very finite and hard to get. So if you've got a stable of two guys that you're rolling with, I'd probably go in that direction. Anthony Bain, Garrett depends on format, PPR standards. Yeah, that's also, I guess, part of it too, as it does depend on how you are. I say that with just normal leagues that don't weight stuff differently and valuable. But it seems like to me, running backs always seem to be a little bit depressed. Isaiah Rupp. What's up, Isaiah? How do you think the Seahawks coaching staff will give more freedom to Russell Wilson? The first place that I think it begins for me, Isaiah, is the hurry up. This is something that I get intrigued by when you watch Russell at the end of halves or at the end of games. He's very proficient at just running up the field, calling the play at the line, and going. And defenses have really struggled. I wish I had the statistics to show the efficiency, but it feels like, 70 to 80% of the time it's working. We're moving the ball up the field and it's going. It's something that the coaching staff holds up against, because what that kind of situation is going to do is it's going to elongate the game rather than shrink the game. And part of the strategy in the coaching staff and the way they go about it, one of the reasons that we run as often as we run, is to shorten the game, shrink the amount of possessions, give that the opposition less chances to essentially hit you and harm you. This would kind of not necessarily do this. This was going the opposite of it. But you'll be effective at it. And it allow you to be effective early in the game. You could pick a random moment in the second quarter to go, hey, let's run hurry up here in this instance. Or in the third quarter, let's run hurry up just to throw them off. They're kind of locked in on us right now. Just something to kind of give them. It's like in baseball, if a batter's in the box and the pitcher's really rolling, right? And he's in his motion and he just gets the ball, pitches it. He's not even having to shake off the catcher. He's in his mode. He's rolling. As a hitter, what you want to do is step out of that box, get a breath, hold, umpire, pause, hold, get him thrown off his rhythm a little bit. And it's the same kind of thing you could do to defenses if they're locking in on the run really well. Let's just start throwing hurry up, and then come back to our traditional offense. That'd be the first place for me, Isaiah, that I'd look to. Then the other aspect of it, of course, would be just the committing to throwing 5, 6, 7 times more a game. Rather than right now, you probably have a run to pass ratio of like 53% you're running it, 47% you're passing it over about the last 3 years cumulatively. Let's flip that. Let's go 53% pass. Let's go 47% run. And that's all. I think that those two things are the quick, easy things. I think in doing one, you do the other. I think in running hurry up, you probably increase the amount of passing attempts. So you would move that margin up. So you would probably be able to kill two birds with one stone if they went that route, Isaiah. Randall asks, who had the best pass rush win rate last year? I wonder what guy like Lawrence Taylor or Reggie White had. I'd be interested to do that too. I don't know if the PFF guys, because they do go back and re-rate those old games, I think. It'd be interesting to go back and see that. Eventually I'm going to get their subscription so I can see all of their data and just dive into it. I would say last year, if we're looking at pass rush win rate, who would be one of the top ones up there? That's a great question. I've not seen who it is. Certainly, you would think that probably Shaquille Barrett would be right up in there, right? Because he's got the 20 plus sacks last year. So he's got to be the guy that's probably your likely candidate. Watt would probably be another guy, because I think Watt had a phenomenal amount of pressures last year. And even a guy like Yannick Ngakoue has got good pass rush rate. So I'm not sure. I don't have a good answer for you on that, Randall, but that'd be my guess. Seahawks. Thoughts on Everson Griffen signing with the Cowboys? I was surprised. To be honest with you, with some of how long the Clowney situation has taken to play out. We're in a training camp, still not here. Still don't know if there's really any kind of deal that's near in place. We've heard the door is ajar. I've been kind of silently kind of expecting that the Griffen thing was going to be a signing to the Seahawks. So him going to the Cowboys is a shocker to me. The Cowboys are a team that I think a lot of people are sleeping on. They're a team that the problem with the Cowboys, they get overhyped every year, and then they don't deliver. And so teams have gotten a little bit of a cowboy lash as far as year after year. And certainly ESPN sometimes turns into the Cowboy Central at times with some of their programming, and that just annoys people. But at the end of the day, the team is stacked up. I was looking at their draft the other night with my brother because I was talking with him about it, and they murdered the draft. You guys, they absolutely murdered the draft. CeeDee Lamb, potentially the best wide receiver in the draft. I don't think he's a star in the making, but he's a pretty bulletproof player as far as he should be solid for them right out the gate. I thought that they should have gone for Cesar Ruiz at the center position maybe because they had tried Frederick leaving. But then they get in like the 5th round Tyler Bides out of Wisconsin, who's the guy who helped Taylor rush for all those yards to become the 1st round pick in that inside zone scheme that Wisconsin ran. He'll be a fine player for them. And it goes even beyond. I don't have the guys off my head, but they got Bradley Anae in the 5th round, who's going to be a good pass rusher. Nelvin Gallimore, a great 3-tech pass rusher who's going to back up Gerald McCoy for them. They really did a great job in this draft that should pay dividends for them even into this next year. And then you look at their offseason, Gerald McCoy on a decent deal, bringing Aldon Smith into the back off. If Aldon Smith's got anything to offer, he's a guy who still was really young when he left the league. Maybe he's got a little juice left. They're getting Crawford back into the rain. Then you add Everson Griffen in on top of it. They've got some depth. They've got some talent. I think the Cowboys are going to be a problem this season, Seahawks. And they got him at a low-end deal. The one nice part of it, Seahawks, though, the one upshot is the Cowboys certainly would have been in play with the signing of this Everson Griffen deal. They certainly are in play for Clowney. Maybe they weren't going to be willing to go up to the price Clowney would have been, but if Clowney wanted to play closer to the South, closer to his home for an organization that was a Super Bowl contending team, which I think he wants to play for a contending team at this point, they could have been a threat to us. They're now off the board. They're one more team that you remove their piece off the board as far as we often worry about them coming in and snatching him up last second, I think, at this point. So I like it a lot from that aspect of things. But I hope it just leads us to getting Clowney at that point, Seahawks. So if we lose Everson Griffen because we're waiting on Clowney and Clowney doesn't deliver, and now we're out Clowney and Griffen, and now we've got maybe Clay and maybe nothing, that's going to be a little dismayed that you waited out and you held out at that point without any really good answers. Randall in the league or on the Seahawks? What do you mean on that one, Anthony? My mind's probably blanking. Randall in the league. I don't know what you mean on that one. Isaiah Rupp says, hey, do you think the Seahawks coaching staff will give Russell Wilson more freedom in the offense? Yeah. So like I was saying, Isaiah, I think that they are going to do a little more hurry up. I think they're going to give him a little bit more chance to do some stuff. How much we'll see. I don't think all the reins are coming off and they're just like, let God take over Russell. Like they're not going to let him go that far with it. But yeah, you're going to see, I think finally, especially with them voicing it as much as he is, I think he's voicing it because they've already arrived at settling on the fact that they're going to do it. I don't know that he'd be voicing it even up into this last couple of days ago where Russell came out and said, I'd sure like to play more of the rest of the game like the fourth quarter. And this, of course, is in reference to Pete Carroll and his mantra of, can you win the first quarter? No. Can you win the second quarter? No. Can you win the fourth quarter? Yes. So it's Russell kind of taking a subtle kind of poke at that and saying, no, we need to play all throughout the game for the win, not just at the end. So I think that's going to be built into that, man. Jason Butler, I'm mod for Tom Grossi. As for the receiver, it kills me. We left it untouched. Adams is a nightmare for defenses, but he absolutely can't do it alone. I guess we just have to trust decisions and hope for the best. Yeah, maybe they've got a receiver there are guys out there they could still pluck in. I mean, if you guys brought in Antonio Brown tomorrow, right, Jason? And I know that Packer Nation would be a lot like there's Seahawks Nation. There's a bunch of people just hate the guy and would not love the thing. But the talent he gives you on the football field with Aaron Rodgers' ability to extend plays, then you would be able to really, that would fit just like with Russell. It fits really well with Antonio's skill set. Maybe the player isn't great. Maybe the person isn't great, but the skill set would fit so well. That's the move to me that the Packers should be looking to make here, Jason, because you've got the secondary on point. Those guys are all coming together. They're meshing. They've been together for a few years. You've got enough of a defensive line there that you can pass rush and get after it. Certainly linebackers are a little bit of a question, but again, there's enough for me there that it's just that receiver thing could end up being your kryptonite, your Achilles heel. I mean, you can double up Adams. Who's going to Sternbergen's the guy that's going to now be the guy getting open at that point? I feel like they got to do something, but well, Jay, that's cool that you're a mod for Tom, Jason. Let him know if he ever wants to do a combo skit. I had an idea for one for a Packers fan. So, which would be just essentially, we're just talking shit to each other through the whole call. Yeah. Where I say stuff like, it's still a catch. Sorry, I lost my place. Sometimes the thing updates. Seahawks strength next year. Seahawks strength of schedule next year. Seahawks strength next year. Offense or defense? Any chance of top 5 in the league? I guess one of them is going to need to be if we have any shot of going to the Super Bowl. Where we stand right now, Tobias, as far as where I would project our ratings to be, is I think we have a top 5 offense right now. Absolutely. And then I think we have, as we sit right now, we're a top 20 defense. So, and that sounds bad at first, but please understand and consider if you take basically all of the metrics from total yards given up, points given up, all that, and you just threw it into a blender, we probably spit out about number 30 last year. So if we're 2021, that's still 10 spots better than we were last year. And that's still a pretty nice little leap that you've taken. As well, I'm expecting the offense to be even a little bit better this next season. So that's where I would probably put both of those positional groups, Tobias. And if you do get a pass rusher, if you get another one tech in there, I would push it even further up into the teens as far as where the defense could find itself. But I don't think it's at a point of yet getting to a spot where I see it being elite. We can cause a lot of turnovers. We can cause a lot of ruckus, a lot of chaos back there. Go back to last year where at every defensive metric, we were horrible with the exception of takeaways. We were pretty good in that respect. I'd expect us to be even better this year with a guy like Dunbar back there, with a guy like Adams back there. I think you'll be even better at taking away the ball. So even if you're in the 20s, maybe you're still elite as far as taking away the ball goes. And as Pete says, it's all about the ball. Team 12 says, what will be happening to your cat? My cats are coming with me to Maui. And boy, has it been a pain in the ass getting all the paperwork and vaccinations and jeez, but they're coming with me. Randall, I'm going to say Aaron Donald. Yeah, I think I misunderstood the question on that. There. I didn't get the second part of your question, Tobias. I'm sorry. I guess one of them needs to be if we want any shot. Okay. Did I miss your question, Randall? Yeah, Randall, I missed. Sorry. Oh, there we go. Who had the best? Oh, yeah, there we go. So probably, yeah, Aaron Donald might be. The tough part with Aaron Donald and saying him, Anthony, is that he gets doubled a lot. So that's going to lower down your pass rush win rate. On that basis alone, as we've seen with Clowney last year. Clowney still had a really good pass rush win rate. He was right, 11.5%. But how much of that was depressed because he was double and triple teamed so often? You have a lot of these pass rushers on those edge who aren't being double and triple teamed as much. Their win rate's going to be much higher. A guy like TJ Watt gets a lot of his production because it's coming on blitzes. His pressures do, which means he's going to be singled up a lot at the time. Landon Edwards says, with Clowney still holding out, it makes me wonder if he's waiting to see if we sign another star tackle. Adding another player, another guy will help him have a better prove it year by taking the attention off him. I don't think it's down to that at this point, Landon, with him. I think money is the big issue here, is that he wants to try to get as close to some value back to where he's not even getting anywhere near where I think he thought he was going to get at the start of the offseason, but getting somewhere close to the value, especially if it's on a 1 year, like you said, prove it deal. He wants the money to be there. I don't think he's as worried about the talent, aside from the fact I think he does want to play for a winner. He does want to go to a contender. He doesn't want to just go for a crap team so he can get paid. I feel pretty confident in saying that. Randall McDaniel says Cowboys D-line would be the best in the league if it was 2016. After Lawrence, I don't know. Those guys are making it. I don't know if those guys are making it 16 games each. Well, Gerald McCoy did have a pretty good year last year. I think he played most of the games, 12, 13 games. The nice thing is when you've got a guy like Gallimore behind him now, you can start Gallimore 1 or 2 games and he can hold the water there for it. I agree with you. There's some questions there still with him. There is Everson, Alden. Those are no certain deals, but they've definitely got a lot more talent on that defensive line, I feel like, than they necessarily had. Though they did get a good year out of the former Ram. Robert Quinn had a good year for them last year, which they did lose. I like their draft, man. I'd have to go double check what it was I was seeing last night, but I was looking at their first, second, third round pick. I just said all these picks I love. I love all these picks and where they were, especially where they were picked at. Are they going to try top 5 blitzing to try to get better? They may, Derek. They blitzed a lot last year. Maybe they just say we've got better players to blitz this year, so let's blitz as much as we did last year. We've got better players to get it done. So they certainly were willing last season to do that. Jason Butler says the only one bye worries me. The NFC is already a nightmare, but now Brady's in the NFC and almost every division is a battle zone, says Jason. There'll be no real offseason, makes things interesting. Yeah, it's going to be, good luck predicting stuff, Jason, at this point. The thing that'll help teams is the teams that are maintaining rosters and keeping who they've had and keeping the coaching staffs. People that are trying to do new things are going to struggle, I think, a little bit. With that said, I agree with you. I've been on the Tampa Bay bandwagon saying I think that they're going to be a good team. And it's not just because of Brady and not just because of Gronk, but that front seven and what it can do. But you guys, Jason, are going to benefit, I think, a little bit in the respect of you potentially have the weaklings to a little bit maybe beat up on. I don't think Detroit's going to be tough. I don't think Chicago with their weird quarterback situation is going to be tough. And you've got Minnesota, who again, I think they've leaked some talent out of there the last couple of years. A similar situation. I think you guys are going to be able to maybe beat up on them a little, maybe even go in 5-1, 6-0 in your division. And with the other divisions beating the hell out of each other, where Tampa Bay's got to go up against the Tampa Bay, and then you got Carolina and New Orleans. It's same thing with the NFC West, where we could kind of beat up. You guys are in contention for that number 1 seed because of that alone in your schedule. You guys do have a first place schedule, though. That does hurt you at the 2 extra games against the tougher opponents, Jason. But you guys are legitimate. There's no doubt about that. Get this chat going here and see where I'm at. Wish the chat didn't update and push everything down because it throws it all off. Ty, Win, how's it going? Offensive line has the biggest weakness. Yeah, it's the biggest weakness, Ty, because the downside of it being the biggest weakness is you've got Russell at this point in trouble. He's at risk. You don't have the pass protectors that a guy like Mahomes has in front of him, or a guy like Lamar has in front of him, or like any other many of the top end quarterbacks have in front of them as far as protection. Russell doesn't necessarily have. So yeah, I think it is the biggest weakness at this point, followed up by the defensive line. Luckily, there are other parts on your teams that are huge strengths, secondary, monster strength, wide receiver corps, fairly big strength, especially if you get Gordon, it's a monster strength, linebacking core strength. So it's a little bit imbalanced, Ty, but it is the weakness, undoubtedly. Clara, how you doing, Clara? Oh, thanks. I got to shave it soon for the new job, but I'm getting my mileage out of it while I can with the beard. I hear you on the Jadavian Clowney thing. I wish it would happen. When I was talking to him the other day, or when we were playing the games online the other day, I was biting my tongue, just like, is this going to happen or what? like Josh Gordon's Instagram a couple weeks ago, where I'm like, come on, man, come on, play. This is football season. Why aren't you in a camp right now? I don't dare ask that, but I want to ask that. But guys like the facial hair here. We got to get another 3 weeks of it, and then it's out. Randall McDaniel, with the year's rookie class being a consensus redshirt because of COVID, plus 2021 being a crapshoot, will it hurt the overall product on the field for 3 to 5 years? Maybe that's a reach. No, it's not a reach. The tough thing, of course, with the NFL too, Randall, that they don't have is there's really not much in G leagues, and they've been trying to do with these XFL leagues and stuff like that to get these kind of minor league or secondary leagues where you could have players who are then able to train and continue to continue to refine their craft of football, because it's very hard to do if you're not on a team, if you're not practicing, if you're not in that sort of situation. But it certainly should probably hurt them, because there isn't that backup of guys that are trained and ready to roll once you lose these front guys, and you don't have the off-season training camps. And are we going to see it go back to regular this next spring and the next off-seasons? Probably not. It'll probably be even further limited. They'll probably do a lot more of these online type of things. And yeah, it's going to probably eventually affect the product on the football field. I don't think there's any way that it can't. And certainly just not even from the standpoint of practice, but the injury thing. I think you're going to have way more injuries, Randall, than we've had over the last 3 or 4 years. Major injuries especially. That means the front line goes out, secondary guys go in, too many secondary guys go in on a particular team. You're getting much less of a product, much less of a football team. It's the haves and have-nots at that point, and the parity that the NFL so fervently relies upon then starts to sort of fall apart a little bit. Devin Peterson. What's up, Devin? Who is going to the Super Bowl? I got right now, because I'm a homer and I'm an unabridged homer, and I'm just going to be a homer. I don't care. I'm going to take our Seahawks going to the Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs. And then we're going to do the Chiefs, but the Patriots did us, sneaking out that Super Bowl in 2014. That's how I played out. Balake. What is up, Balake? Do you think we're going to drop some players for Clowney? They could if they wanted to. There's a couple guys you could sign, you could free up money with if you wanted to free up money with tomorrow that are not on the books on any kind of guaranteed contract. So if they wanted to, Balke, they could. Do I think it's going to take that at this point? I don't know that it will take that at this point. Honestly, I wish I had more information on this, but it's just there's not a lot there to be known, you know? Power of Myth asked Jaharis, where do you want to see Clowney go? Jaharis wants to see his cousin go to the Patriots. I've already had this talk with him. He is a diehard Patriot fan to the core. So he wants to see him go there. But Balake, they could get him if they want to get him at this point. The good news, Balake, is I don't know how many other teams can compete to pay him even at the 1-year deal that Seattle could pay him at. Certainly a team like the Patriots could, but does Jadeveon really want to go play for the Patriots? And I feel like the Patriots are really setting themselves up for the next season. I think they want to roll all that cap over. That's why they had their players opt out en masse like they did. John Robinson says, what's your thoughts on Everson Griffen signing? So yeah, John, I think I answered that one. TJ Wilborn says this draft is going to be bad because the only way I see it is they look at the past film on players, and players like Joe won't even get a chance of getting drafted. Yeah, many players get vaulted into that junior year, or many of them are even, let's face it, red shirt sophomores, right? This is how you get 20-year-old players into the NFL like Rasheem Green. When they don't have that red shirt sophomore year, but they're pressed to get to the NFL because they want to get that clock ticking so they can get to their first free agent contract. Well, now you've got a guy who, if he had that prior year, might be a first-round pick, might be a second-round pick. And it affects it all the way through the draft, right? A guy who could have that senior year film or that redshirt sophomore year gotten himself vaulted into a high second-round area. Now he suddenly drops into because he's only got his freshman year of tape, he's suddenly into the 5th, 6th, 7th round range. You're getting this prime young player at that point who's going to have to develop, but you're getting him now for it's pennies as far as the draft picks capital goes and picking him up. And it's going to be hard to pick where that guy is. It's going to be hard to unearth that diamond beforehand and know he's a diamond. Everyone's going to look like Cole. Cole Churkas, did you laugh also at Greg Williams' comments? I did laugh at it, Cole. And I think it's a little bit of, he's a little butthurt because he's losing his best defensive player by a wide margin. So he's hurt by that. He's a guy he needs for his scheme to work. His scheme's not going to work as well this year because he doesn't have Adams. So he threw some shade at Adams. I'm just glad Pete shot back. I don't want to let, Pete, don't let other coaches talk trash like that, especially coaches who don't have your type of success. Randall McDaniel, isn't Tre'Davious White from Bills sitting out the year? I think he was contemplating sitting out the year, but I think he changed his mind. I think. Marty M.F. Williams. Who would we cut for Clowney? The two guys right off the top of my head that you could cut, Marty, would be Jacob Hollister. So you could slide Luke Wilson into Jake Hollister's slot. Jake Hollister's making $3.2 million this year. That's a lot of chunk of change for a guy that's, kind of limited as a tight end. He just is. The other guy is David Moore, $2.1 million. If you bring on Josh Gordon, if you got Philip Dorsett here, we've got the Ursuas and Swains and Sullivans. Maybe you feel good enough at that point to cut out David Moore. That's $2.1 million there. So right off the gate there, we've got 4.4 million, $5.4 million. You already got, I think, some cap space still available. You could do those type of moves. You could still sign a guy like Lockett to a contract extension, maybe create some space there with him. They could get creative if they want to get creative on that, Marty. They could. We just don't know what the cost or the real price is that's holding it up at this point. Lord Google says, how do you feel about Jacob Hollister? I love him. I feel about Hollister like I feel about Luke Wilson. I think that they're functional tight ends. They can get the job done. I think if they've got a defender near them and they don't have separation, they're going to struggle at times to make the catch. They're not good contested catchers, which is always a problem when you're throwing with Russell Wilson because he's a contested catch guy in the way he'll throw a ball. He wants to see separation. But if they're open, they're going to make the catch. They're not the biggest guys. They're not the most overwhelming blockers, but they're willing blockers. They'll stick their nose in there and go. I just come down to it's the price for me, Lord. So when I look at a guy like Luke Wilson with the new CBA, the veterans can come back in on a 1-year, $1 million deal versus paying $3.2 million to Hollister. I'd rather go for the $1 million deal at that point. I guess at that point, you're only saving $2.2 million, but that could be the difference to get Clowney over for the hump. If it's the difference, then that's the hump I'm going over, Maxwell, I appreciate that, man. The channel is doing great. We've had a lot of great support from all you guys. I guess this is a good time to announce we're going to do an event. I'm coming to Seattle, folks. So if all goes well and COVID doesn't destroy everything here, I'm going to, on the first game of the season, the Atlanta Falcon game, going to go to a Seattle bar somewhere. So if you guys got some suggestions, if you guys got a place you want to meet up at, certainly post it on in the chat. I'm still thinking about it, but I'm going to be doing my move. And in my move, I'm going to Seattle, dropping my car off at the docks. It's going to be flying out to Maui, but I've scheduled it. So I've got one game that I'll be there in Seattle. We're going to see if we can maybe take over a bar if you guys want or something. I don't know. I'm still thinking about how we want to do it, but I wanted to let you guys know that before I forget. But yeah, the channel is doing great. You guys have been awesome in your support. Houston M, I think we need to bring in more than one defensive tackle. Nobody behind Puna, Reed can be counted on in any capacity, and any injury to either one would sink the line completely. I don't disagree with you, Houston. If tomorrow you went out and you picked up Marcel Darius and you got Timmy Jernigan in, you'd get the one tech with Marcel, you get the 3 tech with Timmy Jernigan. I'd prefer something more along those lines too. I mean, that's you could make the argument that that's more necessary, and just maybe speaks to your point. That is more necessary than adding a pass rusher. That you could get by with Rasheem, Waioa, Irvin, and maybe LJ Collier and Shaquem Griffin. Right? That cluster of guys would give you just enough to get a little bit of an improvement on what you had last year as far as pressure, sacks, all that stuff. But as I've spoken about and harped on throughout this live stream, we got to stop the run first and foremost. We need big bodies up front to do that. Brian Monet is not going to get that done. So I'll be in favor of it, Houston. I'd be on board with it. If they sign 2, I'd be okay with it. There's not a lot of talent out there. That's the big problem right now, is they've waited long into this area here to dive in. But we'll see what they do. I've got to feel like they've got something cooking in the background. Randall McDaniels asks, if a player has opted out for the 2020 because of COVID, can they change their mind and come back? Say a cure is found right after election or something crazy like that. As I understand it, no, because the teams then get the cap space back for a guy that's gone on COVID. They're then using the cap space to bring other players in. You can't go over the cap and bring the guy back. So they had to choose. There was a yay or nay proposition. You're in or out, and you make your decision now. So I think once you're out for the year. Tobias Larson says, who do you have us starting at nickel? Ugo, Blair, Flowers, or Dunbar? Is that most likely the way to get Blair on the field? It does seem like the coaching staff is now looking to find their way to get Blair on the field rather than what you might think it was going to be initially after the trade, being that you would think maybe they bring Adams down somewhere in the box. Maybe they got him taking snaps over at the will at times in passing situations. Maybe even they align him over there at nickel corner from time to time. But it seems as if instead what we're seeing is that you'll see more of Adams in the traditional strong safety box safety role a little bit. And then as you spoke to, they're trying to bring Blair up as that slot corner, or at least he's in competition with Ugo. Now, ideally, maybe you'd like to see where you could match it up where if you're facing a small jitterbug type of slot guy, that you bring Ugo out there and you have him as the slot corner in the game. And then if you get a bigger tight end that they're trying to put in the slot a bunch, maybe then more often you bring out Marquise at that point. But there is a competition between the two. Whatever they've got to do to get Marquise Blair on the field, they've got to get him on the field. He adds a component to this defense we need. He's got upside to him. I know a lot of people look at the Jamal Adams trade as an indictment on him as a player, and that maybe Seattle is kind of a little bit off on him as a bit, but maybe his long-term future is at free safety. He's a guy that can play both of those positions, and maybe they look at him down the road in that aspect. But get him on the field. To get the best version of this defense out there, in my opinion, this year, Marquise Blair's got to find some snaps on that football field. He can't just sit on the bench most of the year like it was last year. Maxwell Stern, would you say Brooks was a reach? Yeah, Maxwell, I do feel like Brooks' pick was a reach. And I also feel like that the PR public relations stuff out there that's being sold to everybody, that he's going to play outside linebacker, or he's going to play Will, or he's going to play Sam. And again, this is what they've told us all off season. Oh, well, we'll move KJ over to Sam, and then we'll put this guy here, and then we'll put that guy, and then Jordan will be out here. And I told you guys throughout that time period, it's not happening. Jordan Brooks is going to spend his first year on the bench. That's how this is going to play out, because his best position long-term is middle linebacker. And that's where they've started out here in training camp. There's no preseason game, so he's not going to be able to show out. It's just the way that this is going to break down to. And I would have much rather have seen them gone for, one of the plethora of tackles that was in this draft, Maxwell, at that pick. I would have rather have seen them go for. With that said, he's not a respect of a reach as far as long-term goes, because long-term, he's going to be a fantastic middle linebacker for this team. I have said, I believe that there's some sort of understanding or acknowledgement between Bobby Wagner and the front office, where Bobby's told them that, look, you're not getting me for another year or two at the most. That's where I'm at. And Seattle's making this pick as much for the future, which is where a lot of these picks were taken up, frankly, in this draft. A lot of this draft was about projection in these players. It wasn't about what you're getting immediately out the gate. It's what you're going to get down the road. What you'll get down the road in Colby Parkinson and Darrell Taylor and Alton Robinson and Jordan Brooks. And we can argue to whether that's good or bad approach to things. I think some of it was impacted by COVID. And I think eventually I might write a book about how John Schneider attacked this offseason in a way he kind of foresaw some of how this COVID situation would play out, and how it affected him in free agency, and how it affected him in the draft, and how he attacked those situations with that understanding. But he's going to be a good player eventually, Maxwell. It just may take a year or two for us to get the full value out of him that we need to get. Jason Butler, Packers and Hawks games are always fun. Heart attacks till the end. You guys have become, Jason, our de facto kind of out of division, I don't know. Now I want to nemesis. It's not like a nemesis. Like Niners are our nemesis, but you're that team that, like, we both know we're bad boys, and we're going to end up having to deal with each other one way or another year after year, and it's gone back years too, Jason, right? Like, you go back into the 2000s, there was a run there for, like, from 2005 to 2010, where I think every single year we were playing, if it wasn't the regular season, then it was the playoffs. It's just our teams always end up aligning up against each other for whatever reason. It's so weird. Did a chat update and it freaked out on me again here. So find my spot. Garrett Edwards, do you think they'll allow fans in the stands this year? If they do, then should you expect me to be asking you out to a Hawks game? Well, I'm going to be in Hawaii by that point. I'm going to be landlocked on an island. But no, I don't think that they will, Garrett. I think that at this point in time, my opinion is I'm kind of surprised that teams are even flirting with having fans in the stadium at all, because there are, I feel like, some liability issues there, especially with all the contact tracer programs they have where they can back it up and realize it all came from this spot. I don't know that they would take that risk at that point, and especially for the marginal audiences they're talking about filling the stands with. Some teams are talking about it, but especially in places like hotbeds, or that have been hotbeds like Seattle, I can't see them doing it. Anthony Bain says, Jordan Brooks is a mystery. His 2018 tape was better than his 2019, especially in coverage. I hope we get 2018 Brooks. And it's some of this has been fun to watch the narrative play out with this, Anthony, as far as the Jordan Brooks pick, because the Jordan Brooks pick happens initially out the gate. It occurs. We select Jordan Brooks and people go, oh my God. And I had actually scouted the guy before our pick. So I knew what player we were getting. And I'd only scouted his 2019 tape, but I saw what you spoke to. And that's that he's completely lost in coverage in this 2019 tape. He has 88 snaps in coverage, no pass breakups, no points and times where he looks like he has any clue as to what he's really doing back there in zone coverage. So then what we hear? Well, of course, Bucky Brooks, former Seattle Seahawks scout, who now works with the NFL Network, was asked about the pick, and he goes, yeah, I know the guy's a thumper. I know he can tackle. I know he's good in the run game, but man, he struggles in coverage. And so Schneider texted his former compatriot, a guy who worked under him formerly, and he said, okay, Bucky. He goes, I know you watched all of his 2019 tape, but I watched all of his 2018 tape. And what John is intimating here is that the 2018 tape was so much better, was so over the top, mind-blowingly, like he was a superstar in 2018 is what they'll tell us. So that's what some of the narrative has been out there. And even from guys that I like a lot, like I love Samuel Gold, but Samuel Gold is so much higher on Jordan Brooks than I am. And so you go back and watch the 2018 tape, right? I sat back, I got my popcorn ready, I watched it. So what did I see? Well, first off, 2019, he's playing middle linebacker. And now 2018, he's playing outside linebacker in a 3-4 scheme. So it's a completely different scheme. And as 3-4 schemes are wont to do, they're very blitz heavy. They're sending a lot of guys after the quarterback, which put him in situations where he was man on man a lot of the time. And he excelled. He could stay in the back pocket of receivers really well. Where he could kind of struggle was he is 6 feet tall with 32.5-inch arms. Going up against a tight end, 6'5", 37-inch vert, 33, 34-inch long arms, ball skills. He's going to struggle a little on that. But he did look better in coverage. The difference being, though, is he played man-on-man in 2018 versus the zone he played in 2019. So let's push this ball forward. What does Seattle play? Do they ask their linebackers to play man, or do they ask their linebackers to play zone? So when we take his 2018 tape and we go, great, he's great in man, it's not going to connect. Seattle plays zone 70% of the time, 80% of the time. We're not playing that man-on-man 3-4 scheme that he was playing in 2018. So I don't take as much. I don't take as much from that 2018 tape to say that Jordan Brooks is going to be this magnificent guy in coverage because of that. I think he's going to have deficiencies in coverage. I think he's still a thumper. I think he's a guy that is going to be great in the run game. As Samuel Gold has pointed to, I think he'll be an upper-level run stuffer as a middle linebacker when he eventually gets into that role. But we're moving into an age of pass-happy attacks. This is where football is going. So will that deficiency really rear its ugly head more often than not, more often than we'd like to see? I hope not. But it could. It could. Looks like Inanity went crazy. Jose Rodriguez says, since we are talking about the future, do you see the NFL doing what the NBA used to do and let high schoolers skip college and enter the draft? No, Jose, I don't think that they'll go that far with it. I don't. Because you've got to get your body prepared to get to the NFL, and it's the weightlifting, all that stuff, the extra time it takes to get your body right and ready to roll. There's some guys that are man-childs that can do it, but I don't think that they'll go that route with it. And Nighty says Hawks are catching another ring. That sounds good to me, Nighty. Randall McDaniel, do we have any coaches on our staff who are considered up and coming? Maybe the next offense or defensive coordinator? No, we don't, Randall. There's no rising stars. And to be your point on this, you had with Quinn, the Atlanta Falcons head coach, he was a guy that was a rising star as a defensive line coach, right? A guy that went to Florida and was only a defensive coordinator once he'd gone to Florida for a year. So that was a guy you were like, ooh, this is a rising. Even a guy like, not Gus Bradley, but Chris Richard, a lot of people thought was kind of a rising star. It hasn't played out that way. But we don't have any guys that are the equivalent of that right now. Nobody was really high on Ken Norton. Nobody's really high on Schottenheimer. I'm not aware of any other coaches that are really like, oh, that guy there, he is a brilliant guy. He's the one you got to watch. Or a guy like Eric Bieniemy with the Kansas City Chiefs, for instance, who's kind of the next guy in line. Randall McDaniel says, I think NFL knew what was going to happen with CFB, and that's why they didn't do the supplemental draft. Could you imagine if Trevor Lawrence was available now? Yeah, that would be crazy. And yeah, they have to get ahead of that, Randall, with the supplemental and not allowing people to kind of get ahead of that process a little bit. But yeah, I think that the people knew this was coming down the tracks. They knew that this whole football thing, the college football season's tried to hold on the conferences and the Big 12s and the Packs and all. They've tried to like, we'll put the schedule on the books. We'll just have it on the books. It's there. It doesn't hurt to have it there. We'll wait and see. It didn't hurt them to wait and see, but it always came down to the fact that you can't ask a student athlete to go risk his life for something he's not getting paid for. You just can't do it. I know they get a scholarship, but that in itself is probably not worth risking your life for, which is, I know the fatality rates are low and all that, but at the end of the day, that is what it is, kind of is. Anthony Bain says, getting Darius and Timmy Jernigan could help the pass rush greatly as quarterbacks hate pressure up the middle. It also flushes quarterbacks towards the ends. Yeah, I think Jernigan would be a little bit more of a help with that, Anthony. I think Marcel's a little more limited at this point in his career as far as a pass rusher. He's a little more space eater, a guy that you're not going to move. But they would help. They would be upgrading over what you have in Monet and Christmas, where I guess are your two backups right now as we stand. Oh, Derek. Glad you have you back, Derek. Juicy. How you doing, Juicy? Did you see how much more buff Daniel Jones got? No, I didn't, but he was a stick figure coming out. So, I mean, he had kind of a, he had a little bit, he had a lot to add onto that build. Getting more coffee. I will be right back. Bear with me. Okay. Sorry about that. French Toast. What's up? French Toast asks, do you think Bradley McDougald was a good to get rid of? Yeah, French Toast, I do, because number one, he was not going to be a long-term answer here, even outside of Jamal Adams not being here. I would have rather have seen Marquise Blair start over him going into this next year. And I think Quandre Diggs is firmly established as the free safety on this team right now. Where I know Bradley McDougald he can play both positions, theoretically speaking. But you had some money you could save on his contract by flipping him. So, for instance, us trading out this Jamal Adams trade for Bradley McDougald, we actually saved in this current upcoming year about $500,000. So when I see that kind of savings that you get back, as far as he also didn't really have a position on the team nor a long-term future with the team, he's a solid guy. But he's not a difference maker out on the football field like Jamal Adams is, or like potentially Marquise Blair could be. So I'm okay with the French Toast as far as that deal goes. Juicy says, also, do you think Saquon will have a better year this year from last year? Probably will. Yeah, the tough part, Juicy, for the New York Giants is the fact that they've not got any wide receivers. I mean, they may have the worst wide receiver core in all of football, or at least one of the worst. So teams are really going to be able to concentrate on Saquon Barkley this year. And he's just not quite, to me, reached what everyone thought he was going to be when he came out, which was the new Barry Sanders. I don't know if he's really gotten to that point yet. And he does have some health things where it seems like every year he's kind of getting dinged up a little bit. He's still a fantastic running back, though, but teams are really going to be able to concentrate on him. It's going to make it hard for him because stack boxes are just tough to run against, especially when it's week in and week out. Maxwell Stern, do you think Anthony Barr will take number 2 quarterback? Oh, Maxwell, I think you're talking about Anthony Gordon. Anthony Barr is the linebacker from the Vikings. No, I think Geno Smith's your quarterback of your number 2 as we go into this year. They'll have Anthony Gordon, I think it is, on the practice squad. Spider Rico, do you think Russell Wilson will play his whole career as a Seahawk? That's a great question, Spider. But I'm worried right now as we stand. Just a little worried. Not hugely, we're just a little concerned. Randall McDaniel says, will not playing middle linebacker to start his career hurt Brooks long-term? What if Robbie had played weak or strong as a rookie? My guess is it's better than not seeing the field. Well, and this is a bit of an issue for me with the Seahawks recently, because what we do a lot of times is take a highly drafted guy, a guy that you're picking at a certain selection who's got a lot of talent at that position, and then you move him off that position. And I always wonder about this because it to me sets the guy a little bit behind the 8 ball to have to go learn a whole new position. And so look at a guy like James Carpenter, who was a left tackle at Alabama. You move him into left guard. It takes him a couple years to become even a league average left guard in this league. You didn't get a lot of value out of him instantly because you could say you moved him off what was really where his natural position coming out of college was. We saw this with Ifedi. You moved him off right tackle to right guard out of Texas A&M initially. You could make some arguments that the guard position was really where he should have been long-term, that was his best position, as evidenced by the fact that's where the Bears are currently moving him to. And there's some other examples of this, like Justin Britt from the right tackle, the right guard to center, and we can go on and on. They do this a lot. I don't know that it always returns the benefits that they think it will, being that now they have more versatility on their line or on either line because the guys have learned things, or more versatility in their linebacking core because everybody can play all the positions. But when KJ Wright had to play middle linebacker, he didn't play it very well. He may have known it, but he didn't play it very well. So yeah, I do believe it can set them back a little bit, Randall, when you don't just let them go with their natural position. Francis Perfecto. Welcome, Francis. Thank you for hopping in the chat. Stu MC. I got to pronounce that correctly. What's up from Scotland? How are we doing from Scotland? I'm a big fan of the Seahawks and Pete Carroll and his transformational leadership. I can't wait for staying up to silly o'clock watching Russell shake up defenses. I love it, Stu. Oh, I couldn't have put it better myself. Yeah, it is awesome watching. That's the one part we do harp at times on Pete Carroll and his scheme and being antiquated. And we run a 1980s offense and we don't do anything defensively that's exotic. But at the end of the day, I do always come back to the fact that Pete Carroll is a master motivator. He understands how to run a football team. He understands how to manage a game of football. There's a lot of stuff that he puts as far as bees in his bonnet that people don't often give him as much credit for as they should, and have been a testament to why he's been so successful for so many years now, for so many decades. So glad to hear we got you from Scotland. Eventually, Stu, I'm going to be making a trip to London. We got so many of you guys in Scotland, Ireland, London. We got to do a meet up there at some point. Garrett Edwards, I'll fly you out to the first game back with the fans, but you have to have a full beard to get a ticket. I don't know if my new job will let me, Garrett, but if they'll let me, I'll grow the full beard out. I'll even get the little Spartan edge to it, right? The little Spartan end on the chin, give you that extra width on the chin. What's up, Rob? Yamato Takaabe. What do you think will happen with our defensive line? Yamato, I've got to fall back in thinking that there's two guys there left they're going to pick up here. Another guy on the defensive tackle position and another pass rusher. I'd love to give you a guess as to who it is, but I'd be giving you a guess of what I'd want it to be at this point, which is Jadeveon Clowney and Snacks Harrison. These are the two guys that are these are the two spots to fill defensively on that line that now round out all of the defensive line rotation, round out the talent, and get you in a position to stop the run, which was a problem last year, and which is what I'm really most worried about as it concerns that defense line. So I think you're going to still add two guys. I'd like to think it's Snacks and Jadeveon. It could end up being Marcel Darius and Clay Matthews. But I to say that I could make an accurate guess on that, I can't. I don't think anybody really knows at this point. But they will put somebody there. Somebody's coming. Solar Zyme, Seahawks are the GOATs. I agree with that, Solar. I'm good with that. I can go with that. Radul Javez, how you doing, Radul? I was super critical of your draft video. Your response was super classy. I just want to thank you, bro. Oh, Radul, I appreciate it, man. I got no issues with people being critical with me on the channel. As long as people aren't coming on a troll or do whatever else. I try to be opened up for people to disagree with me here. I don't know it all, and I'm wrong. I feel like I get more right than I get wrong, but I know I get stuff wrong. And I'll say this, Rodell, I get way overly emotional the last two drafts. So if you watch my reaction to LJ Collier and Jordan Brooks, there's a part of me, Radul, that's really happy we don't have a first round pick this year, so I don't have to lose my shit. Because every year I'd be losing my stuff and wrongfully so. I need to be a little more tempered in my response and not lose it when I do. But I did so much draft preparation. I'd scouted so many guys. I was so hyped about the depth and quality of this draft, thinking, oh, we're going to get a legit guy. Even if they go outside the box, even if they do the Carol Schneider thing, it's like they'll still have to get a guy. They'll get a guy. But I appreciate that, man. I'm glad I wasn't a dick to you or anything. Yamato, how do you think Pete Carroll and Ken Norton are going to use Jamal Adams? Well, my buddy D-Mac, who's a guy that won a national title in college, double A, not the main Division I stuff, the Division II. He was a safety in college. So he's a guy I lean back on a lot, Yamamoto for his advice and what he understands in the safety play. And he's absolutely convinced that what Jamal Adams is going to play is what they call this apex role. The forebears of this have been somewhat of the Alabama defense with utilizing this type of player, but it's essentially a guy that would be playing a multitude of positions depending on the scheme. So, he could be a guy who plays the will linebacker when you're nickel, but then he could be playing the dime middle linebacker role when you go to dime. It's a guy that you move kind of positionally all over the place, but he's just a hunter out there on the field. He gets to do a lot of freelancing. My buddy D-Mac really feels convinced that they're going to use him into some kind of respect like that. I have to think they are too as well, because you didn't bring this guy in to try to just take a square peg and force them into the round hole of your system. You're going to afford your system to the player and allow him to do what he does well, which is take advantage of his instincts and let him freelance a little bit. That's when Adams is at his best. When he sees things, he's very accurate in seeing them. And I go back to the play I've gone back to here is you can watch a breakdown of Jamal Adams online. I think he's talking with Brian Baldinger, and they're breaking down a play where he came through and he shot the gap on a running play on Leonard Fournette against the Jaguars. And his initial responsibility pre-snap is he's playing essentially would be our cover 3. He's got the deep end or cover 4. The deep end of the field is what he's responsible for. So he can't let a guy get over the top of him deep. But he reads the offensive lineman. The guard notices the guard lineman, because of his stance, he's going to be pulling. And so because he's pulling, he knows then it's a run game. So then he knows it's not a pass. So he knows then he doesn't have to protect against that deep part of the field. He can ignore essentially his responsibility on the play and then just shoot the gap. Shoots the gap, makes a play on Leonard Fournette in the backfield. The offense has no way to stop that. No way to stop that kind of play. But you need to allow him to do that, Yamamoto. You need to allow him to do those type of things to get the most out of him. Houston M says, how much of Bobby's apparent decline last year was actually signs of aging versus being put in poor positions due to surrounding talent and the defensive scheme and personnel decisions? Houston M, I would say that I would probably say it's less on the scheme. I will say that he was not able to be kept as clean from the guards coming downhill, and that's a big part of middle linebackers, of course. Their success is going to be built on having those dogs up front. I've used this example in the past of Ray Lewis's career. So when Ray Lewis comes in the door and starts with the Ravens and they get to that Super Bowl, he's got big, fat Tony Saragusa at 350 pounds at one defensive tackle position, and he's got big, fat Sam Adams at the other defensive tackle position. And what those two guys made sure of was that no guards were coming down to block Ray Lewis downhill. He could move sideline to sideline, use that great speed, and he could just kind of free flow back there. But then those guys got old, they moved on, they retired. There was a couple years there where Ray Lewis kind of dipped a little bit in his play. And then the Ravens went out and got Haloti Ngata, a perfect one tech for that 3-4 scheme, a guy that you have to double every time. That, again, now kind of reinvigorated Lewis's career a little bit, got him a couple extra quality years at the end of his career. I would offer that is a little bit, to your point, Houston, something that we saw here with Bobby in that respect of that you had Al Woods up front and Boone and Ford up front, and that's not going to protect him all the time. It's not going to protect you when you got Quentin Jefferson or Brandon Jackson up there in front of you. So that certainly is a part of it. I think less than him decline being age, I would tend to think that it also injury. He was beat up a little bit by all accounts last year. Not a major injury maybe, but he was fighting through some stuff that probably slowed him down just a little bit as well. I do think he can still have a bounce back year, but he probably is not going to ever be the player that we saw 2 years ago where he was really pushing for a defensive player of the year as a defensive player of the year candidate. Chat went weird. Very Hairy Larry. What is up, Very Hairy Larry? Good to see you on the chat. Glover 12. We should fire our strength and conditioning coach. The guy is atrocious. It showed last year. He has a terrible history. Yeah, when you strength and conditioning coaches should have cool nicknames like the Power Driver, or that's a horrible nickname, but just something that like speaks to how awesome they are as a trainer. When your name is Ivan the Terrible, because your guys get injured so often because of your training techniques, probably not a very good strength and conditioning coach. And it's going to be a place, Glover, I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to this year. Specifically, let's look for a lot of the outsets last year. We had the abdominal injuries, right? They got Nick Valor, they got Jadeveon Clowney. I think a couple guys got caught under that injury with the core issue injuries. The sports hernias, I think is what they call it. Let's see if we get more of those popping up this year. Let's see if we can get a little healthier. But that is something to watch, Glover. And if we do run back into a situation where we're the most injured team in the NFL, that is that our starters lost more games due to injury than any other team in the NFL last year. If that duplicates itself again, that's not a flyer. That's not a one-off. It's time to make a change. Bring in a guy who knows what he's doing. It's silly to have a guy like this along who sort of has failed up at all of those last three positions. Garrett Edwards, this is my first time listening to your stream, but it's my first time commenting. I feel like I'm getting cheated not hearing any comments for D-Boy. I know, I miss D-Boy, man. D-Boy must be up to something. He's probably having some fun last of his summer here before he's got to do school or whatever. But I know it's not the same when we don't got D-Boy in the chat. Garrett says, how do you feel Russell fares with the changes in our O-line? Well, I think that the O-line is going to be pretty similarly playing as it's played over the last few years. I do think Damian Lewis is going to be an upgrade both in pass protection and as a run blocker at right guard over what Fluker was kind of at the end of his time here was. And I do like the center position even being an upgrade. So I think there's a room for maybe a tiny bit of marginal improvement. I do think Brandon Shell at the end of the day is probably going to be just about what Fetty was. I worry about Dwayne Brown's health, Garrett. This guy's been injured, had a couple injuries throughout his career, 35 years old. When he goes out, you got Cedric Obuje in there. It gets real crazy at that point. It gets really scary at that point when you're putting Cedric out there like that. So I'm worried about our offensive line specifically, as not even as it affects upsetting the course of the play. Russell has shown that he can operate behind an offensive line that's not getting it done up front. It's the injury aspect. Russell has played every single game of his career. He's got the Iron Man streak going. You just wonder, because all these mobile quarterbacks throughout history, going back to Randall Cunningham and Steve Young, they all end up suffering a major injury because the guys that run around a bunch in that as quarterbacks tend to take more hits than the pocket passers, surprisingly enough. So that's the one place I worry about mostly in the offensive line, Garrett. But they do think I like me, Ethan Posick. The BJ guy that we got out of the Steelers, the other center guy, he's a good pass protector as a center. He's much better than Joey Hunt was. So you have places that you can be better at on that line than you were last year. And I think Mike Iupati, if he can stay healthy, actually had a really underrated year for us last year. Been watching a lot of tape on the guy, and he actually held up a lot better in pass protection, especially handling the stunts, than I really gave him credit for. I thought he was really a bad part of that line as far as pass protection goes, but no. He was actually pretty decent in some of the film I've been rewatching. Austin Latimer. What's up, Austin? With the recent bolstering of the secondary with Adams and Dunbar, we'll be able to counteract the decline because of the possibility of a lack of Clowney. So I think, Austin, what you're essentially saying is if we upgrade the secondary, can it overcome now the lack of pass rush? Because you had a bad pass rush last year, and now it potentially gets a little worse or right on point with what we had last year. If you say Clowney, Al Woods, Quentin Jefferson lost, Benson Mayowa, Bruce Irvin, full year Jarran Reed gained. So it's all kind of an offset. It's what I've in looking at this, Austin, and trying to be fair about it, because to me, I go, it's not going to matter how good your secondary is if you don't have the guys up front who can speed up the play and not make these guys have to cover for 7, 8, 9 seconds. Because anybody can be great in coverage for 2, 3, 4. And the great guys are in coverage for 4, 5, 6. But then you get into the 7, 8, 9. It doesn't matter how good in coverage is. The guy's going to get open and you give him that amount of time. That's what I worry about most. But again, just to jump on a point I've made earlier on the stream on this, Pro Football Focus, the analytical guys, they're telling us that the old way needs to be thrown out. The way of looking at it and saying you need to have the guys up front, build from the inside out, they're saying build from the outside in now. So that's where they're saying the game is going. And the analytic folks have been the forerunners in baseball and forerunners in basketball and how they've changed the game. We can argue for good or bad or other, but they have changed the game because they've shown that their statistics are effective as a way to go forward. Football is not quite there yet. It's been a little bit slower in adopting that stuff, but that's what it's telling us, Austin. So we'll see if it plays out that way. I do remain just a little bit skeptical as our defensive line currently stands. Radel Chavez, Clowney was solely responsible for at least 3 game turning points. I've said that too. I think even if you're just trying to be, Radul, conservative and you're saying on Clowney's impact last year, even if you're a person that's down on his impact, saying, oh, well, he only got 3 sacks. And I'd offer, well, okay, he only got 3 sacks because he's playing through a hernia and he's one of the most double and triple teamed edge defenders in the entire NFL. If you've got a one edge guy who's not being double teamed ever, he's probably going to be a lot more effective as a pass rusher than the guy being double and triple teamed is. So I have gone back to that, but let's be pessimistic about Clowney. Let's put that hat on for a moment. If that's what we're going to think and go of, you still can't throw away Cincinnati game and you still can't throw away the San Francisco 49ers game. And I'd even offer maybe even the Eagle playoff game. Those are the games where he came in and he really was wrecking shop and was the difference in the game. You probably lose that Bengal game, and people forget about it because it was the first game of the year, but you probably lose that game if you don't have Clowney. And I think we definitely lose the game against the Niners if we don't have Clowney. I mean, even with his impact, we still had to go into overtime to win that game. But Rodul then asks, how do we replace that productivity? My answer would have been Everson Griffen, Rodell, because at least then he can give you some run stuffing. He can give you some pass rush. Unfortunately, now the guys behind them are all going to kind of give you one kind of skill set or another. So Clay Matthews will give you pass rush, but you don't want him in there trying to stop the run. And it's a little bit of that now that you're going to have the give and take game you're going to have to play as you go down the third, fourth, fifth rung of what's left on the table, because there's not a lot there unless they can get creative with a trade, Rodell. That's the only thing that can help them through on that type of situation. Azoz, what are the odds of signing Clay Matthews? Because I think he will be a terrible fit for the Seahawks. I think that there's a good chance of it happening because he did go to USC and what was prior coached under Pete Carroll. I don't know how many options he has available out there that are sitting on the table available for him. I think Pete would be willing to bring him back in, but look, Pete didn't bring Everson Griffen back in, and he is a former USC guy too. But I think what you had Clowney here, Griffen here, and Matthews here is the third guy. And then below Matthews, it's another drop off. So it's as much of that. I don't know if it's signing him would be a pure scheme fit thing as much as it's you're bringing him in because he's the best available out there. And he's not going to require draft capital to bring him in. I would think that's where their logic is on it. Zoe says, do you think Clowney will sign somewhere before the season, either Seattle or Tennessee or anywhere? I do think he is, but I will say this. It's odd that he's waiting this long. I would have thought he would have waited a while, waited on the opt-outs, right? Saw if there was a great pass rusher who maybe opted out, like DeMarcus Lawrence was saying he might have opted out. He was thinking about it until his wife talked him into it with the Cowboys. That would have freed the Cowboys up, I think, this season with about $14-15 million in salary on their cap then to go and get Clowney and sign him at what he wanted. I think he was thinking something like that could have happened, but it didn't play out that way. And now he still remains and he still sits. This tells me that maybe he is considering the thought process of just sitting out the season, that between the depressed value and him looking at a 1-year, $10 million deal at this point versus thinking he's going to come into this year and sign a Joey Bosa-like contract, a 5-year, $100 million deal or something. Maybe that's just too bitter a pill for him to swallow. And he spits it out and he says, I'll just wait till next year and then I'll deal with it then. He hasn't indicated to me that it's that way, but it's a possibility at this point as the countdown starts. AB, Jamal Adams projected 2020 stats: 110 tackles, 2 interceptions, 7 forced fumbles, 10 tackles for losses. Wow, seven forced fumbles, AB. You got my guy jacking people up. I'm going to go on. Okay, I'll go on your thing. I'll go with the 110 tackles. I'm going to give him, he'll play more in a secondary role than he's ever played with the Jets, and I think he gets some more interceptions because of that. I've got him at 4 interceptions. We'll go with 5 total fumbles, and then I've got him 13 tackles for loss because I think he'll be able to really do well in this scheme in the run game. Zoes, the Jamal Adams trade was the smartest move Schneider made in his career, considering the college football is canceled. It's definitely a very, very smart move. I would give you that as Zoes. I don't know if it's the smartest move. They've done some pretty smart moves at times as far as some of the signings they've made and trades they've made. They got 10 years of data to kind of go off of. But absolutely, you've got to look at this move and go, this was him getting ahead of that and anticipating the college season to be canceled while the college season was still, by all accounts, trying to make it work, shows he's out ahead of things. And that's where I've maintained this offseason and where I may eventually write a book if this becomes a successful year of the brilliance of this offseason, because in being conservative in free agency and giving out only the 1 and 2 year contracts, but yet still maybe adding out the talent this year that can still go for it and compete for the Super Bowl in this year of complete chaos, but yet still maintaining the flexibility into next offseason and having the 5th most cap space available to you. And having guys you can still cut out to create even more cap space beyond that to then take advantage of the market at that time, which is going to be one where teams are then struggling to get beneath potentially that $175 million salary cap. They're struggling like mad. They're going to release guys they don't want to release, let go of players they don't want to let go of, who now you can go out in the open market and pick up for pennies on the dollar. That's where the real true brilliance will play out, whereas you go win the Super Bowl this year and then you go you have the 5th most amount of cap space going into next off season. Not a lot of teams have been able to 1-2 that before, you know? Who will have the number one pick next year, and who will underperform the most, and who will overperform? Oh, that's okay. Well, welcome to the chat, Aiden. Thank you. Who will have the number one pick next year? It's a really good question. I'm going to go with so much of me wants to say New England here, just because I feel like they're going to. I feel like New England's tanking for Trevor Lawrence or Fields. I feel like, so part of me wants to just say New England here, but I feel like that's also probably a little bit too easy. I'm going to go with Detroit. I think that Matt Patricia loses that locker room, Aiden, and the moves they've tried to make don't work all that well for them. I think they're the one that are going to get the number one pick next year. The team that I would say that underperforms the most. Team that underperforms the most. I think the Denver Broncos are one that's being overhyped way. They're not being overhyped a ton, but I think they're being overhyped more than they should be. How about I go with the Philadelphia Eagles, Aiden, as a team that underperforms the most? And as far as overperform, I think the Cardinals take another step forward. And it's an overperformance we can maybe see coming, Aiden, but it's one that's valid nonetheless. They've added a lot of talent. They've done well on the draft. I think that they're a team that's improved over what they were last year, and I think that Kyler Murray's the real deal. We'll see if it plays out that way, but even adding a move like Kenyon Drake, which was a subtle move last year at the trade deadline, was a perfect fit. He wasn't being used right at all in Miami, but he's being used perfectly with Arizona, as evidenced by the game that he broke out against us. So those are my three picks. JSD says, what's your Super Bowl prediction? Well, I'm going to be a homer on this, JSD. I'm going to be an unbridled homer on this one. So I've got the Seattle Seahawks going up against the Kansas City Chiefs and beating them in a shootout, 41-38. AB says, our defensive line is honestly too packed. We got too many people. I don't think that's the case. Don't think so. So right now, your defensive tackle position, for instance, you got Jarran Reed and you got Poona Ford and Brian Monet and Marcus Christmas. Christmas, we don't know what the hell we got in that guy. Who knows what Christmas is? And a guy in Brian Monet, his limited snaps last year, he didn't give you a whole lot. Poona Ford's a one-tech guy. It's not going to give you much pass rush, and hopefully Jarran Reed can give you a bounce back, but you're very light there as far as depth goes. On the defensive end position, yeah, Benson Mayowa and Bruce Irvin are good rotational rushers, but you better – AB at that point, get production out of LJ Collier and Rasheem Green on early downs. Those guys better not be just kind of like okay at that point, because then you don't have enough. If they are good, if they come in, they are legit, then you're right. You might have enough at that point. You might be a little packed, but we need a Leo right now, AB. We need a Leo end. We need the foundational piece of the defense we need right now. Rodell Chavez says, are you a fan of short shorts and Tecmo Tuesday? I'm a fan of short shorts on women. Tecmo Tuesday is cool. I don't got anything against that. Christian Collins. What's up, Christian? What position group needs the most help right now? It seems like it's always an issue on the O-line or D-line. I go back to the O-line being a bigger worry for me, Christian, because I feel like it's where we're weakest at right now. And not just weakest in the pass rush, which is what everyone seems to kind of go to as their default, but in stopping the run. And I'm sorry, folks, I've repeated this a couple of times, but it's got to be noted that our defense wants to stop the run first and foremost. You gave up 4.9 yards per carry last year, which was really bad for a team that wants to stop the run first and foremost. You're not going to get stopping the run when you don't have a Leo end, when you're not sure what you got over at the 5-tech. You hope you know you got something there in Rasheem and LJ, but you're not sure. You know, Rasheem gave you splashes. Like I'm watching the Bengals game, going back and watching that a couple of days ago, and it's like he gives you good plays and he gives you bad plays. It goes up and down. So I think Russell can kind of cover up issues with the O-line. There's no covering up, I think, on the D-line. I don't think a fantastic secondary covers up what issues you have on the D-line. You've got to have talent there, I think. It's the place I'm most concerned about. Randall McDaniel says, stop the run by forcing teams to pass. That was the Indy Colts way. Let Russ be aggressive early, take a lead, and make the opposition one-dimensional. Yeah, that would be the ideal on it. I mean, that'd be ideal, is that you've got, and that's the key to it though, Randall, is that you have to stop the run to force them to pass. It's not very often teams are running the ball really well, and then they're going to go to the pass just because we can get some of that too. It can happen, but more often than not, you got to first stop the run. And if you don't, the other stuff doesn't work either. The pass rush doesn't work. None of it works. But that's the formula. You could like it or hate it. You could wish we did it differently. That is the formula that's in place for us to be successful. So my only thing with this is why not operate in it then? Go get the guys you need to make your formula work. Lord Google says, I think that Clowney is only worth around 10 to 15 million. Am I far off? I would have, Lord Google, for what Clowney gives you, I would have given him a 4-year, 18 to 4-year and a $20 million deal. I would have been around that realm. That's what I would have been if I was a general manager. I think he's one of the best edge defenders at stopping the run in the game. So before we get to his pass rush, let's just start with that. You're getting a perfect scheme fit as a Leo, and he's one of the best edge run stuffers in the game. I'm just talking a second ago about that 4.9 yards per carry. So that's why I'm valuing at that point on a 4-year, $20 million deal. It's because first and foremost, I'm getting phenomenal play as a run stuffer and I'm at my most important position on defense. Beyond that, he still gives me in a normal season 8 to 10 sack play, and he can be a game wrecker. To me, I'll pay the $20 million a season for that, knowing guys like Joey Bosa are going to make in $25 million, that's going to be the new mark for the elite upper level guys. They weren't as willing to go there, or he wasn't willing to accept it. I tend to think Seattle wasn't willing to go, I think, past the $18 million a year mark, if they were even willing to go there. But at this point, I would do a 1-year, $15 million deal, Lord Google, if that's what it took to get him out. Yeah, I would do that at this point. I think the deal on the table right now, I think, is like a 1-year, $10 million deal, if I was making a guess. AB, if we got a packed D-line, Rasheem Green, LJ Collier, Bruce Irvin, Jarran Reed, Poona Ford, plus we got Brandon Jackson and Shaquem Griffen, and we got a chance to sign Damon Snacks Sr., like it could be. So we got to go through again, AB. LJ Collier, you don't know what you're getting in LJ Collier. He can do all the talking he wants this offseason about all the working out he's done, how angry he is at the haters. He didn't give you jack crap last year. He's 25 years old. He's not a guy with a myriad of pass rushing skill coming out of college. Shaquem Griffen, 10 to 15 snaps a day, 10 to 15 snaps a game as a pass rusher. Griffen can give you some snaps there. Absolutely, for sure. He can give you something. But that's 10 to 15 snaps. Similarly, Bruce Irvin, Benson Mayowa, it's the same way. But Brandon Jackson doesn't do anything for me, AB. I've watched enough tape with Brandon Jackson. He's not even just a guy. He's less than league average whenever he's on the football field. Ryan Dallas says, what are your thoughts on doubling down on DT at Darius and Snacks? I would be fully happy with it, Ryan. I'm worried and concerned with us being able to stop the run right now. So if Marcel Darius and Snacks would help you out with that, you need some more depth. You need some more talent. You're not going to get a high front end guy at this point. That's not going to be available. But as bargain basement guys go, that's not a bad way to go. And I think that would upgrade us and make me feel a lot better about our defensive line. I think we can make it work at that point. Landon Edwards says, how much better do you think Clowney will be this year at 100%? Do you think his injury he fought through affected him that much? Yes, I do. I think every time you're trying to move with those sports hernias, it's one of those things where if you've ever had one of those injuries where you're trying to fight through and if it's an arm or something, it just kind of catches on you. Even if you're trying to tough it out and fight through, sometimes just the mind won't let you do what you're trying to make it do. And I think it did affect him in that respect. I think he was fighting up against it and it was a tough injury. I would expect him to be a lot better 100%. And I'd expect him to be a lot better when you've got something opposite him rushing from another side that teams have to be aware of. Even a guy like Bruce Irvin, for instance, is so much better rushing from that other side than anything we trotted out there opposite him. I mean, Ziggy Ansah is done as a player. He gave you nothing as a pass rusher. So getting Mayowa, getting Irvin out there opposite him will also increase his production, not to say the least of a guy like Jarran Reed, who when Jarran was really healthy in that one game in San Francisco and actually was providing some pass rush, which is Davian Reck and Shop on the outside, it was given the 49ers fits. So it can go far just having a little extra help there with him that he didn't have last year. But yeah, Landon, I think he'd be back into that 8 to 10 sack range. He'd be off the 3 sacks. He'd right along with what his career numbers have been with Houston. He'd go back into that realm if things are more static to what they've been in the past. Space says, at least with Matthews, we won't have to worry about Russ getting cheap shotted. That's true. One less concussion that we can cross off the list because Clay will end up going with the Cardinals or something if we don't sign him. So that's true. French Toast says, what do you think of KJ Wright only being here for next year? This is absolutely 100% KJ Wright's swan song with the Seattle Seahawks. There's not going to be another year past this year. Frankly, French, I'm really not super happy that he's on the squad right now as it sits. I think Cody Barton could potentially be an upgrade of a player of him right now moving into next year. We won't know. We don't have preseason games. We don't know if Barton takes the next step at that will position, but especially paying $6.9 million, I think is what KJ is costing this year. I can't help but feel like that money could have been put in another place, in a better, more appropriate place. I keep coming back to it, feeling like this is like a retirement gift for KJ, because I know he's top 5 last year in tackles and he had a little bit of a bounce back year last year, but the man's lost a step. He doesn't have the strength he used to have. He's not provided the pop on the football field that he used to bring. Just not the same player. So I can't see anything being passed this year, French. Lord Google says it's a little off topic, but what are your predictions for the Chargers? Well, there's something about the conferences in the West divisions in both conferences, because I feel like both of them are just so strong from top to bottom. There's not a lot of weak links, and everybody's got to go through kind of a rough shot of teams in order to get to the playoffs. And this is as opposed to a team like the Patriots, for instance, who for years got to take advantage of what I call the feast factor. And this is where a team gets to play in a crap division and feast on the crappy teams that they get to play twice a year. And then they bump up their overall record to get that number 1 seed. It's really hard to do that when you got 3 legitimate teams in your division all battering against each other. So the AFC West has a little bit of this going on as well, Lord Google, where, the Chargers are very good. Oakland Raiders have got a solid team. Denver Broncos are on the rise. And we know Kansas City's a Super Bowl contending, if not a Super Bowl favorite. So the tough part with the Chargers is that they do have a lot to go up against in that division, as well as, are we sold at their quarterback? The guy got kicked out of Cleveland after a couple games. I've always liked him. I thought he's like a poor man's Russell Wilson a little bit. But with that said, he just can't ever seem to get any real good starting opportunity anywhere. And that's maybe why I'm most hesitant on the Lord Google, is you've got to have the quarterback in this day and age. And I think that's where they're going to be a little bit light. They'll be competitive. They'll probably be like a 8-8 team, 7-9, maybe even a 6-10 if Denver can kind of round out. But man, that's a tough division for them to get to the playoffs in. You're liking yourself some Justin Herbert though, huh? Well, he's the most toolsy quarterback of this draft. I'll give you that. He had the most kind of overall kind of tools. Spider Rico says, Kemya Civiland still had a better career as a Seahawk than Malik McDowell. Yeah, kind of. Malik was here for the offseason training camp, Spider Rico. He was there for the mini camps and the rookie camps. So he did get some snaps. John Robinson, he's talking about being ahead so much the other teams have to run. I misunderstood you on that one, John. Can you retype that one out? Other teams have to pass. Write that one out again, John. I'm kind of confused on that one. Hillel, do you think the door is still open to re-sign Clowney? And if so, yes. Hillel, the door is still open. Seattle still, I would argue, remains the front runner for his services here. I don't think that there's a team that's going to come in at the back end of this and pick him up because they suddenly have a player who goes down to injury. There's no more opt-outs. That time has passed. I'd say that I don't think that would happen due to injury because the players are still on the books at that point. If you lost a pass rusher who's on your books at $11 million per year, just because he goes to injury, that's not the same as opting out. You don't just suddenly get that money available to you. And I think the kicker here is that those teams that have the available space, like the Patriots, who have a ton of cap space, they're going to want to roll that money over, that leftover cap space, into next year where you have the $175 million cap. So I just don't think he's got a lot of options out there as far as other teams really competing that hard for Seattle services. Certainly the Cowboys would have been one of those few teams. They just got taken off the plate. It's getting less and less and less. And I would, if I was his advisors, I'd probably say, if you're playing this year, Jadeveon, you want the best deal, now's the time to sign that and get that deal. If you're going to accept taking lesser because you don't want to sit through training camp and everything, and it's all the same to you, then you can wait. Landon Edwards, biggest bust last year, LJ or Ziggy? Ziggy was the biggest bust for me, Landon. It was. I wasn't shocked on LJ for me, because if you go watch my draft reaction of LJ Collier, I'm very down on the pick at the moment that he's being drafted. I did a live stream on it, so I hated the pick right at the moment. I had no expectations at that point. So for me, it wasn't a bust aspect as well. It's very hard for a first round pick to be a bust when they're essentially the last pick of the first round. You're getting into the almost second round territory at that point. But Ziggy was the bigger bust because he looked like he was done with football. When you've got a guy who's a 40-year-old quarterback who's blown out his hamstring in a playoff game, outrunning you, and you're a former 100-meter champion, somebody has lost their passion for the game of football. The play to me was just obvious from that respect. It's like, this guy's just not in. And that's what showed up all year last year is I didn't see a guy with a lot of fire or he loves the game of football or is just all over the football field. He just it seemed like a guy kind of going through the motions a little bit to me. AB's predictions are NFC West, number 1 seed, Seattle Seahawks 13-3, the Niners at 12-4, the Cardinals at 10-6, and the Rams at 9-7. I don't know if that's mathematically possible, AB, for it to be that way. I think you've got to have a team in your division at that point. But maybe not. You just have them all winning outside their division a bunch. That would be crazy, man. That'd be crazy. I love it. That'd be awesome. It'd be awesome if it happened that way. You're not wrong, AB, and that I think we have the most divisional talent in football, and all those teams are potential teams that could make the playoffs. I just don't know if it's mathematically possible. That's the one way. I don't know if you've got to play between you've got to play, 4 times. So you got 24 games between you. So that's 24 losses that you have to have. You've only got 16. Yes, you only got 20 losses total. You'd have to have 26 total losses because there's that many times they're playing against each other. Somebody's got to come off as a loser in that. Randall McDaniel says, why isn't the media allowed to report on what they see in camp? Past years, Seattle Times and other outlets would always report on the stars of the day and who's showing up. I don't know, Randall. The more the Seattle media I try to pay attention to, the more they annoy the hell out of me. Like, what is your guys' jobs here? Wave pom-poms or be journalists? And there's just no, where's the journalism happening? Where's the hard work coming into play? I don't know. I don't get it. It used to be that's what that job was about. It seems to be about something else now. But it annoys me equally as well, Randall. AB says, if we're going to make 4 teams in the playoffs, I think the NFC East and the NFC North are going to underperform. I definitely say the NFC North is going to underperform. The NFC East, I think Cowboys and the Eagles will both be pretty good. But the other 2 teams I think are going to be bad. Cameron Hughes. How you doing, Cameron? I've been wanting Brandon Jackson gone for years. When he was brought back, I was so disappointed. Wasted roster spot. I agree with you, man. He's one of those guys that he goes in the same department I put Tedrick Thompson in, that I put Lano Hill in. It's like these guys that you go, what do you do here? What is it you do here exactly? Like, what do you guys see on film with this guy that has you putting him out on the football field? Like, he doesn't give you anything. There's no pass rush. There's no run stuffing. Like, you can't find a better player for that roster spot than this. I share your dismay with him being resigned. AB says, all right, I'm going to leave you read the comment. Love the comment, Hawks Nest. Keep it up. One tip, though, please make some breakdown videos, more breakdown videos of underrated Seahawks. I will, AB. It's been hard for me right now making videos, man, just because I'm in the middle of a move. I'm taking on a new job. I'm going to Hawaii. So honestly, I know this has probably frustrated a lot of my subscribers. I think I've lost a couple here and there over the last few weeks just because folks are a little bit wondering why aren't we getting more video content? I'm going to try to get up more as I can, but we're in a pandemic and I don't make a lot of money off the YouTube. So I got to go off what I make my money off of and kind of keep my time and energy and effort in that. But I hear what you guys are saying. I'm definitely trying to drive to kick out more content, AB, and I've got a couple ideas for that. So good suggestion, man. And I'll absolutely try to get you some more breakdowns on that. I'm going to be doing the NFL, live pass this year. So I'm going to get the call. I'm going to get the coaches tape and everything else. I'll be able to do the overhead shots to really do some really good breakdowns here as we move forward. So it's in the cards. I promise I'll figure out something with that. Little Aban. What's up, Little Aban? I'd say, if we want to win the division or get anywhere, we need Clowney because of how disruptive he was against the Niners. I agree with you, man. He's, to me, that finishing piece. He's that, if you got a puzzle, right? And you've just put all the pieces of the puzzle out there. He's that one piece to me that you slide in, you snap him in, and then the picture's clearer now. There's no real big holes in the puzzle. But I agree with you, Lil Aban. He's the guy for me that just finishes out the defense in the way you need it finished out at this point. Just top it off right. Top off the tank, top off the tank. It's going to be a long trip. French Toast 143. What do you think about Ziggy Ansah? Yeah. So as I was saying about Ziggy Ansah just a moment ago, it really disappointing. You gave the guy a lot of money last year. It was a prove it deal. You were hoping he was coming in with a little more grit, determination than he showed. It's a guy that played for his whole career for Detroit on a loser team. So you thought, oh, now he gets to play for a winner. Maybe he'll actually rise to the occasion. But unfortunately, I just saw a guy that was done with football. He's been paid. He's been paid a lot of money. Fat and happy. It's a lot where I thought a lot of these, I'm frankly surprised we don't see more footballers who get paid and get these millions of dollars slide into this realm of just being kind of comfortable and done with it, So is what it is. But I think he was just kind of done with football by that point, as well as he might be like 39 years old. He's one of those guys that comes from Africa where the birth certificates are a little bit dodgy. And he's one of those guys, you look at him, you're like, you look a little older than 32 years old, my guy. Cameron Hughes says, totally random question, but do you think Russ will wear that visor he's wearing in training camp? No, because he's going to want to be able to breathe fully. So unless they mandate it for everybody to have to wear it, I think he's just preparing himself for if it becomes a must. But I don't think that they're going to mandate everyone to wear it. And I don't think that he's going to, it just cuts off your air circulation, I would think, which you desperately need, especially a quarterback that runs around as much as he runs around back there. John Robinson says, having the scheme like the Colts where we come out smoking and get ahead by a couple of touchdowns so the other team is forced to pass. That's ideally what I would think you'd want to do too, John, is you try to get ahead on the lead and then you get a couple passes. This is where you come back to building from the inside out. This is my old school approach to things. How if I was a general manager, I would build the team right now. I'd do it more like the Niners have done it, where I builded the defensive line. I have a very efficient, effective offense that doesn't need to wait to the fourth quarter to be efficient and effective. It can be effective throughout. Get up on teams and then rely on my pass rushers to shorten plays. I don't have to worry about the run. I've turned teams one-dimensional, to your point, John Robinson. At that point, I've turned them one-dimensional because they have to pass because they're down by points. I don't need to stack up a big fat defensive line. I don't need to commit to stopping the run at that point. I've done it by my offense. It's kind of like one thing helps the other, which helps the other, which helps the other. Whereas like my theory on this is that I don't think a great secondary helps a pass rush. If that pass rush takes 7, 8, 9 seconds to get there, those guys are getting open on the back end, even if you got Jamal Adams back there. That's what my theory on this is. We'll see if it plays out this way, but that is my kind of theory on it a little bit. DJ Wilborn says DJ Dallas has been impressive to Pete Carroll so far. And yes, he has been. Pete Carroll has sung some praises of DJ Dallas. And it'll be interesting to see. I wasn't blown away by DJ's tape, but he's a guy the coaching staff seems very high on, and certainly the front office was high on him to make him a 4th round pick. I mean, you drafted this guy 2 rounds higher than you drafted Chris Carson. So interesting stuff, Interesting stuff. Yeah, D-Boy's he's probably having a fun summer, TJ, He's probably out there in the sunshine enjoying himself. Lord Google, feelings on Cordy Glenn. I don't know if he would do much for you outside of maybe he gives you a guy you could kick out at left tackle in a pinch if Dwayne Brown goes down, Lord. So, I mean, he's not great, but there's not a lot of great options out there. So it is what it is. We need Dwayne Brown to stay healthy this year. That's what that comes down to. Maybe Jamarcus Jones. Maybe they feel like he can play some left tackle in a pinch. Jason Butler says, Packers question again. Better running back room, Jones and crew or Carson and crew? So it's the tough part with answering that question, Jason, is that we ask our running back rooms to do 2 different things. The Packers are going to ask the running back room to be multifaceted. So we're going to need you strong in the running game. We're going to need you to get the gash plays in the running games at times. We're going to need you to do a variety of different things. Whereas with Seattle, it's a lot of the 3 yards in a cloud of dust, right? So Chris Clemens and Carlos Hyde are very similar players in that respect. I think that the one difference maker on this could be Jason, and the guy that I've actually been pretty high on despite this last injury he's had. I don't know if he'll be able to come back this year. I'd say the Packers get the edge initially right now. You guys do. But the person that could maybe like be the equalizer here is going to be Rashad Penny. When you look at him, I like to grab this. There's a stat I love to grab with Rashad. One second. I want to get this little stat I got bookmarked here. But this is a Rashad Penny stat that I keep coming back to. And this is in regards to, last year, they were just kind of starting to figure out how to utilize him, Rashad Penny. So Jason Butler, get this stat here, okay? So Rashad Penny's injury really came at the worst possible time, just as it felt like the Seahawks were starting to utilize him correctly. And what this means, Jason, is it's outside of that 3 yards in a cloud of dust that I was talking about with the Carson Hyde type. It's allowing for the guys that are a little bit more like your crew, that are the big play guys, the guys that I can get you the 20, 30, 40-yard chunk plays from the running back position. So last year, Rashad Penny had an 8.2 yard per carry on outside runs. 8 yards a carry on outside runs, 7 yards a carry when he's running off tackle, so outside zone. So, and this speaks to a little bit of what I've talked about with Penny, is that they've sometimes, Seattle's been really hard-headed with them, where they're trying to jam him up inside like they do with Carson. And it's like, no, let the guy work on the outside. Let him work on the edges. 8 yards a carry? Why has he not got like seven carries a game on the outside with those kind of statistics? It's kind of, but with that, my point on that, Jason, is that he would be the equalizer here. He'd be the guy who could make us that little bit better than where you guys are at that point. But he is injured. He's rehabbing the ACL. We don't know where he'll be. But going off of his recent career, he has averaged almost 5 yards a carry up until this point. It's just that they haven't given him a lot of opportunities. But I'll give you guys maybe the subtle edge at the moment. Lord Google, thank you for the sub. I so much appreciate it. Thank you. That's kind of you. Ryan Dallas says, what are your thoughts on Mike Daniels? I think Mike Daniels is best in a 3-4 scheme as the nose tackle. I don't think that he would have worked as well as the 1 tech in a 4-3 here. I just don't, as well as I think he's kind of long in the tooth. I think his play's kind of gone down. This is why the Packers let him go when they did, to go to the Lions, a division competitor. Maybe even Jason Butler can speak to this a little bit, but it's been my understanding that his play has definitely gone down by a couple different slots. Space says, too bad the Pro Bowl has been moved to Florida. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a Pro Bowl this year, Space. That game's not being, and we may never get another one, frankly, because that thing's always been on the edge over the past few years of being kicked out. But I don't think we'll get a Pro Bowl this year. TJ Wilborn says, I like our defensive ends if we get Clowney, but we need DTS more than anyone. We do need a 1 tech, man. I agree. I feel a lot better about bringing a 1 tech in and not going pass rusher rather than going pass rusher and not bringing in another 1 tech. 1 tech's become the one you absolutely desperately need. And we still don't know, by the way, where Jarran Reed is with his injury or what he suffered a couple of days ago. Jordan, just 8. What's up, Jordan? Thank you for hopping in the chat. When you're the second best running back in the draft and starting behind a guy who was drafted in the 7th round, it sucks. The problem too with the Jordan is with Rashad Penny, though, is that, it's the guy averages 5 yards a carry. What's Chris Carson at? 4.2, 4.3 yards per carry? What's the guy supposed to do to get himself, more carries in a game? I'm doing better than this guy by almost a half yard per carry, which is significant for a running back. The problem comes in the line is that the coaches get hard-headed. Very hard-headed. We want to run inside zone. We want to run between the guards, play after play after play. And when we're not doing that, we're going to run read option with Russell out of shotgun. And where's that run going to go? Up the middle. You've got to go with Rashad and think outside of that lens. And it's really silly for them because they drafted Rashad with the thought process of he looked a lot to them like a Todd Gurley type. And Gurley does most of his damage outside the tackles as well. So you have to utilize him in that way. And as I was mentioning, 8 yards a carry on outside runs, that's significant. That's very significant. If they used him correctly, he could be very effective for them. They've just got to open their mind up to his skill set and what he does good and what he doesn't do good. Just like you wouldn't ask Chris Carson to run a lot of pitches to the outside. Ty Wynn says, should we extend Tyler and Shaq Griffen this offseason? I would extend both, but I would ideally wait with both until next offseason. I need to see another year of Shaq playing out. His first 2 years was all right. Second year was horrible. Third year was great. But he's a guy that doesn't take away the ball, doesn't intercept a lot of passes. And if he's wanting to be paid top of the market, he's going to need to start doing a little bit more of that, which he spoke to in his press conference a couple of days ago, saying, I need to take the ball away more. And that's it. You want to be paid at that point. You got to do that as a cornerback. Still, I love his development. I love where he's going. Tyler's a guy you could extend. The only way they'd probably extend him now versus extending him at the end of the offseason or at the start of the offseason would be because you're trying to free up a little bit of money this year. I don't know if you'd be able to free a ton of money up, but they could probably get a little bit freed if they really wanted to and they were in a pinch. French Toast 143. Why do you think we cut Tedrick Thompson? We cut Tedrick Thompson, French Toast, because he gave us nothing on the football field. He had no instincts for the game. He was asked to play single high free safety at times, but yet every game that he played for single for high free safety, he got beat over the top, which is an absolute no-no from that position. The free safety sometimes within this defense is asked to play a very simple situation, which is do not allow anyone to get deeper than you. You're the deep man here. And so when he was allowing that kind of stuff, and then he's not a very good tackler, he doesn't give you anything in the running game, really. It's a guy that you drafted in essentially at the top of the fourth round, who they had a lot of hopes for, but he just never really developed. Just doesn't have anything as far as a skill set that he's bringing to play. Jason Butler says Mike Daniels will do well on an improving Bengals team. Okay. So you're not down on him, huh? Maybe I'm wrong on that. I admittedly haven't seen as much Mike Daniels tape as he's been with the Detroit Lions. I just haven't caught that tape, but I'm just going off of what I've kind of read and heard about online. So it'll be interesting to see, but Bengals team's got a decent defensive line there. He'll fit in nicely as a rotational guy. I don't think he would have been I like him better in a 3-4 than I like him in a 4-3. How much cap space do we have available? I think we've got around $10 million available. You could free up some more with just the two guys in David Moore and Hollister, which is another $5.4 million right there. So you get up around to 16 million, 15 and a half, 16 million or so if you really wanted to push out to that range. Yeah, Lockett, Daryl, what's up, Daryl Reese? Lockett may not be a guy they sign. I mean, they may be a guy they let him go to free agency and they decide DK is going to be the horse they hitch the wagons to at the receiver position. They don't want to pay two guys at the receiver position when they're a run-centric, run-first team. So maybe they do look to not sign Lockett at that point. We'll see. Jason says Mike Daniels kind of slowed down and the Smith brothers kind of pushed him out. Yeah, it seemed like that was kind of what happened there a little bit. He just got a little bit old. Liquid Swords. What's up, Liquid Swords? We're not getting Clowney. He's asking too much. Well, it's not at a point of we're not getting him. So Liquid, remember, I'm talking to Jadeveon. We're still in play, but it's no guarantee. You're right there. And then we're not the lead runner here by a wide margin. The team can jump back into the fray on this for sure. Random McDaniel says expectations for Rashad Penny could be a nice infusion to the offense, probably take week 10 to get the legs under him. Yeah. I think he's a week 8 designation. So you put him on the PUP player inactive list for the first 8 weeks as he gets his legs under him, then you get him back. As I was referencing, Randall, if we can utilize him in the way to put him on the outside and let him work in space, the guy could be devastating in this league. And it's not even a guy you need to have for 20 carries a game. Outfit 10 carries a game where you let him attack the edges. And yes, I know defenses would adjust to that and then adjust their team to play to the edges, but then you could run up in the middle. And then you'll have gaping holes up the middle that you could attack. So make an adjustment to their adjustment at that point. But you got to first start by going after the outside. If you're running away from it just because you're so caught in the hard-headedness of we're an inside zone team, that's what I like to run. It wears down defenses because it's just really hard on them. I don't like that. So my expectations are, Randall, is that, frankly, my expectations kind of are is that they might be looking to potentially trade him. He's the one draft asset you have where other teams in the league could be looking at those same stats I just referenced, and they say, well, hey, we can use him right. We know how to use him appropriately. I mean, that could occur where a team comes out there and says, we'll give you a 5th round pick for him. And then Seattle looks at it. We'll take that 5th round and flip it that for something else. That's part of me feels like, Randall, it's going to go in that direction with Rashad, that they'll trade him. But if he's here and he remains, be a great injector for that running back core as you get into week 8, week 9, as maybe some of those frontline guys start to wear down a little bit. Chad Boyer, what's up, Chad? Nobody wants to talk about Bobby Wagner's play last year. It was poor, in my opinion. Yes, he had a lot of tackles, but any linebacker will, theoretically. He definitely was taking a step back, Chad. The place we've got to first start off, Chad, is understand that the year before last year, he was a defensive player of the year candidate. He probably had his best season as a linebacker in his NFL career. So he was coming off of very much a high water mark. I think he didn't miss one tackle all year, right? So he's top of the line. Now, last year, I think by all accounts, he was suffering with some injuries, Chad. I think he was fighting through some stuff, and he probably lost a half a step. He's getting to be an old player, and he's got a lot of treads been wore off those tires, a lot of playoff games. I can't say exactly how many he's played, but I got to imagine he's played probably almost nearly a season's worth of playoff games in addition to what he's done throughout his whole career. It's a lot of mileage. And I think, Chad, that there's an agreement on play. And a lot of the reason why you saw Jordan Brooks drafted, Chad, was because of the fact that I think the front office feels like we're probably not looking past more than a year or two here with Bobby Wagner. We got to get our replacement for the future run on this defense. It's a very important position in our defense. We may not have a player of this caliber, Jordan Brooks type, fall to us at the same spot in the next year or two. They could have looked at it through that lens. But he did go down just by a little bit, Chad. I am in agreement with you there as far as from last year. TJ Wilborn, how come we didn't draft Taylor? He was the perfect running back for us. We run him up the middle, and that's what Taylor does best. I agree. The thing that jumped out at me on Taylor is it would have been a perfect fit because the Wisconsin Badgers did exactly what Seattle does in their running scheme last year. It's like they're allergic to running outside when you watch these teams. You go, you don't like going outside at all? Do you just not trust? I mean, a guy like Taylor, you guys runs 4.39 40 at the combine, yet you hardly ever use him on outside zone runs or anything else. You just hammer him up the middle. But to Taylor's credit, he was great in that role last year. So you would have thought, hey, he's your Marshawn Lynch mold running back that you guys love. Fits right into that fame. Let's get him in here. And they passed on him in the first round. I think the thing I go to, though, TJ, is the reasoning for that is because Pete Carroll is all about the ball. And one of the things that I think is holding up potentially us seeing Chris Carson get a contract extension here with the team is the fact that he has the worst fumbling problem in all the NFL. So if you already have the running back on your team who has the worst fumbling problem in the NFL, are you also going to bring a running back in who last year in college football had one of the worst fumbling problems in all of college football last year? You don't want to do that on a team that wants to be all about the ball, all about limiting your own turnovers while maximizing the turnovers of the opposition. I think that was the thing that sealed it, TJ. Chad Boyer says, Bobby Wagner is the highest paid linebacker, and I thought he was average. He needs to be better. Why does he always get a pass? I don't know if he always gets a pass, Chad. Again, 2 years ago, it was pretty widely acknowledged, and he got Defensive Player of the Year votes at the middle linebacker position, having not missed one tackle all season. That was pretty phenomenal. I think that he's set a high level of play that you're used to at this point, that when he goes down off that mark, it just makes you feel like, he's fallen off a cliff. But I don't think he was an average linebacker last year. An average linebacker does not lead the league in tackles. There's never been an average linebacker who led the NFL in tackles. That doesn't happen. It just doesn't. He's better than that. But I get where you're coming from. And again, I don't think he's here long for this NFL world, Ringo on the drums. Should the Seahawks use Seth Dawkins in the slot, or is he deep wide out? He's going to be cut eventually, Ringo. He's just camp fodder at this point. Liquid Sword says Hawks passed on Eddie Jackson to draft Tedrick. Yeah. That draft is just really bit. I think it's my feeling like that draft really over the last couple of years have bit us in the ass that we didn't get more production from that draft, specifically that 3rd to 4th round range when you had 4 third-round picks and you had 1 4th-round pick right at the top of the 4th round. And John, that draft, had traded all back to assemble all these picks, and then he was going to make his money there. You were going to get 2, 3, 4 starters out of those 5 picks. And essentially all you got was Shaquille Griffin, and all he's giving you is one great year. Everyone else from Nas Jones to Amara Darboh on down the list, they didn't give you anything. They gave you nothing. Lano Hill. It's been bad. TJ Wilborn, we brought back Patrick Carr. Chad Boyer, I hope Brooks and Adams add the dog in our defense, as Bobby Wagner was not the dog last year. He would tackle guys 7 yards down the field, and he needs to be better. Highest paid linebacker. Boy, Chad, you are on Bobby's case, man. Again, Chad, understand he fought through injury. So maybe he could have just sat out and said, I don't want to play. This injury is too much, but he was fighting through injury as well. If you look through his whole career too, Chad, last year was an outlier, right? From what we've seen out of Bobby throughout every year of his career. He's never had 1 year where he's fallen off or hasn't been great. This one last year, he was a little less than what we've seen previously, and that's while he's leading the league in tackles. I think you might be being just a little bit harsh. I don't know if Bobby Wagner's the problem on this defense, right, Chad? Wouldn't you point more to the fact we couldn't stop the run because we didn't have the guys up front? We couldn't rush the passer. I would point to a lot of other places other than Bobby Wagner being the big problem on our defense right now. Joe F. Hi, this is Ahmad. Keep up the good work, champ. Thank you, Joe F. Ahmad. Appreciate you, guy. Juicy says, Giants winning more than 6 games this season. No, not with that receiving core. I don't buy it. And I don't trust their defense, Juicy. I got them at 4 wins. Will Patrick Carr be a 4th string running back because Penny hurt? Would he be an inside running back or an outside running back? No, he's not going to be on the team, Ringo. It's not even worth talking about. He's not going to be on the team, man. I like to watch the NFL. What's up? I like to watch the NFL. Which pass rusher do you think we'll have to get since Everson Griffen is gone now? Clowney's the guy that I go to in my mind. I like to watch the NFL. That's the guy that it seems he's been here before. You got a little bit of cap money. There isn't a lot of other teams competing for his services with you at this point. He's just holding out hope that there's a bigger deal that comes down the pike, which I don't think there's going to be a bigger deal coming down the pike. So I still do go to Clowney. If it's not Clowney, then it's going to be Clay Matthews is probably the other guy that you're going to look at, I would say. Jason Butler, the draft is a funny thing, though. You can never really know who on your board will truly pan out or not, i.e. say Mark Sanchez or Tom Brady. I agree with that, Jason. I do think that the draft's getting better and better by the year. They're getting better and better about less misses, especially at the top of the draft. I think the teams are doing a better job in their research. They're getting out of the old school mentalities. They're embracing the analytics. They're getting more data to make the appropriate decisions about the players. And it's allowed them to be able to lock in on those players and value them more appropriately as opposed to the sliders that we would see in previous drafts. Now this next couple of drafts that's going to be out the window at that point, right? Because of some of the stuff that we're dealing with, no college football season, maybe even no college football 2 seasons, who knows? We'll see how that plays out. But it's a valid point. You never do know how the draft will pan out on it. There are drafts that are stronger, though, Jason, too, than others. Like this last draft was a very strong draft in relation to other previous drafts and the talent that was available there. I think it'll bear out to show that. But you're right. It is a crapshoot at the end of the day, man. It has shown itself to be that. Nathan Forster, what is up, Nathan? Derek Carr is not going to be a franchise quarterback for the Raiders. I agree. It certainly seems like with the praise that Gruden is putting upon Marcus Mariota, that Gruden's becoming semi-infatuated with the former Oregon star. I don't know if that'll play out that way, but it's funny when Derek said he's tired of being disrespected. I had to laugh when that recent interview came out. Derek Carr saying, I'm tired of being disrespected. It's like, oh, really, pal? You've got 6 MVP votes in your career. Russell Wilson has 0. Who needs to be talking about being disrespected? Shut up. Seahawks, if Jordan Brooks performed like Collier and Penny did, do you think there are changes to our front office? No, I don't. Maybe if Paul Allen was still alive, I think that everything is in a de facto hold state since Paul Allen passed. I think that those guys kind of have the keys to the castle, and they can kind of do what they wish at this point. I don't know if their feet are being really held to the fire. I think Carroll gets to stay as long as he wants to retire. And there's a similar situation with Schneider. If Schneider doesn't want to go to front office, the Green Bay Packers at some point. Alexis Diaz, why not Patrick Queen? Well, because Patrick Queen's foray is as a guy that's great in coverage. Jordan Brooks's foray is a guy that is great as a run stuffer, as in run stuffing. So again, we always got to go back. I know I harp on this, guys, but this is why you can see why they do decisions in the way that they do them. For Pete Carroll, is it most important to be great in coverage or great against the run? If we have to pick, certainly he wants to be great in both, but if he has to pick, what does he want to be great in first and foremost? Stopping the run. Patrick Queen, not as good at stopping the run. Jordan Brooks, better at stopping the run. I think that probably drove the pick a little bit more than Patrick Queen at that point. They seem to have been really high, Alexis, on Brooks outside of Queen. Even if we're not comparing them, they just seem to be very high on Brooks as a player. Right or wrong, that's where they stood. They had him as the top-rated player on their board, not the top-rated linebacker. They had him as the top-rated player on their board at 27. Randall McDaniel, JS is trying to replicate the past, buying the next LOB, Brooks next WAG, Collier next Bennett. For whatever reason, I think Collier is going to turn out to be a player for us. Got to chalk it up last year. D-Boy, we had so many in the chat. D-Boy saying, where's D-Boy? Where's D-Boy? Where's D-Boy? It's good to have you in here, my guy. Yeah, Randall, you're right. There is a little bit of a degree of, I would offer that there's even a little more of a nuance to what Schneider's doing with the recreating of the LOB. He's not trying to recreate the LOB per se. he's recreating the LOB to the modern age. It's 10 years forward from what it was 10 years ago. And so instead of a Cam Chancellor guy who's just going to be a hitter, a true in the box safety, a guy who can have some limitations in coverage, now that guy needs to not have those limitations in coverage. And likewise, the guy that was the free safety center fielder of the modern era prior, the Earl Thomas guy, the guy who could have some limitations as a run stuffer, he's going to come up and he's going to miss tackles at times, but he's going to erase everything on the back end. Now that starts to morph into more of a Quandre Diggs type. His guy's got a lot of that center field stuff, but also maybe gives you a little bit better of a run tackling, just a little bit better in run tackling than what Earl Thomas gave you. So a little bit different in the players that they were, prior. But certainly he is seemingly trying to do that. And I think the Brooks pick is with the thought of the next Bobby Wagner. It was Bobby Wagner's college coach that coached Brooks at Texas Tech and pushed Seattle to draft him. They certainly see him in that next mold. So you're kind of onto something with that, Randall. And even with Collier Bennett, he's a guy that they think long-term that they can kick into that NASCAR role in that 3 tech, where the 1 tech, where essentially he's going against that, he's getting to go against that right guard of the opposition, and the right guard tends to be a lesser pass protector than the left guard. So he gets to really try to feast against a lesser guy at that point, like Michael Bennett used to be able to do. So I like where you're going with that, man. Very smart. No worries, D boy. Better late than never, my guy. Well, it was nice of you to help your mom. I'm sure she appreciated it. Ringo on the drums. Lano Hill had a little breakout game in 2018 versus the Chiefs. 8 tackles, 1 forced fumble. 2019 versus the Chiefs, 1 interception and 7 tackles. Maybe if that's what we're calling a breakout game, is 8 tackles and a forced fumble, then we've got a pretty low expectation for breakout game at that point. I think I would offer you. You get enough snaps, you can luck into an interception here or there. The other thing about that 2018 game, I'd say against the Chiefs, is they scored some points on us in that game. It wasn't like we were necessarily, now they're a great offense. They're going to score points, but that was in CenturyLink. You gave up some points there. I'd have to go back and watch the film on him to see how well he played. But he, in the majority of games I've seen him play, he's not giving you anything, Ringo. He's not giving you much on the play. My eye test says this guy doesn't have anything to offer your secondary. You need to leave him off the football field. No problems this stream, D-boy. We've been doing good. Rolling right along. Jeff Rhines. What is up, Jeff? What are your thoughts on DK's second season? Some guys take off. Others have a bit of a stall out happen before getting back on track. Sorry if I hit on this earlier. Cheers. No, we haven't touched on this today. And I love talking about this topic, Jeff, because it gets me excited. It gets me really excited. When about halfway into the year, as DK was on his rise, I went and did some research on 2 specific players that I see in the same mold. Similar builds. They had similar combine scores. That's Julio Jones, Calvin Johnson. Go look at, Jeff, the first rookie years for both Calvin Jones and Julio Jones, and then match it along with what DK did in his rookie year. It all matches right down the list. Catches, receptions, targets, catch rate. Take all the stats down the line, touchdowns. All of it fits in really, they're all very similar, where they all fit in about, they're in the 70 catch range area, somewhere between 875 and 950 yards, 53 to 60% catch rate. All of them are right there. And I think with the build, with his work ethic, with the fact that he gets a guy like Russell Wilson to throw to him, I don't think there is a drop off there. I don't think there's a sophomore slump. Injury is the only thing that you have to worry about with that. But if he's on the field with the work that he's put in with Russell, all that natural talent, with that work ethic, combined with a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime, the sky is the limit. I see him on a Hall of Fame trajectory, 100%. 100%. Titans just offer $15 million a year for Clowney, and he didn't accept it. I don't know that there was that offer out there I like to watch. Based off of what I've heard, when I've talked to Jadeveon, what he told me, and some of the little tidbits that he'll give me when I've played with him online, has been that the reported offers that have been put out there, the Cleveland Browns offer of $20 million a year, some of these, none of those deals and the numbers that are being reported are accurate according to him. They were all substantially lower or much lower than what was being reported on. So I would take it with a grain of salt if you've read on a secondary site somewhere potentially that that offense was the offer that they made out there. But Tennessee is the biggest risk for us right now. Like our biggest competition for Clowney services. He's played under Mike Vrabel before, the head coach of the Titans, when Vrabel was the, I think, linebackers coach or defensive line coach for the Houston Texans. So he's got some history with them. He knows they'll use him right. there's certainly an issue if they are willing to kind of jump into that fray. And they got a little bit of that money to spend once they got Derrick Henry off of the franchise tag. Chad Boyer says, Bobby Wagner was average last year. He's the highest paid linebacker. He did not put any fear in opponents. He needs to be called out. Why does he always get a pass but a linebacker week last year? Kind of like I'm saying, Chad, I think, again, Chad, can you point for me, go through recent history over the last few years of the NFL and find me who's led the league in tackles every single year for the last 10 years. Point to me of any of those players that's been an average player. You're not average if you're leading the league in tackles. You've got a nose for the ball, a nose for the ball carrier. And while I think, again, I don't disagree with you that he's off of his play of what he's been in his past. He's not at that same level of where he was prior. He didn't fall off a cliff last year, Chad. He didn't. There were bigger problems in that defense. And again, I tried to use Chad as a comparative of Ray Lewis. A big part of middle linebacker success is going to be how clean those big dogs up front are keeping them. And if you don't have big dogs, if you got little dogs, then those guards are going to get downhill to the second level and block you because they're not going to feel like they have to double team the defensive tackle. That happened a lot last year as well, Chad. There's the success of the middle linebackers and just based on him beasting out and just being superstar. It is a little bit on the talent around him. And that defensive line, I'm sorry, it was trash last year. It was flaming hot garbage. Ringo on the drums, Lano Hill stats, 54 tackles, one fumble recovery, 1 fumble recovery, 1 interception, 1 sack. That's a good backup safety stats that's good backup stats for a safety. Yeah, but he had a couple of starts too though, Ringo, right? He didn't just play that as a backup role. He played those with a lot of those stats are coming out of starter stats. And yeah, I'm fine with him as a backup. The problem with him is that they were bringing him out there as a starter, even ahead of Marquise Blair at times. That's where I get a little bit of annoyed at. Curry fan 1019. What's up, Curry fan? D-Boy, Hawks Nest. I have no questions in my notes this week. I've been super busy, but I have some time off the top of my head. Well, fire away, D-Boy. I get you. TJ Warren, how come Bill Gates don't take over the Seahawks? How come Bill Gates don't take over the Seahawks? Paul wants to keep the Seahawks in the family. Paul and Bill was good friends, so let Bill have them if he wants them. I don't know if Bill Gates wants a professional sports team. He's kind of busy, it seems like, with his vaccination program. I think the likely guy, the guy that you've heard the background is Bezos, maybe wanting the Seahawks. I don't know if that's going to be the truth of it. We'll see how that plays out. It does seem like they're sort of silently out there for sale, maybe, though we've also heard that everything is business as usual. We're not getting a lot of information from this because, of course, the Seattle reporters aren't deciding to give us any information or doing any digging into this as a normal reporters in normal cities would. But we just this leaves us guessing, TJ, at that point. So I don't have a great answer or response for you with that, but certainly would be loving having an active owner back in play, maybe putting a little bit of pressure, because I think pressure is good at times in this kind of respect. Curry fan says, do you think the Seattle Seahawks have a chance of winning the Super Bowl? I certainly think they have a chance of winning the Super Bowl, Curry fan. I think the chances improve with 2 moves before the season. Adding another defensive tackle on the line and adding another pass rusher. I think those are 2 things that you need to do to kind of get it cemented in my mind that you are really a Super Bowl contender. You're kind of on the fringes. I think you are a contender, but it's a fringe contender at that point where we stand right now. But those 2 parts I think you need to add before the season to get yourself there. The Hawks Nest, D-Boy says the Hawks Nest, is everyone sleeping on Dorsett, the wide receiver we picked up out of New England, or is he not going to be any help to the Hawks? Well, part of this I'm gonna say is a little bit of my confirmation bias when it comes to Dorsett. He's a guy that I thought that the Colts overdrafted when he was coming out of Miami. I thought he's a guy that everybody looked at the 4.38 40 that he put up at the combine and they got fixated with that rather than the actual receiver that you saw on the football field. He's really not been ever really all that great and productive throughout his career. Last year he was good, no drops, I think, playing specifically out of the slot. The part I wonder, D-Boy, is Tyler Lockett was the most efficient and effective guy out of the slot in all of the NFL last year, according to the advanced statistics. Are you going to move him now to the outside in order to bring Dorsett into that slot? And is Dorsett going to be able to play at the same level that Lockett did? And if you do that, why would you do that at that point? The only reason I can come to would be that you feel like Lockett has a lot of untapped potential on the outside that they want to take advantage of. But you would think with that being the case, with him being that effective in the slot, that they would just kind of keep him in that lane and let him roll. But That's the only thing that has me a little reticent D-boy on Dorsett and on his potential here. I think he's got a role. I think he'll get out on the football field, but he becomes essentially like Jarran Brown was last year. Kind of a guy just gets his fits and starts. He's going to get spaces where he'll get some places, but not a lot of touches, not a lot of the catches. Sharkyologist. You must be loving this week. We're in Shark Week, my man. Seahawks have a top 5 secondary. Yes, they have a top 5 secondary. In fact, I think we have a top 3 secondary, if not the best secondary in the league. And thank you for being new. Please hit that subscribe button, Sharky. You know it helps the channel grow. But yeah, we are top 3 right now, undoubted. I think we could all have an argument here in the chat, whether it's the Chargers or the Ravens above us at that point. But I think we've got a good argument for being number 1. Creepy Anthony, I think we have a do. And Randall McDaniel says Greg Bell is the absolute worst in the media. It's funny, Randall. I had a back and forth with Greg Bell a couple of weeks ago, asking him to ask. I asked him if he would ask a question of Pete Carroll, and he's like, "I don't have to. I already know the answer." Just like exactly the type of response you'd expect from the Seattle media. It's exactly what I expect you guys. I don't have to do my job because I'm already anticipating the answer, man. So like I'm just gonna do my thing here, okay? Like no, your job as a journalist to ask the question. Ask it. Ask. Press. When can any of you guys remember them ever pressing Schneider or Carroll on any hard question? I'll wait. Just one hard question. One question that puts the feet to the fire. Like you get in other places like New York. You know, you don't see it very often. But welcome, Sharkologist. I'm glad to have you newly in the chat, man. We welcome all new members. Brandon Eicherick, what is your favorite jersey color? Wolf gray. I love the wolf grays, man. I really dig them. Of course, I want to see some 80s Seahawks stuff too, though. Don't you know what I mean, man? I really want to see some of the old silver, the silver stuff. D-Boy Tibbs wrote, wow, and he had a top 5 quarterback, only 500 yards. And what was the front office thinking when we got him? Who knows on that one, D-Boy, on the Dorsett thing? I don't get either. I do think he is only costing them $1 million. So the cost isn't high. You didn't have to sign him to a big free agent deal to bring him in here. It's cheap. It's on the cheap. Just you can cut him, I think, at any time if you really wanted to. So it's just it was as much as just giving another talent in there that you didn't have. He does provide a bit of a unique skill set in being able to play inside and outside. He does have a little bit of juice to do that. So Cameron Hughes says a dream matchup for me was George Kittle versus Cam Chancellor. When I found out they played each other once, I was going to make a video about it. The only problem was Cam covered him for like 5 snaps. That would be interesting to check out, man. It'd be interesting to see a young George Kittle against Cam, how that played out. It sucks we didn't see more of it. Would have been interesting to see if Cam went through multi-generations of San Francisco 49er tight ends and taking parts of their soul like he did with Vernon Davis. D-Boy, the Hawks Nest, do you have any updates on Gordon for us? It's sitting on the commissioner's desk is the best I can give you, D-Boy. He's got to come down with a judgment on this, and he's not come down with a judgment on this. I don't know why he's waiting on it. You would think that they would want to give him the opportunity to come into training camp and let him go rather than waiting this long, but that's the thing holding it up. I would expect him to come to the Seahawks the 5 minutes after the commissioner comes down with his judgment. I would expect Gordon to be with the Seahawks. I really would. Brendan Eicherick, what are some of your training camp observations? I've had nothing negative to say other than Reed, Puna, and Taylor hurt. You probably piggybacked, Brendan, on my first point would be that one of my worries coming into this season was last year you missed more injuries. Your starters did more than anybody else in the NFL. I didn't want to see them reduplicate that. And so when you got in guys like, Greg Olsen in here, and you brought other guys back that are a little bit injury prone, and you didn't have anything to hedge up against those injuries. Now we're already starting to see out the gate here. Reed, Puna, Taylor you knew, but add into that as well, Parkinson that you drafted. You're already a little bit now getting banged around a little bit. It's worrisome. It's been nice to see that they've got Disley back day one, Brendan, because I have high hopes for Will Disley. And so to see that he's back on the field, fully participating in camp, I like seeing that part. Steven Sullivan making an early big time grab and showing out a little bit has me encouraged because he's that guy with the freakish body, the freakish skill set. That boy, if this guy can turn it on, I know he couldn't make it happen at LSU, but man, if he can make it go here with the Seahawks, then that would be awesome. Some of the tough points I think have been, Brandon, that as someone spoke about earlier, we're not getting any blurbs about any of the training camp notes. So we used to have people that even be sitting on the burn. I mean, you could go to Reddit or you could go to other message boards and you could find people who would say, put their training camp observations of what they saw that day out of camp and kind of cross-reference it with other people said, and you could get to some truth, kind of distill it down a little bit. Now, unfortunately, with this training camp, we have nobody on the berm, and the reporters aren't saying a whole lot. And then when they do the live streaming and you get a little bit of the footage, it's just them warming up and stretching, and you're not seeing a lot of anything to really take from. So I don't have a lot of great observations to give you at this point, Brendan. We're not getting a lot of information to go off of or operate from. But we'll see. I just hope the injury thing doesn't mount. That's the thing to pay attention to this year. That can deep six your season. It deep sixed our season last year. We just lost one too many bodies, in key positions, and we just didn't have enough talent to bring out in the football field against Green Bay. You're trotting Lano Hill out there at that point instead of being able to have Bradley McDougall and Quandre Diggs out there to get it. Just didn't work at that point. So the injury thing is something we've got to monitor, something to pay attention to. Did we lose the stream, you guys? Oh, you had to refresh. We're back. Yeah, it's sometimes the stream gets a little dodgy when we get into hour past 3.5. It's like YouTube just gets a little wonky. I don't know why, but just do a quick refresh and we'll be back up and running. Is it are we back up and running? You guys able to see okay? I guess we are. Sorry about that, folks. Dead Lee. What's up, Dead Lee? DJ Dallas or Travis Homer? I like Travis Homer's college tape a little bit more, Dead Lee. But they did draft DJ Dallas in the 4th round. I think both of them probably end up on the practice squad, so we don't end up having to pick between the two of them. But I still like Homer a little bit more than DJ Dallas. I thought he was a little more explosive, a little bit more shimmy to him, not as stiff a running back as DJ kind of is. Glad to have you back on the chat, Sharkyologist. Deadly, you're saying no, Clay Matthews? I'd prefer Clay. I'd prefer Clowney myself as well, Dead. It's just a matter of Clay may be the best option that you have available to you. Remember the time. I think that Steve Ballmer should be the owner. He has a similar approach to Paul Allen regarding winning. I wouldn't be against Ballmer, man. He's another one of those guys who'd be all in. That's all you want at this point, just another owner. Paul Allen was so all in as an owner. It's one of the things that I've gone to with people who get a little bit caught up in, we weren't a winner before Pete Carroll got here. No. That's not the way that statement works. We weren't a winner here really until Paul Allen arrived. It's when Paul Allen arrived that you got Mike Holmgren. It's when Paul Allen arrived, you got to your first Super Bowl. He was the guy driving that. So it's a great point. Remember the time, and in the respect of Ballmer would be great too. Certainly would be. Maxwell Stern, does DK have Julio Jones potential? Yeah. Kind of as I was saying, I think he's on that trajectory of Calvin Johnson, Julio Jones. You can consider him in that same place. Go look at those guys' careers and how their first, second, third, fourth year went. I'd expect to see DK on a very similar trajectory, a similar ascent. Have Russ buy the Seahawks? Maybe someday he does buy the Seahawks. I think he said he wants to be a team owner at some point, TJ. Sharkyologist, hi, thanks for saying my name right. Yeah, man, I love your name. It's awesome. Oh, yes, please do everyone hit the like button. It helps the channel out immensely. Help the channel grow. And if you're not subscribed, please do subscribe. We're on the push for 3,000. We're a mere 50 away when I started the stream today from 3,000, you guys. We're not even a year and a half old as a channel. Just amazing. Cameron Hughes at the Hawks Nest. I'm going to take a little break on the dock so I don't rush through it, though. Do you have any video ideas? I do highlights, game highlights, and game film from underrated guys. I've been seeing your stuff pop up on my stream, Cameron. I think the niche to find in on this, Cameron, would be, and I'm going to do a little of this myself, but the all-22 tape stuff, doing the player film on some of the guys that are maybe a little bit lesser that aren't everyone's going to go do a Jamal Adams highlight film, or everyone's going to do a Bobby Wagner film, but doing a highlight film on KJ Wright's plays last year, or like you did with Rasheem Green. You did a great little video on him where you showed some of the plays with him to understand the player he's developing to. I like some of those stuff that you do that you put together. They'd be nice and easy to put together because they're simple and easy. Try to get a little closer on the shots. Like you got the all-22 tape, get in closer on the guy that you're trying to focus on. You know what I mean? But right now, Seahawks Maven, I've heard, is dialing back a lot of what he's going to do YouTube-wise, and he's been the all-22 guy for Seahawks fandom a little bit. Maybe you could kind of fill in on that spot. The tough part I know is that it's, as far as eventually getting sub count, it's hard because you eventually want to get a little bit of money coming through and you can't because they're going to copyright all your videos. The NFL does, but it still wouldn't be a bad niche for you to roll through, man. And I get what you're saying on the break. I've had to do a little break myself here and there because you can get burned out doing these videos and trying to do a job. It gets to be a lot. Jeremy R., do you pick Seahawks players for fantasy football? Jeremy, I am right now needing like 29 hours in a day as it is. I don't have the extra time to go through and be checking my waiver wire and trying to do trades I just don't. So it probably, I'm not doing a fantasy this year. I don't know when I'll be able to do one. There's not enough. I need more hours in the day to do it, frankly. I never really had much of an opportunity to select Seahawks players in my fantasy football when I did play because I'd be in with other Seahawks fans, and anybody that's been in a fantasy league with Seattle Seahawks fans knows that Seahawks fans are homers and they're going to pick their players up, even if it's overreaching on a guy. And I would never overreach. So I didn't end up with very many Seahawks players because everybody in my league would always grab them in the first 2 rounds. Deadly. It's because they are more successful than most teams. I think I missed something on that, Deadly, on the front, what you said. Oh, maybe you mentioned my profit. D-Boy, did you get a jersey? If not, do you plan on getting one? If so, which one? I've not gotten a jersey yet. I'd probably eventually get a Metcalf one if I was getting a jersey. That'd be my guy I'd probably go with. But I don't have any plans to necessarily yet. I'm really going to want to get more into, I think, some like t-shirts. Like I want to get more beast mode shirts and stuff for the live stream here eventually. I think that's what I'm going to try to concentrate more on, just some cool little shirts or whatever. But probably I'd do Adams or Metcalf if I was picking between the two. TJ says, I just want to know one question for John and Pete, and that's why don't you give Russ an O-line? I don't want to trash O-line for him. I want him more protected than the president than Madden. That is Madden goals. Well, they're going to point to this, and I'm going to guess on this, TJ. I'm certainly don't know that this is the certain answer at play here, but what I would say is that you'd probably get Pete telling you that Russell has insisted upon being paid at top of the market at the quarterback position. We have to balance our team appropriately in that way, which means that we have to get other side of the ball enough players, offensive side of the ball enough players. There's going to be a place you're going to be deficient when you're paying a guy $35 million per season. As it is that we have a defensive head coach and a defensive-minded guy, first and foremost, we will choose the offensive side of the ball and a unit on the offensive side of the ball to make that deficiency take place. So everything's balanced off. O-line becomes the redheaded stepchild in this situation, unfortunately. That's my guess, TJ. I could be wrong on that, but that would be what I would be guessing. Football's best. What do you think about the D-line and Clowney situation? Football best, I think we need another 1 tech and or 3 tech, and we need another pass rusher. I think you need at least 2 players you need to add to that defensive line. You could do a 1 tech and a 3 tech. You could do a 3 tech and a pass rusher, but we need more than what we got. I would say that the Clowney situation remains one that's opened, but it could still go in a variety of different ways. We're at the front on the line here. I think he wants to come back and play for us first and foremost. But I think that there's a lot of factors at play here. Him getting much less than he thought, the COVID situation, whether the possibility of whether even maybe sitting out of years on the table. I think that everything's out there and on the table as far as him potentially selecting. But I do think that we are still the lead dog here. And my gut instinct on this football is that he'll come in a lot like last year as he came in on the trade, where it's just that he's going to wait to sign until the last minute, and then he'll come in a couple days before the end of training camp and the start of the season, enough time to come in and be able to play game 1. That's my guess. But I don't have a lot to go off with that because it's kind of a quiet on that front right now. I like to watch NFL. I'm so mad that a YouTuber was ranking the NFL secondary and he put the Seahawks at 8. His name is the Goat House. Yeah, that's if you're putting Seattle Seahawks at 8, you're not very. I would say there's no way they should be in anywhere near 8. You can maybe argue with me and say there's no way they should be past top 5. I could maybe listen to you as far as that goes. That they're in the top 5, but not no. Yeah, I like to watch NFL. That's craziness. That's a Seahawks hater right there. Cameron Hughes says, it can't help when your team's trainer's nickname is Ivan. It's not Ivan the Bad. It's Ivan the Terrible, Cameron. Great example of Pete bringing in his USC friends. Well, Pete has gotten a little more episodic in his approach to hirings, hasn't he? Right? Ken Norton, former coordinator, doesn't bring on a new coordinator. You get a guy like even Schottenheimer's a guy that comes from that the coaching tree of the NFL. He's not gone outside the box in his hires in that respect. And so why should the strength and conditioning coach be any different? Well, it isn't. It'll be interesting to see if we'll be as beat up this year as we've been in past, because again, those of you who don't know, we have a strength and conditioning coach named Ivan the Terrible, who got that name because his players that he trained at USC and University of Washington got more beat up during his time of training with him than when he just left. They got more healthier just him walking out the door. What's your number one worry for the season? Right now, my number one worry for the season is that we cannot stop the run. If we can't stop the run, then the defense falls apart out of there, D-boy. I think we'll rush the passer well enough, but you don't stop the run, then you're not going to do anything really that well, I think. Maxwell Stearns says, how do you see John Ursula doing this season? John's got an uphill climb, Maxwell. Huge uphill climb. We can't forget with John that I really don't think that he can play the outside as a receiver. He has 30-inch arms. 30.5-inch arms is how long his arms are. That is not just tiny. That's like, it's almost dwarfism small of arms for a wide receiver. That means that he's going to basically be stuck within the slot. He's also 5'9". You're not going to be able to put him on the outside. What do we know about the slot? Well, Maxwell, we know that Tyler Lockett last year was the most effective and the most efficient wide receiver in the entire NFL operating on the slot. Then we also know the Seahawks went out and got Philip Dorsett, who played all of the snaps last year from the slot with New England. So he's got to go. He's got two guys that he's behind on that pecking order to getting himself onto the team. I think it's just an uphill climb. He does have another year of eligibility for the practice squad, so you can at least feel good that he'll be on that. Maybe long-term, Dorsett goes and he's your backup to the slot guy. Maybe even if they look to move on from Tyler after a year from now, maybe he's your slot guy of the future. We'll see how that goes. Brendan Eichrick, the big nickel fantasy with Brooks, Adams, Wagner, and Blair seems to be a reality, and I love it. A lot scarier than Jamar Taylor, Tedrick Thompson, and Bradley McDougall. Yeah, that is a lot scarier than that. And it shows if they're willing to be innovative like that and move the pieces around, not just trying to lock people into their roles and lock them into situations, but actually move around and utilize people's strengths. It would be awesome because you got a variety of guys you can utilize strengths. You got a guy run 4.3 guy in Shaquem Griffin. You can get him out on the edge 10 to 15 snaps a game. You know, Jordan Brooks guy has got that same kind of elite level speed that just find a way to utilize it on the football field. The Marquise Blair, a hitter, guy with 2 forced fumbles who barely played last year. The guy who can instill some fear into receivers' hearts going over the middle. Find a way to get these guys on the football field at once. Get that talent out there. Don't you get stuck into, well, we got the 3 linebackers and the 4 defensive linemen and the 2 CDPs. No, be inventive. It's where the game's going. Ruben Navarro, what's up, Ruben? He asks, would you renew Carson next year if you had to pay him as one of the top 5 or top 10 paid? No, I would not. I am firmly in the camp, Ruben, of saying that I do not pay Chris Carson, and I am willing to send him off and wish him well after this next season, even if he has a great year for us. Let's go through just a litany of a couple things with this. Number one, historically speaking, if we look at running backs over the last 10 years and getting paid, what happens to them the very next year after getting paid is they fall off a cliff. They are never the same player they were, pretty much down to a man of what they were prior to signing that contract. It's not just a sample size of data that we have to go off of here, Ruben. There's a good amount of contracts. So that holds me up, number one. Number two, he has the worst fumbling problem in the entire NFL. This team is supposed to be all about the ball and protecting the ball. You have a quarterback who you don't let throw as much as you probably would like to let him throw because you're trying to, reduce the interceptions and reduce the amount of mistakes that are made. So having a guy on the team who has the worst fumbling problem by far in the entire NFL is another red mark up against Carson. The final thing, though, this is the last part to me that kind of X's it out, Ruben, is the fact that he's had 2 of his first 3 years have been ended due to major injury. So he comes with injury problems, and this goes back to his college career. It goes back to his even high school career where he had injuries. So he's injury prone, fumble prone, and when you pay running backs, they fall off a cliff. No, I'm out on that. Just give me some 4th, 5th, 6th rounders every year. Bring them in, have them all compete, put the best guy out on the football field. That's where I'd go. Hope you had a good dinner there, Team 12s. Team 12s, you ordered a Jamal Adams jersey? Sweet, dude. I bet that jersey looks nice. D-Boy, hey, something missing. What's missing, D-Boy? Derek Sanchez, will running back catch more passes out of the backfield? I hope so. Probably not, Derek. Unfortunately, the throwing to a running back out of the backfield is one of those things that I'm not knocking Russell here, but when you are a smaller quarterback, it gets harder to make those throws. You'll have the defensive end on either side of you because let's say the running back's leaking out as like a swing pass, right? The defensive end gets upfield with his 6'5" frame and he blocks you off. So what you need, usually what you see at the big 6'4", 6'5" quarterbacks is they just kind of throw over the top of those defenders down to the running back on the swing passes, where Russell's got to throw it, lollipop it kind of over the top of the defensive end. And you can't really lollipop the throw. You've got to throw it with a little bit of mustard to get it there because the guys are coming to the running back. He doesn't have a lot of space to work out there. You want to get it into his hands quick so he can do his moves and go. I think you'll always see with Russell Wilson teams that there's always going to be a little bit of a limited amount of running back catches. It's just the price of admission with Russell. The upshot is you're getting a lot more of the deep balls and that type of thing on the other side of it. Maxwell Stern says, is it me or is anyone else getting a weird gut feeling Russ could get hurt this season? That's been one of my big worries, Maxwell, with the offensive line, man. It's like you got to pay the price gets paid eventually. And when I went back and looked through all the mobile quarterbacks through all recent history, I mean, just go through the line on them, you guys. Go down the line. Randall Cunningham, Steve Young, Michael Vick, Robert Griffin, Cam Newton, just deep. One after another, they all suffered a major injury in their career, and usually within the first 8 years of their career, as Russell enters into, I think, the 9th year of his career. So he's been able to avoid that and get around. He had the high ankle sprain he played through at one point. He's had some injuries he's fought through. Certainly he has. But you wonder, is the price going to eventually come due? Is that bill going to come due eventually? Especially when, as someone else mentioned here, they want to build up a super line in front of him that keeps him clean and protected all the time, which you have not done. So you have a right to get a little bit fearful of that, Maxwell. I share the same worries with you on that. Drew Tillman, how do you talk to Clowney? Okay, so Drew, what happened was we were on the live stream about 2.5 months ago, and a guy came in the live stream, a guy named Mike, and he said, hey, I'm a Seahawks fan. I play with Clowney. What's your Xbox handle? And I laughed at the time and I said, yeah, okay, right. Sure. You play with Clowney. And I gave him my Xbox handle. And then I'm playing Xbox and he hits me up on chat. I'm playing my buddy and then he joins in the chat and then Jadavian joins in. So I've been playing with him off and on here and there since then for the last couple of months. I don't get on and play as much because I'm trying to keep this channel going and keep you guys happy with content. But I have gotten a chance, Drew, to play with him a couple times. It's hard to get any information off of him though, because I'm like, I can sense the situation's a little stressful. I can sense it's a touchy topic. So I just try to stay positive and say stuff like, we need you to get the Super Bowl this year, man. It's on you, man. Like, come on. This is the right place for you. You can flourish here. We got I'm doing the sales job, but I can't get much tidbits from him as far as him letting me know which way he's leaning, Drew, as far as that goes. D-Boy, we're the number one troll. Jason Butler wanted Rodgers jersey. No. Jason, how long do you think Rodgers is there for now? Like, because the going consensus is that you're going to play Jordan Love within the first 3 years. Do you think that do you think that Rodgers is out within the next, you can't get out of his contract the next 2 years, I don't think, but within 2 years, do you think that's it for him? That's interesting how that situation played out with that. Aiden Reynolds, if the Hawks don't win a Super Bowl this year, Pete needs to go and we need an offensive minded coach coming in. Well, I will say if there are things that repeat themselves again this year, Aiden, if the defense continues to play league worst with a defensive minded head coach at the forefront, that is a problem. And that now has become increasingly a pattern where your defense continues to go down bit by bit. There's diminishing returns. There seems to be a going consensus amongst the league that they know they have these Seahawks beater plays that attack our scheme specifically and know how to attack our scheme to get the most yards and to be really efficient. So it would go to that where maybe that's something that you have to look at that point. We'll see how the season plays out. It's pretty tough to tell a coach he's got to go win the Super Bowl or you're getting fired. That's a tough mark to hit for a guy. But I would look more towards, rather than if he gets to the Super Bowl, for me, it's more of, do the patterns that have been negative, that have continued to show themselves for year after year after year over the last 3, 4, 5 years, does it continue to increase? Does it continue to get even more? Does it rear its ugly head even more so? That'll be the part to watch. I like to watch NFL. Russ gave them $50 million so they can fix the line so you don't get sacked like 10 times a game. Russ, give them $50 million. Yeah, I like to watch. You bring up this is a point that people have to remember with the offensive line. You know, a guy like Patrick Mahomes went out there and just gave the Kansas City Chiefs a very quarterback-friendly deal with that 10-year deal. That's a very very team-friendly deal. He didn't maximize out what he could make. In fact, he went quite the opposite. He allowed for them to then go out and be able to re-sign Chris Jones and Travis Kelce here to a contract extension. That's what him doing that allowed. Now, Russell, on the other side of it, he's got a baseball agent. That baseball agent has one football client. That's Russell Wilson. So he wants to get Russ all the money he can. And in every negotiation, it's getting hard. Each one's getting harder. There were rumors last time that he was wanting a percentage of the salary cap, that being 20%. And it just adjusts year by year by year. So the one thing you got to always go back with Russell, and I love Russell to death, but it is the one part that I would, if I could talk to Russell, I'd say, Russell, are you sure you need to make all that money? You sure you can't get by on $25 million a year? Because that extra $10 million a year could get you a Pro Bowl level left guard. And that's just going to let you show out that much more, isn't it? He's not been willing to do it as of this point. He's gone to that point every point. He sits on the 4-year contracts rather than the 5 or 6 year deals, which will allow teams to spread the money out a little bit more. Nope. 4-year contract. Every year I want up every 4 years. Bang. Give me that new deal. Russell's got to get a little bit out of that, in my opinion. I really would like to see him move a little bit away from that. Cameron Hughes says, I rely on the draft for my team because I don't have time for it with school and stuff. But I'm a pretty good drafter because I won the championship 2 years ago and came in second last year. Nice. Good job, Cameron. It's good stuff. SL presents, we should sign Clay Matthews last season. He showed you still had something in the tank with 8 sacks last year. SL, it seems like a lot of people in chat seem to be against Matthews and signing him. I'm not one of those people because for the reasons you said. He had 8 sacks last year. That was in 13 games. A lot of those games that he did play in and still got sacks, he's playing with a broken jaw. He's a tough guy. You're not going to ask him to play a ton of snaps with you. He's just going to be a rotational pass rusher. But if you don't get Clowney and Griffen off the board, after Matthews, it's a far drop off from any edge rushers out there that are available at that point. You're pretty much going to have to ride with what you got then. Maxwell Stern says, I would never trade Russ, but if he requested a trade, how much would you need for him? Sort of depends on the team you're trading for. If you're trading with a team that's a good team, a playoff team, and I'm going to be looking at the first round pick I'm getting in the 20s, I'm probably going to need 3-4 first round picks at that point. But I don't even like the thought of thinking about trading Russ. So I hate the thought of that. But that would probably be the cost. It would be probably be the biggest trade compensation that a team has ever gotten back. You would be getting back. Jason Butler says, speaking of not stopping the run, see that San Francisco versus Packers game. Yikes. Yeah, you guys will be helped a little bit by that kid out of Michigan coming off that shoulder injury that he was dealing with. I like that guy's upside. And it seemed like you guys stopped the run relatively well throughout the year. It was just kind of a misnomer game. But what is weird, Jason, it's like San Francisco gives the Packers problems in the playoffs. It just seems, I don't know why it's like even going back to Kaepernick there, it was just a tough matchup for you guys against that team. It seems like it's just, I feel like football is that way at times where it's just sometimes a team's a tough matchup for another team, but they'll do great against the rest of the league. I feel like the Packers, their tough team for them is sort of the Niners in the way that they're set up. But that was odd to see how well they were able to run against you guys. I did not expect that in that game. I thought Niners are going to run the well against everybody because of their motion stuff. But man, they didn't even have to pass. That was a shocker to me with you guys. They didn't even have to throw the ball. It was amazing. Maxwell Stern says, who starts, Flowers, Dunbar? Who starts, Flowers or Dunbar? Does Flowers even have a chance? I think he's got a chance, but I don't think that there's really competition there. I think Dunbar is going to be kind of slotted in as the guy, which is sad because I'm high on Flowers, and I think he's got a lot of upside coming into this season. But I think Dunbar's your starter, Maxwell. Maxwell, day one, you're going to look at Dunbar there. But Flowers, it's nice depth to have there. It's very nice to have. Wani Pascal? I think I pronounced that right. Sorry if I butchered it. Just joined. So it must have been asked before. Should we expect Penny to recover anytime soon? There's a reason to expect that he could potentially come back by week 8. What we do tend to hear with the ACLs is that it takes that extra year to fully get yourself back to what you were before. But if he does come back, he can give you a little bit of juice at that running back position. And let's face it, you guys, The last 3 or 4 years, the running back room has gotten decimated over the course of the year. We had one game against the Minnesota Vikings a couple of years ago. We had a guy by the name of Dwan Harris as our starting running back because we were so light at running back. So it's very nice to have this kind of stable of guys that you can go through. It's nice to have Penny coming back in with Hyde and Carson. You got the Homer, DJ Dallas, and maybe you could even still bring in beast mode if something got turned sideways. And much better to have that rather than having to sign guys off the street who haven't played in a year and a half. So I don't know if I expect him to fully recover Wani, but I do think that he would be back by week 8. They'll put him on the PUP list till week 8 and then bring him back in at that time. As Isaac Azos, what's up? I came on late. No worries, my guy. I'm sure you touched on this, but do you think the Seahawks will sign another D-line like Snacks or Darius? Why are they waiting so long? We obviously need. Yes, I do think that you're going to see 2 more signings on the defensive line at some point, be it a defensive tackle and another defensive end or 2 defensive tackles. Snacks was the guy that I thought they would go for. We just don't know if we're hearing if he really wants to play or not. Marcel Darius, who you mentioned, is it would be a great candidate B behind Snacks as a possibility. You're just looking for depth at that point. It is a need. I think the reason they're waiting for so long is I think that the Clowney domino remains. I think that they are still sort of hoping that he kind of comes around to them, that he realizes the situation for what it is, that there aren't a lot of other available options out there that are any better. This is his best situation to go and make his money for next year. I think that they're just leaning on that and hoping on that and maybe taking some risk on that, Isaac, by waiting. And maybe other guys are like Everson Griffen are going off the board as they wait, but they feel so strongly that it'll play out this way. This is conjecture on my part, but it feels like how the situation is sort of playing out. Oh, that's cool. Just in time for the year that jersey will arrive, right? Team 12s. TJ Wilborn says, if I got to be an OC and I have to have a Cam Newton or Lamar Jackson type quarterback, scramble type quarterback, that's the best quarterback to have that can run and throw. I agree. It's where the NFL game's going to where you're no longer going to have statue quarterbacks here probably within the next 10 years. Every team throughout the year out the league at that point is going to be needing to have a guy that's mobile. I would be very shocked if there's any of those guys that are able to hold on. I think all these old guys that are on the outs, the Rivers, the Bradys, once they go, there will not be a replacement like that type coming back in that's in that mold or fashion. The place that I do have a little bit of worry though, TJ, that I would offer is that I don't know if I want the Lamar Jackson, Cam Newton type unless I'm all in on just building the scheme around them to run the ball. And I know I've got them for 4 or 5 years. I'm not putting them through like we've done with Russell Wilson, where there's this 10-year plan in place. He takes over and becomes your franchise quarterback. I know I'm using these guys up. I know I'm beating them up because I'm asking them to run them like a running back a lot of times, but I'm challenging defenses a ton. I'm getting them on the cheap rookie deal at that point where I'm not paying a huge amount of money. That would be my caveat to what you said, TJ, would be that I'd have to have him on the rookie quarterback. I wouldn't be counting on having him pass the rookie deal probably, and I'd use him up. I'd use him like a sweatshop, you know? Hovan says, I watched all 3 days of training camp, and I was so fired up when I saw Disley. If he stays healthy, sky is the limit for him. I am too. It was great to see him coming out ready to go full on with the camp, no hold back. They're letting him go. That part has got me as psyched as anything else because I'm high on this guy. I think this guy could be a Pro Bowler for you if he can just get a full season and play. So you have a right to be excited. God bless you for sitting through that training camp footage, man. It is not the most exciting footage to watch. I tried and I just sitting there just kind of, it's like staring at paint dry a little bit at times. Lord Google, I got to go. Having fam loader. First time I've seen your channel and love the content. Thank you, Lord Google. No worries. I appreciate you hanging in there for the stream. TJ Wilburn says, if preseason was supposed to start, it would be tomorrow. Yep. You'd be having your first game tomorrow. It's going to be very odd. No preseason games, and they're just going to go live with it. Man, we're going to see some sloppy week 1 gameplay. Expect to see that, folks. If not further, week 2, 3, 4. It's going to take them a while to get their feet under them. Hamza. What's up, Hamza? Which position do we need the most work at? Defensive line, offensive line? Defensive line, I think, needs the most work. I think you can get by with your offensive line as it currently sits. You've got just enough there to get through. I have worries about offensive line, but I've got a huge amount of worries about my defensive line. And some of this just comes back to philosophy and where this team begins and starts with how it builds itself. Because Carroll, when he starts out, he's got a blank piece of paper in front of him, right? Nothing written down. He goes, and he writes at the top, how I'm going to build my team. The first thing he goes in number 1 is he's going to say, stop the run. And so that's why, as much as anything, I'm worried about the offensive line, but I'm more worried about the defensive line, because from a philosophy standpoint, you're not building to what your philosophy is. That's where I do get a little bit worried. But thank you for the kind words there, Lord. Glad you found the channel. D-Boy says, with Adams being a two-way safety, do you think he can help with stopping the run? He'll be phenomenal stopping the run. One of the best run-stuffing safeties in the league, D-Boy. He can get tackles for losses. He's very instinctive. He can read a play pre-snap, probably better than any player that's on our roster right now. So those things will all help him in the run game. It certainly will help. The problem comes into me is that if you're just got your big dogs off the line or getting blown back, it doesn't matter if you got a safety who's good in the run game. The offensive line's getting pushed. There's going to be yards to be had in the running game at that point. Wayne Wilson, chances we trade for Von Miller. I put the chances at being, I'm going to stick it at like 60%, Wayne. The thing that I like about it is the things have to happen with this to play out, Wayne, for you to be able to have a chance at Von Miller. And he's the number one trade deadline candidate I have on the Seahawks list, being that if the Seahawks make a trade deadline deal, he's the guy that I think that they go and they pluck. The way it would need to play out, though, is that the Broncos think they're in it. They think Drew Lock's the real deal. They think they've assembled a lot of talent around him. They think this is the year they're ready to kind of go for it. I don't think this is the year they're ready to go for it. So you're going to have to wait for them to kind of come out the gate and lose a little bit, go 1-4, go 1-5, and then make that trade. So that's probably what it would take to make the deal at that point. But I think Broncos would be willing, because they'd realize that, look, we're in a tough division against San Diego and Oakland and Kansas City. We've got to just kind of play this to the future at this point. Let's assemble a draft pick. Let's get it back a fourth rounder for Seattle midway through the year and call it a day. That's the way I would see it needing to kind of play out, I think. Drew Tillman says, we got to have Clowney shout out the channel, laughing out loud. I would have asked him, Drew, and just again, I'm trying to not be like imposed upon him, especially right now with where things are at and the way the situation, but eventually I'll have him shout me out on Instagram or whatever and say, hey, just tell him the Hawks nest was real. I did say, Drew, I have told him, I said, you'd freak people out if Clowney signs. What I did said, when you get the Seattle media talking around, you'd be like, yeah, Pete and Jib, John made great, great sales job. But, the Hawks nest from YouTube, he just made that final argument that just got me in play. I thought that'd blow people's mind if I can get him to do it. So I'm going to try. I'm going to try, man. Brian Roberts, thank you, man. God bless you. Appreciate that. Appreciate the love. 12. We got love for you and nothing but respect. Can't wait for the next me and the man. We're working on the vids. And just like I was talking to you guys earlier, I haven't seen anybody in the chat mention anything, but we are going to do an event in Seattle on opening week. I'm going to pick out a bar I'm going to go to. So if you guys all want to join and come say what's up and just share a beer with me or whatever, I don't know which bar we're going to quite yet. I'll get you guys more information on that on the next stream, but we're going to do a meetup. So if you guys are in the local Seattle area, anywhere, come, I'll give you some details on the next one, but I'd love to meet you guys in person. I know we got COVID and stuff, but Randall McDaniel, how long did you start the stream? Years, not hours. How did people, years, not hours. How did people find the show and all that? Randall, I started streaming kind of right around I started streaming in the Packer game was where I started to do the stream. And then I just kind of been building off of that here a little bit by little. But people, it seems like every stream we get about, 5 to 10 people come in that hadn't seen the channel. They're just searching for us and popped along and kind of found us. So, unfortunately, I didn't do myself a lot of favors in naming my channel by not putting Seahawks within the name of my channel. So I think when people look for Seahawks channels, I don't always come up like other channels do because of that. But we're just getting the steady, I can't complain. We got good steady growth, Randall. We're getting stuff going. So I put tags in the chat so people can look through the tags when I'm creating the videos. After the video's done, I put a tag in there. So if they're searching by phrases, Seahawks channel and stuff, they can find it by that way. Derek Sanchez says, DJ Reed going to be something to really wait for. I don't expect him to be anything. The San Francisco 49ers did not have a very good secondary outside of their safety. And of course, Richard Sherman played pretty good for them, but it wasn't good outside of that. I don't have, they had a good slot corner too. I shouldn't tear him away. He did pretty good for them as well. But Reed's not that great. I think he's a guy that got just as far as for a little bit of depth in case if Dunbar does get the suspension coming down on his head. So it's just a little bit of a hedge for them. They were a little bit light at cornerback past Trey Flowers. It gets a little bit light, especially when you consider Ugo Amadi's really a slot guy. You're not going to be able to put him on the outside. So Just a little bit of depth signing as much as anything. TJ Wilborn says, I would love to trade for Joey Bosa. Yeah, I would too. I loved Joey since going back for college. Just a safe player when he was coming out. I was kind of surprised a lot of the time, and I still think the Cowboys in retrospect made a mistake by going for Ezekiel Elliott over Joey Bosa. I think the Cowboys would be a lot further as an organization and a franchise today if Joey Bosa had been the pick they had made there rather than Ezekiel Elliott. But I love Joey. Complete player, uses his hands. Him and his brother are phenomenal hand usage. But he'll be good for years to come. That was a good contract. I think Chargers paid a boatload of cash for him, but it's still going to turn out to be, I think, a pretty good contract for them. He'll probably play up to it. Team 12 says, if Carson gets injured and Penny is the starter, do you think that they will come to their senses after the first game without Carson and he will flourish? Let me reread that. Gets injured and Penny is the starter. Do you think that they will come to their senses after the first game without Carson and he will flourish? Yeah, I think if you give him an opportunity to really get some touches, Team 12s, and he's actually healthy enough to go, he's going to show out. And especially if they can just use him on the outside, like I was saying. He averaged 8 yards a carry on outside runs last year. He averaged 7 yards a carry on off tackle runs, outside zone runs. Utilize him in that way, and he's going to put up 5.5 yards per carry. I guarantee it. So I'd love to see him. If he gets a chance, I think he'll show out, man. I do think he'll show out. Maxwell Stern says, do you see Lamar Jackson getting hurt this year? Yeah, this is part of my thing with the Cam Newton and Lamar when I put him in that category. And I say, you've got to count on only getting 3, 4, 5 years out of him at that point. Every 5 years, you'll need to rotate through a quarterback. You could do it this way. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Patriots be the first to adopt this model as they move forward. And that is the model of bringing a mobile guy who can throw, who can throw just well enough, run that read option to death, run the gadgety stuff to death, fly sweeps, all that stuff, right? And then just know that you're not signing him to a long-term deal. You're going to get him beat up over the first couple of years, and he'll get an injury eventually, and you got to bring in the new guy. And then at the same time, always have a decent backup who can run the offense similarly. So, Jalen Hurts kid that the Eagles drafted would be a guy you'd then draft to hedge up against the injury that's probably going to happen to them, the number one quarterback. That's the new potential model that some organization is going to take on and wrap their heads around. Baltimore's already kind of doing it with Lamar because he plays way too wild for my taste. For a guy that looks like he weighs about 190 pounds, he takes a lot of hits, a lot of blows. He's not as good as Russell at getting down. He's much more like Cam and running like a running back from that position. You got to wonder if he can hold up even as long as Cam held up before he finally succumbed to the injuries and really kind of getting decimated a bit by the injuries mounting up and stacking up over the course of the years. But I could see him getting injured, Maxwell, for sure, very easily. Phil Freeman, Russell Wilson delivered 2 Super Bowls and was in the playoffs on a paltry rookie quarterback. He's just now getting paid for the work he did in 2012 to 2017. So Phil, I get where you're coming from. He was on a paltry rookie quarterback. I got no argument with you there. You're 100% right. The thing is that the thing that those guys do that are the 3rd and 4th round quarterbacks that they have above the guys that are the 1st round quarterbacks is the 4th and the 5th year options don't click in on those guys. So what that means is that I got you in the 1st round as a quarterback. I got you for that 5 years, and then I can franchise you past that. When you're a 3-year guy, a 3rd round pick guy, and you're past year 3, you're going to usually get that new contract, especially if you went way above and beyond what Russell did. So after his 3rd year, he got that new contract. Then as that contract was winding down, he got another new contract. So he's gotten 2 big, massive contracts he's already been paid. At some point or another, Phil, I'd like to see him start to understand, look, I've made $150, $200 million here over the course of my career. I've got endorsements coming out the anus. Maybe I can dial back 10 million extra off my contract like we saw Tom Brady do in order to fill out the rest of the roster. I don't think it's an out of the control thing to ask for. Frankly, I think it's pretty ridiculous that quarterbacks get paid basically twice that almost of what the next players do. Like you got the defensive end, these defensive players are at $20 million a year and that's the top of their market, but you have quarterbacks everywhere making $30 million a season. It's a little bit out of whack when you're dealing with a $200 million contract and you have a 55-man roster. I would like to see him adjust that just a little bit, Phil. Team 12s, in 7 or so years, do you think the team will draft a do you think we'll draft a statue? Okay. So do you think a team will draft a statue quarterback? You got to retype that, Team 12s. I don't know if I can read this right. Do you think a team will draft a statue, get a stacked line, and rip up the cornerbacks after they get used to less accurate throws? Oh, so I guess Team 12s is what you're saying is that do we see the ebbs and flows of it going from being statue quarterbacks to mobile quarterbacks, then back to statue quarterbacks, because then you're going to get back to the guys that are accurate with the big arms who can throw it all over the football field. I think it's more likely Team 12s that those mobile quarterbacks who historically speaking have not had the best arms, have not been very accurate, start to get better in the accuracy game, start to get better in their throwing mechanics. Reason being is that these kids are now throwing earlier and earlier than they ever did before. Back in my day, everybody's running the wing tee, and in high schools, you ran the ball like 70, 80% of the time. Now you got even high school programs are adopting spread formations and stuff. Quarterbacks are getting a lot more opportunity to throw the ball more often. It's going to make them better passers. So I think they'll just become better passers along with being mobile. I don't think that part's ever going backwards, Team 12s. All right. Randall McDaniel says Brady went through about 3 phases with Pats, 3 phases of players. My point is, I think Russell is entering phase 2. I agree with that, Randall. I can agree with that. It is kind of different waves you're going through, and this has been the transition into phase 2, essentially moving out of phase 1 to phase 2. And it took a little bit longer because you had a little bit more of the winning in there. It just did. You were kind of in that Legion of Boom era. Maxwell Stern says, are you going to stream this season's games? Well, with my move to Maui, it's going to change the streaming a little bit for me on game day. What I think I'm going to probably have to do is stream after the games are over, Maxwell. I think that's the direction I'm going to lean in, is stream just after the game. Then we can do a post-game chat about what just happened. But I'm still thinking about, I'll figure out something that's kind of equivalent to streaming towards the games, but I'm moving to Maui, which is they don't have the games on locally. So I can't be at my home to stream the game at that point. I'm gonna have to go to a bar, to watch the games, unfortunately. Ricardo Reyes, what is up, my brother? How you doing? Ricardo's got Jordan Brooks as Rookie of the Year. I love it. I love it, Ricardo. Love the optimism. I hope so, man. That would be great. Brian Roberts, thank you for the subscription, brother. I appreciate it, man. We're trying to get pushed towards 3,000. So bit by bit, we're growing little by little here, man. I think we're 19 months old on the channel. We're just great progress. You guys are awesome with all of your support. So thank you for subscribing, Brian. I do appreciate it, man. TJ Wilborn says, I found the channel because I typed Seahawks live and boom, he popped up. Glad I found the channel. Go Hawks. That's awesome. I didn't even know that. Definitely. That's cool. It came up that way, because that's not even one of the tags that I have in there, TJ, is Seahawks live. So I got to add that tag. Got to get that one put in. Yeah. Maxwell says, I found the draft this year. Yep. I'm always going to stream all 3 days of the draft, even with us not having a first round pick. I think I still will stream this year's draft, you guys. I have so much fun with that, doing the 3 days of it. It's such a marathon, but it's fun as hell to do. So, and I think we get a lot of new subscribers when we do that. V Splash, thoughts on DK Metcalf and how he will do this year. So I've got V Splash. I've got DK going in that same trajectory of Calvin Johnson, Julio Jones. I think he's on a Hall of Fame ascent. I don't think that he gets to his top end this year, but I think he moves through the second tier, which is going to be, if he's at 70 catches last year, right around 1,000 yards, I expect him to be about 75 to 80 catches, 1,200 yards. And then I expect him pushing that 10 to 12 touchdown range. So he just takes another incremental step forward in his game. And then by year 3, I think he's through the moon. I think by that point, you're looking at a guy at 85 catches a game, 85 catches a season, 1,500 yards a season, 14 to 15 touchdowns, into that Calvin Johnson stratosphere for at least a couple years of his career while he's got Russell in his prime. I think I don't think it's out of control to say. I don't think it's me being a homer. He falls right in line with Julio Jones and Calvin Johnson's rookie year as far as his production goes. Right in line. Hamza, what's up, Hamza? Let's assume in your option we are the 6th best team in the league. Can take whatever number. Rank the top 6 teams and explain why the teams are better than us. Okay, I'll start up the top. So we'll go league-wide. That's the NFL. Obviously, Kansas City Chiefs. Why would they be better? They built their team around their star quarterback. We didn't build our team around our star quarterback. We tried to have a star quarterback and then build our team around being a defensive team, which then fails out. So a commitment more to their quarterback than we do, in surrounding him with all of the weapons you'd want to surround your quarterback, surrounding him with a offensive line that can get the job done up front and not have him running for his life all the time. Next team would be Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I like them. I'd like them offensively and all the weapons that they have, but I really like that front 7. I think that's the part that people forget and lose out on and sight on is how good that front seven is going to be for them. They added a guy in Antoine Winfield Jr., who was one of my favorite players in the entire draft. They got another offensive lineman for Tom Brady as well. One of those quality tackles that was there on the board and out there. So they'd be number 2. The Baltimore Ravens, pretty self-explanatory here. He had like 12, 13 Pro Bowlers last year. They added Calais Campbell, Derek Wolfe. Nobody's going to be able to run the ball on them. They didn't even lose their Judson guy, I think was his name, the guy they franchised. They brought everybody basically back into the fold on that team. I like where they're at a lot. So they'd be the team number, I guess, 3. 4 would be, we'll go with Green Bay, because I think they would just feast on a little bit of a lesser division. Not as much as because I think they're a better team, but because their division's weaker and that they have the opportunity to get to 13-3, 14-2 mark because of that. The other 2 teams that I would put in place, let's go with the Cowboys, because let's say the rookie draft class just shows out. They do some pretty good signings over the offseason. And then let's pick we'll pick the Niners just because it could be a toss-up at times. I don't know if I fully believe they'll be better than us, but you said that I'm just operating off your assumption that there are 6 better teams than us. I'd pick those 6 teams. I think there's only 2 better teams than us in the AFC. I can't see any other teams that, even in their best state, are better than us. Just, I don't buy it. Phil Freeman. Okay, so yes, Phil, you're right. Rookies, Wilson signs the 4-year, $750,000 deal, Phil. After his 3rd year and the 4th year, he signs the new deal. So while yes, the $750,000, but he then gets paid the bonus money and all of that new money comes in by the 4th year of the deal. He then just signed his 2nd contract extension in this last contract. So he's had 2 massive contract extensions on top of his initial rookie deal that Russell Wilson has brought home up until that point. He's made a lot of money. He's more than made up for that rookie deal, Phil. He's more than made up for it. Okay, he's going to have made up into the point of, by this next contract, by the end of it, he'll have made into the $200 million, well over $200 million in his career. He's done all right. I think he's made up for lost ground. And it's not a Dak Prescott situation either, Phil, where, the Cowboys are making Dak Prescott wait 1-2 extra years before they're finally paying him. They paid him after that 3rd year. They didn't make him wait, which they could have made him wait on that $750,000 deal, but they didn't do that. M Webb, my list of top 10 Seahawks right now: Rush, Jamal, Bobby, Lockett, Dwayne, Chris, Carson, DK, Quentin, Shaquille, Quandre Diggs. Agree or disagree? Whole secondary is top 10. I got our secondary as top 5, if not top 3. M Webb, I really feel that way. Can't argue with the only place I might argue with them, Webb, is this. Is Dwayne Brown going to play where he's played at prior? I might slip in Disley in his spot. Now that's me obviously thinking Disley is going to show out and be healthy this year, but I wonder if Dwayne Brown, 2 major injuries he suffered last year, 35 years old, is he going to be able to give us the level of play that he's given us prior? That's a big question for me. I think he'll still be solid, but is he a Pro Bowl level anymore? I don't know. Oh, Van Lichten, I got to go to sleep now. Here's almost 5 a.m. Oh, you stayed up late for me, man. I appreciate that. I will prepare some questions for the next stream. See you next time. I will see you next time, Hovan, as well. I appreciate you, my guy. From, is it Germany? Is that right? Was it Germany? I'm probably off on this. I think you said it was Germany. Phil Freeman says, it's the salary cap that needs to go. There's no cap on owners' earnings. I'm with you. Super Bowl teams like the Seahawks get broken up due to the salary cap. Yeah, that's I guess the biggest thing with me, Phil, and asking for him to take the discount is it's just that you see the effect of signing the quarterback to the big deal when you have to pay him. You see the effect it's had league wide when those quarterbacks, I think it was like last year, the top 7 quarterbacks aside from Russell Wilson didn't make the playoffs even. There was some stat like that. It came up a couple years ago. It just shows itself where it's like, man, it's obvious. The second you pay this quarterback, it has a tangible hit the rest of your team is taking. And I get why I'm not going to begrudge anybody that goes to maximize out their value in football. This ain't NBA. This ain't baseball. Guys have a short shelf life. I'd argue quarterbacks is a little different for them. They can afford to maybe take a little bit less, knowing they can play into the freaking 40s. But I'd never tell a player that he should take a discount in football for that reason, because of the lack of guaranteed contracts. And that's the part where, Phil, they could maybe adjust it somewhere. It'd be good to see them adjust it where, they do get hosed. Part of it, though, is that the players union just doesn't do a good job for football. Those players union doesn't give them the same kind of deal that the basketball players and the baseball players get. We do have a lot of new people in the stream, D-Boy. We got a bunch of people. I love it. I love this injection of new blood. Bit by bit, we grow. Yes, please do hit that like button if you're watching and you do like. Helps the channel out. Wani says, can we please stop talking about how buff Wags is looking? Isn't he always looking buff though, Wani? He always looks freaking massive. So I was watching Mic'd Up from last year with David Clowney's a big freakish looking guy himself is looking at Bob and he's like, I want to get arms like you. And Bobby's like, just do a bunch of push-ups, man. Seems to be the new thing. Just do a bunch of push-ups. TJ Wilborn says, we will probably trade up this year and draft a quarterback with our stupid ass draft team. Give up all the future first rounders we got left. Maybe, man. Maybe. Thanks, man. The beard's going to be good for a couple more weeks till I start the new job, D-Boy, and then I got to shave it off. Shave it off for the man so I can look all clean cut. Ewan Slow, 206. Hope I pronounced that right. What do you think of Snacks Harrison to shore up the run D? And do you project Brooks to start opposite KJ? And if so, how does Bruce fit in? Third downs, thanks, and go Hawks. Yeah, great questions there. Thanks for hopping on the chat here. First off, I liked Snacks Harrison for about a 3-year period there. He was the Pro Football Focus darling. And by that, I mean that he was their top-rated player in all of football as a one-tech defensive tackle. And the reason he was is because he stopped the run like nobody else. You couldn't move him. You had to double team him often. Just a really fantastic player. He's not been that same guy since going to Detroit, but how many players is the same player they were when they went to Detroit, right? It's like where players go to die. So there could still be a little bit of gas left in that tank. I think if you brought him in as a rotational guy where you're not asking him to be the starter, just spot rotate him in to keep Jarran and keep Puna fresh, he really does add a now nice little vital cog of rotation in there. So I would love to see him signed. Can't think it'd cost you past more than like a $3 million deal to bring him into the fold. Love to see it happen. No, I do not see Jordan Brooks starting opposite KJ Wright at the Sam linebacker role. This has been something that I know the coaching staff, the front office has tried to project out to us and tell us that Brooks can play outside linebacker, but I just don't think that this is I think that what they're trying to do is prepare people for the fact they can't tell them that Jordan Brooks is going to start on the bench. You can't say we drafted this first round pick and he's going to sit on the bench in his first year and play a little bit of special teams. That's not going to go over well with the fans. So you'll say, well, we'll let him compete at outside linebacker. Maybe we'll move KJ over. Maybe we'll do this. But I don't think that was ever the plan. I've been saying for months, the plan is you brought Bruce Irvin and you paid him $6 million to have him early downs start for you at the Sam linebacker role, which he played fantastic in that position in 2013 and 2014. Then KJ Wright will stay over at the will linebacker role, which is what he's played his entire career. You're not going to ask a guy in year 11 to switch positions. That doesn't make any sense. Those are your starters along with Bobby in the middle, and Jordan Brooks is doing some backing up. So I think it's the way it's going to play out. I still like the guy long-term as a middle linebacker, Ewan, but I think this year you're just going to have to make your peace with outside of injury. He's probably sitting on the bench and playing a lot of special teams. But thanks for watching, man. Go Hawks. D-Boy says, when do you think it's safe to go draft a new quarterback so Russ can prep him and get him ready for when Russ is done? I wouldn't want to see any of that. I wouldn't want to send any indicators to Russell Wilson at all that I'm going to do the Jordan Love thing that the Packers have just done to Aaron Rodgers, where with the Jordan Love pick, the Rodgers have indicated to Aaron Rodgers, we will be moving off of you basically within the next 2 years. I don't want to do that with Russell Wilson. I don't see a reason to do that with Russell Wilson. There's no issues here. There's no problems here. He's still playing at an elite level, at the best level that he's ever played. There's no reason to go down that route. Now, I will say, if you're in the 4th, 5th, 6th round range and there's a quarterback there, I originally thought a guy like Jalen Hurts would last into the 4th, 5th, 6th round. Before he started getting kind of hyped, before he did as well as he did with Oklahoma in that senior year and got himself vaulted into the 2nd round with the Eagles, he would have been a guy that I would have targeted. A guy that can come in and run some spread stuff, can run some read option stuff. You don't need him to run the full aspects of what you want offensively with Russ, but he can hold the water until Russ can get back if it's for a couple game span. I'd like to see them kind of go for that and move in that direction with it. Thank you for the $1.99 donation, D-Boy. I do appreciate it, my guy. But yeah, we need to use those draft picks, especially giving up 2 first-round picks and a 3rd rounder this year. We're going to need all of our draft picks for other areas as we move forward. That's a lot of capital you gave up. You can't afford to then go get a quarterback who might be just sitting on the bench. You're going to need to get players who are producing at that point, actually getting out on the field. Jose Rodriguez, Mod's going to make a video now in case he's done by the time I am. Have a nice night. Thank you, Jose Rodriguez, for hopping in. Great job on the videos as always. Please do sub to Jose's channel. He's another Seahawks fan, does some great daily news. Hamza, what's the status on Klein? Behind him, if you want to go from an efficiency standpoint, probably Shaquem Griffen is your most efficient behind Bruce Irvin. But then your best beyond Bruce Irvin is probably going to be a tie between Mayowa and Rasheem Green, depending on what kind of development Rasheem Green gives you here in this next year. D-Boy say, DK is my girlfriend's favorite player, and today is her first stream with us, everyone. So please say hi to Elaine. What's up, Elaine? Welcome on in the chat. We salute you. Appreciate you joining. For sure. Derek Seahawks fan, you watching hockey? Any good hockey on? Jay Wood, do the Seahawks have any chance against the Bills and Josh Allen? I think they do have a chance, Jay Wood, but I think you're right to believe that that's going to be a really tough game. You look historically speaking, those West Coast teams that have to go out to play Buffalo at that 10 a.m. start time, it's just a brutal game. It tends just to, for whatever reason, it's just brutal. They're going to be that toughest team in that division that we got to play next year. I really believe that. In that game especially, that's one of those games I could see being one of the few losses on our schedule, Jay Wood. So you're on point here and pointing that game out and saying that should I be worried? Yeah. We should be worried. I think Buffalo is legitimately a pretty good team. They're not the upper class of the AFC, but they will be a playoff team next year, and they're probably going to win that division. French Toast says, what do you think if the Seahawks sign Clay Matthews? I'd be okay with them signing Clay Matthews. If signing Clay Matthews means you lose out on Clowney, then I'm going to be a little bit annoyed by it. But Clay does upgrade your pass rush. He gives you another strong body and another guy with a high pass rush win rate. So what I pointed to again is the pass rush win rate is essentially a guy that wins his pass rush in under 2.5 seconds. And so that stat keeps track of guys who win, who might not necessarily get to the quarterback, because the quarterback might get the ball out of his hands in under 2.5 seconds, but it's they win their rep in under 2.5 seconds. And so when you look, guys like Bruce Irvin and Benson Mayowa are right around the 10 to 11% range last year as far as their pass rush win rate. Our team last year as a whole was really, our pass rushers were in more of that 7% range, really low. Clay gives you up into that teens level, into that 11, 12%. So he gives you another efficient pass rusher. You start stacking them up with Bruce Irvin, Mayowa, and Matt and Clay, but they all do at that point kind of fall in the same line. You know, you're not getting a lot of run stuffers there. Those are pass rush specialists only at that point. Wayne Wilson says, if LJ Collier takes a big leap this year, do you think we trade Jarran Reed? And do you think we trade KJ this year? No, I don't think we trade Jarran Reed. Jarran Reed's in a lot of a prove it deal here this year. If he has a similar season to last year where he doesn't show up very well, Seattle can get out of this contract with him at a very cheap rate. And then you could look him at him being traded, Wayne. I don't know what you'd get for him in return at that point, but you could flip him at that point if you're not happy with him. I don't think LJ's development, though, impacts that. The reason being is that you're so light at defensive tackle as it is. LJ could show out and be a great pass rushing 3-tech on knowing passing downs, and you still need Jarran's services because you're that light over there. And in fact, if you were to go to technically your NASCAR package with LJ Collier as one of the 3-tech defensive tackles, Jarran Reed would be your other 3-tech in that position. You know, if we went to that as it stands right now, if we went to it. So I don't think it'll impact that. No, the team seems to have made their bed with KJ and they're going to sleep in it. There was a $1 million bonus that he was due early in the offseason that if you want to get out of his contract and get up under it and move on from it, that was the time to move on from it. Not now after you've paid him the $1 million. They're in for a penny, in for a pound at this point. So he's going to remain throughout the season on the team outside of something crazy coming out of left field, which I just don't, that they've given no indications that that's going to be the case. And yeah, I don't think anybody would take KJ right on. Number one, he's costing, I think even in base salary, something like $6.9 million, which is a lot to pay for an outside linebacker that doesn't rush the passer. I don't think that there'd be anybody that would take him on. I agree with Derek Seahawks fan on that one. Hovan, Hovan, I forgot. Siberia. I wrote you once how to pronounce my name. First 2 letters. Yovan. I'm sorry, dude. I totally forgot. My bad, brother. Yokic, I'll remember next year. Yokic, Yovan. I got it. Phil Freeman, we'll catch you on that next stream though, man. I appreciate you. Phil Freeman, is the O-line improved enough to save the beating Russ gets for 4 quarters? Let me drink and think on that one for 1 second, Phil. This is my big worry right now, Phil. Like my big fear, two big fears coming into the season is right now we will duplicate our horribleness at stopping the run last year. And Russell Wilson is going to get injured because he's going to get beat up because we did not beef up the offensive line appropriate enough. And that you've built the offensive line with run blockers first, pass blockers second. Brandon Shell's a run blocker first, and it's hard to even call him a pass blocker second. Man, his film is brutal. Damian Lewis is a run blocker first, and while I think he might give us a marginal upgrade as a pass blocker over what you had in DJ Fluker, he is still that. I've contended that I think Ethan Posic's going to win the center role, Phil, because he's more of a run blocker than BJ is, the guy we signed out of from Pittsburgh. I think Finney's more of a pass blocker, which would help Russell if he was in there, frankly. But that's, again, another guy that's going to be run-centric first. And then, of course, Mike Iupati, run blocker first. And Dwayne Brown's an all-around good left tackle. But that gives you 4/5 of your offensive linemen are now all run blockers first in that scenario. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about Russell Wilson's health. Just to hear. Just to hear. M-Web says, I think Quentin Dunbar is better than Shaquille Griffin. Oh, wow. That's a bold statement, man. But you could be right on that. The question with Dunbar for me, M-Web, is going to be that he played a lot of man-on-man, and in fact, predominantly man-on-man with Washington. When Washington went into zone coverage last year, they were god-awful. I mean, they were completely lost as a unit. Like, the coaches weren't even teaching him zone coverage. It's going to be interesting to see him transition now to more of the zone system that he's in here with Seattle that's separate of that. That'll be the interesting thing to watch with that, whereas Shaquille is very comfortable in this zone. There's no adjustments for him to make. But Dunbar does take the ball away more than Shaquille does in Webb. You know what I mean? In 1 year last year, Dunbar's got more interceptions than Dunbar did in 1 year than Shaquille has in 3 years in the NFL. So you're not necessarily wrong. John Staff says, what's your confidence level regarding Clowney's sports hernia rehab? This type of core injury ended Marcellus Wiley's career. I think Signs has come along a little bit from where Marcellus Wiley was at when he left. I want to say Wiley was out, he was, I think, almost done by like 2008 or something, right? That's off the top of my head, John. So I think that the core injury stuff has come back. Based on what I've heard with the core injury, it's never been a career ender for most guys that get it. Guys have been able to play through it. Guys have gotten it fixed in the offseason and then come back from it. But maybe to your point, I know with Doug Baldwin, he was dealing with a core injury, and that seemed to be one of the last injuries he had before he called it quits. So maybe you are onto something. Based on what we've heard, though, he had a lot of time through the offseason to get it worked on and fixed. It's, I think, like a 6-week rehab injury thing. There's no reason to believe that it would still be lingering at this point, I would think. And he's never had any problem with it in the past before this time. I think that Ivan the Terrible got his hands on him, frankly. Phil Freeman says the receiving core looks like Air Coryell on steroids. I agree with you, man. Especially, Phil, if we get Josh Gordon into the mix. I mean, that's when it's just next level at that point. And pick your poison as a defense. Who do you want to beat you this week? Because we're going to find the weak link. You get Josh Gordon there, you got your two tight ends if they can stay healthy out there. You're going to find a weak link on that defense, and you're going to go at him. I mean, picture last year, we did this a little bit with Tampa Bay with that poor Dean kid, the quarterback who just got smoke showed by Lockett and DK over the course of that game. And Russell attacked the hell out of that kid. You could do a lot of the similar things now with this offense, and as built up as it is at the skill position. So I love Eric Coryell as a reference, man. It's very similar. Eric Coryell's attack there wasn't one guy. It was everybody. They're throwing the ball down the field to all the people. I mean, I guess their tight end was really good, but they felt like they had a pretty wide attack, Phil. It did. He cranks. What's up, Mike? Good to see you in there, man. Sorry we didn't get any dubs last night, man. We got a little bit more of a flow going, though, I felt like. We got a little bit more on track with some of the Warzone stuff. If you guys don't know, He Cranks is the one that hooked me up with Clowney. You guys are asking about which user. That's the guy that him and Jadavian are real tight. Wani, gotta go, bro. You're doing great work, so please keep it up. Already subscribed, of course. Greetings from Argentina. Well, thank you, Wani. We'll be back in 2 weeks, of course, to do this every other week, but I appreciate you, man. Thank you for subbing and checking out the channel. I do appreciate it, man. Really do appreciate it. Chuck Norris's pinky finger says Clay Matthews will be disloyal. He's a disloyal bastard. Is he, Chuck? I mean, I didn't know that about him. Maybe so. I got to feel like maybe he'd put some of that stuff to the background, knowing he's playing for a ring, knowing the level of talent that he's on as a team. And maybe I don't know a lot about Clay Matthews from a personality standpoint. I mean, as a player, he definitely plays a little bit dirty on that line. And if he's willing to be dirty, is he then willing to be disloyal? I don't know. French Toast, what do you think if we extend Jamal Adams next year to like a 3-year, $34 million deal? I made the prediction that the way the contract will play out with Jamal Adams is like this. You'll play him out on this first year of his deal where he makes $3.6 million this year. That was part of the agreement for him to go to a winner, is that he doesn't get paid this year. He plays out that year. Then you've got him theoretically on his 5th-year option. So you have the leverage. You don't have to dangle the franchise tag over him. It creates an impetus at that point to get a deal done. I do think at that point, French Toast, it's a 4-year deal. And I think at that point, it's going to be somewhere between $16 to $18 million per year. So not too bad at that point, but I would look at it more as probably like 4 years, $72 million deal. No, you're not going to get him at 3 years, $34 million. That's way too light and way too cheap. Especially once you asked him to play this year at the 3.6 when he is eligible for a contract extension, but not receiving one. So I would expect that probably is a little bit more expensive than that. Daniel W. says, Clay Matthews doesn't make sense. Similar player to Bruce Irvin. Also, he will hinder Shaquem Griffin's development. I believe Shaquem will be a solid third down pass rusher for us. Valid point, Daniel. Valid point. I mean, I've said if you do bring Clay Matthews into this, you've gotten Clay, Benson Mayo, and Bruce Irvin, very similar players in all three of those guys. And is there room for all 3 of those guys on this team? I don't know. I don't know about Shaquem Griffin's development past. I think he's a guy that gets you 10 to 15 snaps a game, and that's what he gives you. He's going to give you a 10% pass rush win rate, which is great. He'll get you a handful of sacks throughout the year, and that's going to be a value to you. Do you stop from signing a player for that? No, I don't think you do. And specifically, when I look at this team, Daniel, who is the pure Leo on this team right now? In understanding what you look for in Leo, which is explosion, size, length, who's the guy you got? You can maybe say Rasheem Green, but not really. Not really. If Pete Carroll, as I talked about earlier, if he's in his lab and he's got his Bunsen burners and he's got his beakers and his flasks and he's making his potions to create his perfect ideal Leo, when that comes out, there's certain parameters that guy's got to have as far as explosion scores and length and ability. Like I said, Jadeveon Clowney is essentially the personification of that lab work. But Rasheem Green is not. He's a good athlete, not a great athlete. He's more of a traditional defensive end. He's more that traditional big body defensive end that you normally have at that role. Whereas the Leo tends to be just a tiny bit lighter, about 10 pounds, 15 pounds lighter than what you normally see over at that defensive end position. So it's more, Daniel, just that I like the thought process of bringing a guy who can fit into the Leo spot. I don't know that Bruce Irvin can play Leo necessarily. He didn't play necessarily that role when he was here before. When he was pass rushing, he's pass rushing from the strong offensive strong side of the formation. That's tended to be his role in the past when he was here prior. Randall McDaniel, last time we played in Buffalo, we hung 50 on them. Russ ran for 3 TDs and a half off read option keepers. ET3 had 1 pick. Yeah, Randall, but you're missing something, right? There's one little aspect to your breakdown on that you're missing, and that's that they played the game in Toronto. Wasn't played in Buffalo. So when you go look at Randall, the previous times we played in Buffalo when we were actually having to play in Buffalo, it wasn't pretty. One game, Marshawn Lynch ran all over us. There was another game that was, I'm trying to remember what it was. Anyway, we've lost there a couple of times. It hasn't been a great spot for us. But the fact that Buffalo had to play that game in Toronto, you had to feel like that made it more of a neutral site at that point. I feel like in playing in Buffalo, it makes it tough is the 10 a.m. game, the fact it's usually in cold weather, and then the fact that it tends to be a pretty raucous crowd. It's a raucous stadium. It seems like, noise is a little bit of an issue there. It's a little bit of they're a little underrated, I feel like, as a fandom to a degree. All right, I got to go. Sadly, laptop is about to die. I'm going to have to hit the stacks. It's all right, Derek, Seahawks fan. I understand, man. We're heading into hour here 5, so we probably wrap a few things up here. David Adams says Hawks should get Marcel Darius ASAP. He's got a lot of talent, David. He's a guy with almost Hall of Fame level of talent, but he's also collected about $80 million in his career. Does he got that fire and passion to still want to play the game at this point? As he is all in at this point as a guy that never really seemed like he was fully all in. But with that said, the talent is undeniable. one of the best defensive tackles that's available and open on the board right now to go and pluck up. Seahawks versus 49ers in the championship would be good to watch. Who will win for the Super Bowl? Well, I got the Seahawks, but I would love to see us be able to have another shot at going back to the Super Bowl by beating the 49ers, TJ. That would be epic and a beautiful way to go to the Super Bowl. No doubt about it. A nice bookend us our last time going to the Super Bowl when we won it, you know? Dustin is still on. Yeah, we're hanging in here, Dustin. I think we got a few more minutes in us at least. Y2K, so Mariners 1B, we gave him like 5-year deal. So Mariners 1B, we gave him like a 5-year deal for like $6 million and he's never played. I'd kind of like if we did that, gamble on a few dudes with longer, medium, lower deals. The problem is Y2K is even if you do that in football where you get ahead of a player and try to give him a contract early and you get a little of a discount because you gave him the contract early and then he goes out and he does, rather than take a step back, he goes forward and takes his game even to another level. And then theoretically, now you got a guy that's at a Pro Bowl, all pro level, but you got him on a little bit of a lesser deal. What's that guy then going to go do? He's going to ask for a contract adjustment. He's going to say he's going to threaten to hold out. It just doesn't end up working in the team's favor as well as you think it would normally in that situation because of that. Now, if the players weren't as willing to come back and want to be renegotiating after a couple of years, maybe it wouldn't be as bad a deal in that respect. But Seattle ran into this ourselves. We ran into it when, Earl kind of wanted to contract a little bit earlier than the waiting to the last year of the deal. And Cam wanted a deal earlier than the waiting last year. And Marshawn, and just go down the list. They had to break that rule a little bit and they paid the price for it and they didn't get the discount at the end of the day. It didn't work out in their favor. French Toast, what do you think if Jamal Adams doesn't have the same production here? I would think that they didn't use him properly and they tried to jam a square hole into a round peg. Essentially with Jamal Adams and bringing him along, you've got to adopt and understand that he's a special and very unique player with a special and unique skill set. If you're not going to use that skill set and you're going to ignore it so that you can force fit him into what you do, you're not using him properly and those first round picks will be a waste. I don't think it's going this way, French Toast, though. I think they understand that there's some elements in this that we've got to incorporate. I don't think they're going whole hog Greg Williams. We're not going to suddenly become a super huge blitzing team that's bringing the house every play, but you'll see a little bit more strong safety blitzing than you saw before. That's for sure. Why is it that we as fans can see that the Hawks need and don't need, but the front office can't? Where is the discount? They get into it. They get into their philosophies on stuff, D-boy. You get hardened in on stuff. I think to a degree with some of these issues and things that have come up, they've come out of them trying to operate up against fear a little bit, a little bit of a worry about worst case scenarios, a little worry about what could go wrong as opposed to what could go right. When you made the Percy Harvin trade, when you made the Jimmy Graham trade, you were going for it and you're just let's try it. Let's be aggressive. And those things maybe didn't work out as well in their favor as they would have liked. And maybe they look at those in retrospective. We shouldn't have done those trades. Let's stay safer. But in staying safer, sometimes you don't get the things done that you need to get done. I don't know if that's a good answer for that, D-boy. The other thing is maybe we could be wrong and they're right, and that they're sticking to their thing and that we've got a philosophy. We stick to it. We've been successful in the past and we'll be successful again. That will be how this all plays out. That'll be the interesting way this all shakes free at the end of the day. That's why this season is so important to watch for, because if it does give you more of the pattern we have seen prior, then I think we can more firmer come to the understanding that this thing is broken, needs fixing. It doesn't need adjustment. It needs fixing. And that's when we start to get to the place of, okay, now we're talking about a new coaching staff. Now we're talking about a new philosophy needing to be implemented. Dustin, we have had no trolls today, man. It has been wide open. We got to chat up to like 70 people at one point. And phenomenal, man. French Toast, do you think we will have cap problems after we extend Jamal Adams? No, even if we sign him to the deal that I'm anticipating we sign him to, which is at that between $16 and $18 million per season, you can get that in under the cap. The reason being is a couple. Number one, I'm anticipating in the next 2 years, French Toast, that you're going to see Bobby Wagner's contract come off the books because he's going to retire. So you can essentially flop out Bobby's contract for Jamal Adams. That's easy peasy, right? On top of that, you got a guy in Dwayne Brown who I don't think Dwayne Brown's playing after this year. He's carrying a $13 million cap hit this season. That's $13 million more off the cap. And you got a couple guys in Quandre Diggs and Tyler Lockett. If you need to create more room with those guys, you could cut even more space. This is on top, French Toast, this is on top of us already sitting with the fifth the most amount of cap space moving into next off season. All those moves of Bobby retiring or Dwayne retiring, that's off. That's separate of us already having the fifth amount of most of cap space available to us going into next offseason. So you can absolutely fit Jamal Adams into the salary cap going into next year, especially with the fact that he gave us that 1 year discount, $3.6 million for this year. Daniel W. says, am I the only one optimistic about our defensive ends? We have 4 young guys, Rasheem Green, Allen Robinson, Darrell Taylor, and LJ Collier. I'm fine with letting the young guys work. Ziggy's gone is great. I'll go backwards on this one, Daniel. I love that Ziggy's gone. I'm not as high on LJ Collier. You've got to base stuff on some actual statistics or actually eye tests. And LJ Collier didn't show us anything last year. When I look at his college tape, I wasn't high on him coming out of college. It's hard for me to be optimistic on him as we go forward. Dale Taylor and both Alton Robinson came in 8 pounds overweight, Daniel. Darrell, and along with Alton, I would offer as well, have got an uphill battle, even regardless of the injury situation with Darrell or the weight situation with Alton Robinson. These guys didn't have the rookie mini camps they normally have. They didn't have the offseason mini camps they normally have. There is no real full training camp that they're being able to operate from within, and they don't even get any preseason games to show out. How are they supposed to develop as a player and get to a position where they're ready to contribute when those are the realities that they're dealing with? It's a big stretch for me to believe that they can show you something with that being the case. Now, Rasheem, completely on board with you. I see Rasheem becoming a guy who eventually tops out as like 8 to 10 a sack year guy and gives you upper level play as a run stuffer at the defensive end position. Just your all around great traditional defensive end. And I think he'll do some very good things this year, but he is still a very young player. He's still taking his little steps to get to where he will be when he eventually hits his prime. And I don't think he's quite there yet, but there is a lot of talent, Daniel, for sure on that defensive line. That is undoubted. Brian Robbins says, love the channel Hawks Nest. Much props, much love. Stay safe. I'll catch you on the next one. I appreciate that, Brian. I really, really do. Let's go ahead and if we're going to get the last of our questions in here, folks. We're into our 5-hour mark. As you guys know, I get a little loopy and out of it here by the 5th hour. But let's get some last stuff in. I know you guys got a few last little bit of questions. D-Mac, man. Love to see you, man. And don't forget, folks, we haven't heard anybody in the chat mention, but any of my Seattleites, let me know if you guys are interested in doing a group meetup for the first game of the season. We can go watch the Atlanta Falcons game, 10 a.m., go take over a bar. I'm going to maybe announce that on the next live stream. Hopefully have a place that we can meet up at. So if you guys want to come check it out, say what's up, say hey, share a beer, just shoot the shit, whatever. I'll be there. We'll figure it out by the next one. So do pay attention to that. Keep an eye out for that. Ringo on the drum says, should the Seahawks sign Charles Clay? Do the Seahawks injuries to Diddley and Parkinson? No, I wouldn't. It would seem like Parkinson's going to be able back up and running here by around mid-season or so if he's not already ready to go here kind of near the end of training camp. I like Charles Clay, Ringo. He's a really solid tight end. I think he's D-Max guys drafted Charles Clay a couple times in his franchise fantasy leagues. But I think you're still okay with Jacob Hollister and Luke Wilson there as the backups for now. Frankly, if one of those two guys goes down, Disley or Olsen, my first phone call would then be on to Cleveland to try to get David Njoku. That would be who I would be pushing to try to go get, because he wants out of there. If you lose one of your top level guys, you can offer him a starting position. And I love David Njoku's upside as a player. Should the Seahawks sign? Okay, so we got through that one. French Toast says, I will cry when Bobby retires. We have to retire his number. Bobby will absolutely have his number retired. Make no mistake about that. He'll be retired. Earl Thomas retired. Cam Chancellor will be retired. Richard Sherman will be retired. All of those players will have their jerseys retired at some point or another. You can count on it. Daniel W. says, Alton Robinson has been training with Clifton Averill. I think he will be surprisingly up to speed, but time will tell. The Raiders did great with young defensive ends last year, found good pressure off no names. They did, Daniel. They absolutely did. I would offer, Daniel, some of that is that you have to stack it up against your competition, right? And I think that outside of the Kansas City Chiefs, I would offer that they're in that division of the Chargers and the Broncos and the Raiders, that they don't pass protect that great there, especially the Broncos were awful at pass protection. But it's a valid point. I'll give you, it's a salient point. There has been points in the past where defensive ends have been able to come in and contribute right out of the jump. I will say it's not good when the guy comes in and he's almost 10 pounds overweight. And that gets reported, by the way, Daniel. That wasn't just something that happened. It wasn't reported, but it was reported. It's a thing that I know bothers Carroll a bunch is the weight thing when guys come in overweight, because he's mentioned it in the past. Hey, thank you, Daniel, for dropping on in, man. And again, I think we agree more than we disagree on it. I get into nuance a lot on stuff. So, and I hope you're right. I will say that, because if you're right, we're in so much better shape. We don't have to operate from a point of desperation at that point. You have good young guys that are giving you production, which we desperately need on this team. We're paying for all the production we get, be it the 2 first-round picks to get in Jamal, or needing to trade for Jadeveon and then have to pay him decent money. So to get some young guys would be good, man. I appreciate you though, Daniel. Thank you, TJ. TJ says, I'm 19, so bars don't mix. I'm sorry to hear that, man. We'll do a different event that's at some point down the road, separate. Ringo on the drums. Should the Seahawks sign Corey Peters to help the defensive tackle? He's a little long in the tooth for me, Ringo. He's a little too old for me at this point. If I'm going that long, I'm going to just go with Timmy Jarran again, or I'll go with Marcel Darius. I think they're 2 better players than him at this point. They give you a little bit more top end potential. David Adams, what do you think it takes to get Yannick? Well, David, the tough part about getting Yannick at this point is going to be that you pushed your salary cap up to where you don't have as much money, but he's on the franchise tag. So whereas before I think it was draft compensation that was holding up that deal from getting done, now I'm not as sure as it's going to be draft compensation, because I think the Jaguars have to admit at this point that they've waited too long. They're not going to get the first and the second Frank Clark type deal they were hoping for. So maybe it's in the 3rd to 4th round frame of things. The problem comes in, though, he's on the $17.5, $18 million per year, David. So you've got to get the Jaguars to offload that money. They've got to pay for some of that money at that point. I think it all counts onto your cap, so I don't think you can do that. For instance, last year, the Texans paid for half of Jadeveon's franchise tag, but I think the franchise tag still counted wholly on the Seahawks salary cap. I'm not sure if it was that way. I think it was that way. But you'd have to do something like that to find a way to half his salary for this year, because he's costing so much, which just, to me, removes the likelihood of it happening, David. Ray Vasquez, Russ will get his number retired too. That's right, Ray Vasquez. So will Marshawn Lynch. Even a guy like Doug Baldwin's probably on the edge. I don't know if Doug will have enough to go off of, but certainly Russ will, Marshawn will. That might be the only 2 offensive guys that get on there. We'll see how it goes with that. French Toast, Bobby will be enshrined in Canton. He has a good 2 years left. I agree with that 100%. I think last year put him, for as much as having a down year as some people will harp on him for having last year, Bobby's last year and playing at a Pro Bowl level and leading the league in tackles cemented him as a Hall of Fame football player. Absolutely did. I'll take that bet all day if somebody wants to take that. They wouldn't. Ringo on the drums. If the Seahawks would sign a defensive tackle, would either be Ataba Rubin, Corey Peters, or Steven Jason, or Dan. Yeah, nice try, Ringo. You're going to try to, you think you're going to get me to say it, but you're not getting me to say it. Jason Hornsby, do you think Clowney is still on Seahawks radar to pick up? He is on, Jason, and we can speak to the fact that we know he is. We know he is, and he's absolutely there. I can't predict and say it's 100% he's coming on board, but I think we're still the lead dogs. I think that there's a part of me that just hopes in this, Jason, they've got some agreement in place that says, okay, Jadeveon, look, you're not going to make the money you want to make this year. You've taken a heavy discount. You're kind of pissed off about it. Take training camp off, just train, get your body right, get yourself in shape. Our offer will be here when you want to come pick it up. Then you just come on in and pick it up. I'm hoping that there's something like that in place, Jason. That's what I'm leaning back on, is to believe that that's going to be the deal at play. Distance says Tim Jurgen is expected to sign with the Jaguars, and they could probably outbid us for his services. Iterescence, I'm mispronouncing your name. I'm sorry. 5 hours in the stream, my pronunciation goes out the door. But you're probably right in that they're probably the lead dogs to get Timmy Jernigan. They lost Al Woods, so they get some of the contract back that they lost for him for opting out. They have salary cap space, much more than we do, so they could probably afford to bring him in. Ringo on the drums. Also, if they sign a defensive tackle and I was coach for the Hawks, I would sign Timmy or go with Vincent Valentine. Sounds good, Ringo. It still makes no sense to me. Cut KJ and maybe more Hollister, sign Clowney to a 1 year like $15 million deal or so. I would have done something like that too, Y2K. Doesn't make any sense to me as well. I would have gone that route too. It's better. application of your resources, in my opinion. Russ French Toast says, how long till Russ retires? I think Russ has another 13 years. Okay, let's not go through. Let's not go crazy. I'm going to say Russ has another 12 years in this league, French Toast. I think he's really committed to that. I do. Yeah, I'm sorry. Iridescence. I feel like I pronounce it. If it was hour 1 iridescence, I pronounce it like it would come off smooth, right? But hour 5, it's just kind of turns into that at that point. Larry Williams says, what's the status of Josh Gordon? The status is this right now. He's applied for reinstatement, Larry. His reinstatement paperwork is sitting on the commissioner's desk, but the commissioner's got to sign off on it. It's got to release him. That's the part. It's an indefinite suspension. So we're just waiting on that thing to come down where they relent, they let him through. The indications are, Larry, that it seems like he's going to be let free. And Seattle seems like the team, according at least to his Instagram here, who he will be coming back to sign with. But Seattle's not going to sign him until they get a ruling from the commissioner's office. God only knows why the commissioner's office is sort of sitting on the decision this long. I mean, are they just not going to make a ruling? I would think they would, but it is a little bit weird that it's taken this amount of time to get a judgment down on this. Ray Vasquez says, what do you think the Hawks can get either from Luke Wilson and Jacob Hollister? Basically, you're getting third tight end play, Ray Vasquez. They're playing what's called the joker role at the tight end position. This is also somewhat of known as the H-back role in other types of offenses. And this is going to be your move tight end, your guy that's a little bit of a smaller tight end than your normal traditional tight ends. You just move him around a little bit. He tends to play off the line of scrimmage so that he gets a little bit of a freer movement once the snap occurs. That would be their role. I would tend to think that they're going to go to Luke Wilson with it, though, because Luke's only going to cost you $1 million this year versus the $3.2 million that Hollister costs. And I really feel like they're pretty much the similar, if not almost exactly the same type of player. But you don't want either guy starting for you for long periods of time. They are what they are, kind of just a guy there at the tight end position, but they're not below average either. They can get the job done for you at least. They're just not going to be upper level talented guys like Greg Olsen or Will Disley. Y2K says, does Hollister make the team? I think it's 50-50. I go less than 50-50 Y2K because of the fact he's got the $3.2 million salary. He's not a $3.2 million player, and you have Luke Wilson sitting there at $1 million. It just seems like to me, if I've got that, I can save the $2 million. If that $2 million is the difference of going and bringing on a one tech in here like Snacks Harrison, I go that route instead. And I think that decision will be pushed to them. I think they will have to make that choice. Ringo on the drum says, Greg Olson's on a 1-year contract. Yeah, Greg Olson's retiring after this year. He's already got the television deal signed, Ringo. So he's already got his contract with television to be an analyst and all that stuff's ready to roll. I don't think we're getting anything for Hollister as far as draft pick compensation go. I don't think any team's going to trade for him like we took a 7th rounder last year from New England. I'd be surprised, Y2K, to see somebody, because it's not the same deal of New England last year where they're giving us Hollister for a guy who's going to be paid about $500,000. You're trading for a guy that's now on the hook for $3.2 million. It's a different kind of deal. Daniel W says, Cody Barton is fine to replace KJ Wright, but Pete and Ken Norton won't cut KJ out of loyalty. It makes 100% more sense to let one of those two young guys take his spot and use the $7 million for Clowney. Well, this is where we stand in complete agreement, Daniel, on this point. I'm one of there's been people that are really low on Cody Barton. I don't get it. They played him out of position at the Sam linebacker role. He's not a guy you want on the line of scrimmage over the top of a tight end. Get him off ball playing the will linebacker role, and he will excel. By all accounts, last year in training camp, he was the best coverage linebacker on the team. I would maintain that's probably still the case. I like this guy's future a lot. I like him as the will linebacker, as we move forward. I don't know why they stick with KJ over him. Past it, just that both Ken Norton and Pete Carroll at this point like to stick with what they're comfortable with. I think we're not going out on a branch by saying that, or on a limb by saying that. I think it's pretty obvious. So I echo your sentiments in that. I hope that maybe eventually here Cody gets on the field because he just so outplays KJ in practice, and it just becomes so obvious to him that they just have to do it. But boy, it's tough holding that $6.97 million salary that he's costing us this year for an outside linebacker in a 4-3 scheme. I love Cody Barton too. I like him a lot. I feel like he's got some upside to him. I appreciate that, iridescence. I try to be authentic, man. I'm willing to be wrong and all that, but I try to be as truthful as I can with you guys. Ringo on the drums, Hugo Amati. No, Hugo's staying here. He's not going to be an ego. How do you think B-Wags would do without KJ? I think he would do just fine without KJ. I don't think it's as reliant on needing KJ there for Bobby to be successful, especially if you had a guy who was playing at a better, higher level than what KJ is playing at. I think that's actually going to help him out rather than hinder him. Certainly, you're going to lose a little with communication because those two guys have got to be on almost like a telepathic connection level at this point, having played as long as they have together. You'll lose maybe a little bit with that, but you may get so much more in the level of play of what you get with a guy like Cody Barton. Zen Lors says, can we sign Clowney? I hope we can sign him. Yes, we can sign him. We are still in play for him, Zen. Hopefully it'll happen, man. Hard to say. It's a situation that can go a lot of different ways, Ray Vasquez says, if Greg Olsen retires, we free up $5 million in cap space. Just don't think it's happening, Ray. He went for it this offseason. I think he signed with Seattle because he wanted to go for the Super Bowl winner. I just don't think he's in it. He's in it to win it, man. So unfortunately, we're stuck with that contract for the year. Fat Daddy Stacks, what's up, bro? How you doing? The move is going slow but sure. So I'm on my way to Maui here. I'll be leaving on first 2 weeks of September. I'll be heading out, so I've got a little bit of time to finish packing up. But as I was saying, Fat Daddy Stacks, I don't know where you're located, but any of you guys are located in Seattle, we're going to do a Game 1 event in Seattle. We're going to find a bar in Seattle and have a Hawks Nest meet up there, watch the game, chill out. Just my last leave-ins before I go to Maui because I won't be able to do it after that point. So going good, but it's a slow move, Fat Daddy. Man, there's a lot to do. Just getting the cats alone with rabies, vaccinations, and it's tough. I feel like I had an easier time moving to Indonesia or something sometimes. Iridescence, Chris Carson, Quentin Dunbar, and Shaquille Griffin will need contracts next year. Do you think we can re-sign all of them? I think you can re-sign Shaquille Griffin. I don't think you re-sign the other two guys, to be honest with you. I don't think this team really wants to pay cornerbacks, especially after Richard Sherman. There was a lot of talk after the Super Bowl season with Richard Sherman that Seattle really didn't want to re-sign or sign him to a new contract because they felt like with the way that they play their cornerback position, with the way that they train their cornerback position, that they can go get those guys on the cheap from other places. And look no further than our secondary as it sits right now. We've got a 3rd round pick as our number 1 starter, and we've got a guy, Quentin Dunbar, who cost us essentially a 5th round pick and $3 million this year. So that speaks a little bit to that point. I feel like Shaquille's the only one you're really going to have to sign to a contract extension. Don't think he's going to break the bank because he doesn't intercept the ball that much. So he'll get a top level market, but he ain't going to be breaking the market for cornerbacks. He's not going to set a new standard. When it comes to Carson, Iridescence, I got 2 big issues with him there's 3 issues with signing contract extension. Number 1, the data tells us that when you sign running backs to big time contracts, you will never get the kind of production you once got before they signed that contract. It happens almost every single time without fail. So I've got no faith in that as far as going and signing him. The killers, though, for me with Carson, and I think this will factor in with our front offices, he's got the biggest injury problem in the entire NFL. Maybe he solves this year. I don't think it's likely. I think he'll continue to have some injuries with fumbling the ball. Injuries. He'll have problems with fumbling the ball. Second part, he's had 2 of his first 3 years ended due to injury of his career. And those injury concerns go back to college, go back to high school. They're going to continue forward. Hard to sign a guy to a contract extension with those kind of parameters that are at play. Y2K, I feel the restricted tag really screwed the players like Hollister and Moore will probably be cut, but teams already filled up their rosters. It can Y2K. I mean, it certainly can be a hindrance for those type of guys. I mean, look at a guy like Dak Prescott got kind of bit by it a little bit, I think even. When you're a 3rd round pick and stuff, it can hurt you. Well, not Dak Prescott. I take that back. He's a different situation, but yeah, it hurts him a little bit, but they could probably also come back to the team and say, hey, if this guarantees my spot on the roster, can I do a 1-year, $1 million deal like they did with Brandon Jackson? So that's the other thing where it falls on the player's stance of, look, take the money you're really worth for this year and we'll keep you on the roster. David Moore signed for a 1-year, $1 million deal. We'll take you on for that. But they have to be willing to do that as well. Chris Gow says, who's going to be the running back number 2? Carlos Hyde will, Chris. It seems like Rashad Penny will start the year out on the PUP list, which puts him out to week 8. That then sets you in line for it to then be, Carlos Hyde behind Chris Carson. So I would expect those to be your one back 1-2 to start the season, and a very similar player to what you have in Carson. They're very similar type of players. The GOAT, does Ben Burke-Irvin make the team? I do think he makes the team, the GOAT. I think he can play a couple different positions. He certainly is a little bit on the bubble, but I think that they end up carrying a lot of linebackers. I think they go a little deeper on linebackers because both with Shaquille Griffin and with Bruce Irvin, you have two guys who can also play some defensive end. So you can make your peace with the fact you're taking a couple extra guys at linebacker because they can also play other positions. Sam Forrester asks, any news on Jarran or Puna's injury? We've heard nothing. Somebody said that earlier in the chat, Sam, that the Jarran read wasn't a serious one, but I haven't heard an update from the chat beyond that. Yeah, I think we're gonna wrap this up. So last couple questions, folks. We are 5.5 hours into this, which is I'm starting to get a little bit hungry. The stomach's growling. The kitties are asking to be pet. Ringo, I'm 13. Well, I appreciate you in the chat, Ringo. D Nugget, I'm from Kailua on Oahu. Why are you moving? Work? Hot girlfriend? D Nugget, I'm moving for work. I got a nice job that I'm going to be picking up over on Maui. So, and I've got family over there. My mom lives on Maui. So going over there for some family stuff too. Hell yeah, Fat Daddy Stacks. For sure, man. We'll be doing, we got a lot of hawk nesters over on Hawaii. So we might be doing the, I always get it wrong, but it's like there's a place in Lahaina, the Broken Monkey, which kind of a Seahawk bar there. So it's either the Broken Monkey or something Monkey, but we might be doing a meeting up there too, because that's probably where I'll be watching my games week in and week out. I'll probably be checking it out there. Because like I said, you don't get it on cable there, so you got to go to the bars in Maui to watch the games. Larry Williams says, what's the chances of Russell Wilson winning the MVP? Not great, Larry, and not because he isn't going to be good. Not great because he's not going to be able to give the production to beat it. I've got him at 40 touchdowns this year. I think he's going to get beyond that. He's been 35 touchdowns in the past, but I think this year he gets 5 more. I think he throws for more yardage. I think this year he actually does get MVP votes. But for a guy who's had some MVP level seasons to not have one MVP vote up until this point. So Derek Carr's had 6 MVP votes. I think Bobby Wagner's had a couple MVP votes throughout his career. Russell Wilson's had 0. If he can't even get 1 vote, how's he ever going to get to the point of even winning the award? There seems like a certain bias that does exist here as it pertains to Russell and the MVP. And maybe it's just still that he's underappreciated and people don't understand how good he really is, which I think is kind of likely. I really do kind of buy into that still. Y2K says, because of Dunbar's legal stuff, resigning him may be cheaper. Well, the legal stuff's going away. He's not being charged, Y2K, so there is no legal stuff. And if there's a suspension to be served, he will have served it by the end of this offseason. And if he shows out this year and he goes and gets what he got last year, 4 or 5 interceptions, somebody probably at that point will be willing to pay him as a free agent and give him some good money. So unfortunately, you're going to have to pay him a little bit. I don't think, like Shaquille, for different reasons, I don't think he'll necessarily break the market. He's a guy that's 28 years old, so he's not going to be just moving into his prime and all that, but he'll get paid a little bit, I think. French Toast, thoughts on Carlos Hyde? A lot like Chris Carson, fits into this mold. I think Pete Carroll, one of the good or bad upshots of getting Marshawn Lynch is it built this mold of running back in Pete Carroll's mind. Because you can go back to his USC days when he had a guy like Lindell White, who would be your Marshawn Lynch type, but then he also had the Reggie Bush type, right? He sort of appreciated more of the scat back types too. But we've seen over the years, as Marshawn Lynch had his effect, that he's gotten locked into that mold, right? The Eddie Lacy types, the Thomas Rawls types, the Chris Carson types. These guys all fit into that same mold. So Carlos Hyde, same kind of guy. I'm not, this is one of those places where I'll show off my draft misses, but I actually, when I went back and watched the tape of Carlos Hyde at Ohio State, and you match it up versus the tape of Ezekiel Elliott at Ohio State, I actually like Carlos Hyde's tape better coming out. Now, Elliott's become a better player. Hyde's had some injury issues. He's bounced around, but Hyde also has never had the offensive line blocking in front of him that Ezekiel Elliott's had. I really like Hyde's game. I think he's an underrated running back in this league. He's a perfect fit for what we run, that inside zone stuff. He'll be great with it. So I expect him to be up in that 4.4 yards per carry average and be a solid runner for us. Absolutely. Zen Lore says we should sign Saquon Barkley next year. He'll only be out of his 3rd year at that point, Zen. So he still has his 4th and 5th year options on his rookie deal because he's a 1st round pick. I don't think the Giants are going to let him go for that because he's actually very affordable for them at that point on that 4th and 5th round year of that deal, or that 4th and 5th year of the deal. So they're going to hold on to him tight unless they were willing to trade him. I just don't think they may be willing to trade him because I think that they're still rebuilding that team around Daniel Jones. But he still has a couple of years more that he's on contract with them. T to the top says, are we still trying to get Flash? Yes, we are still trying to get Flash. T to the top, we've got to wait for the commissioner's office to come through with the ruling. There's been no ruling as to whether or not he's off suspension at this point. You got to wait for that domino's got to fall for Seattle to sign him. But I expect for it to happen and occur. That the marijuana stuff being lessened in this new CBA negotiations, I think that he'll benefit from that a little bit. I think they understand this isn't a violent guy. This isn't a guy with guns. This isn't a guy that's done anything, horrible, awful here. It's a bit of a drug problem. He seems to have gotten it fixed up. He seems to be on the right track. I feel like he's going to get released here eventually off the commissioner's list, and Seattle will pluck him right up when it happens. And oh, brother, what that will do for our offense when that happens. Where the potential of where our offense can go with a full season of Josh Gordon in tow. Whoa, no. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Oh, I pronounced your surname right, Chris? By hour 5, I'm usually butchering names, so that's good to hear. I could probably barely pronounce John Smith by hour 5, so it's like, oh my goodness. Carlos Hyde went undrafted in your league. Pluck him up, man. Pluck him up right now. Like, let go of a lesser receiver, whatever you got to do, because at this point, Chris Carson's injury prone. Shad Penny's not coming back to week 8. This guy could end up carrying the rock for a lot of valuable carries for a team that is committed to the run. That's easy points to pluck up right there, Chris, all day long, man. Rowett, Son of Wayne says, how can we fix our pass rush? Free agency trades. I think it's more of it being through trades or free agency, Rowett. It's a commitment thing. So by commitment, it's giving Clowney the money he wants or getting him closer to the money he wants, but you didn't do that. It's going and finding prime pass rushers on the market rather than also rans and bargain basement guys and guys you get a discount level, which I would offer is kind of what you get in Mayo and Irvin. But it's probably a little bit of a mix between those when you're making it work ideally, where you're bringing in guys, but you're also drafting well. Niners did this a little bit with going out, making a trade for D Ford when you already had Buckner and you had Bosa that you brought in there, right? So you kind of want to bring it from a couple different places, but I would want it to be more just allocate the resources necessary for it. That's what you really have to do. The resources, be it in cap, the resources, be it in draft capital. One of two of those ways, it doesn't matter how you get there, just put the resources that are necessary to make it happen. And when you're signing a $6 million Bruce Irvin, which you only gave him the money you did as much as you did, partly because he's playing linebacker for you, and you look at the low deal you gave to Benson Mayoa, and even kind of just the 2-year small deal you're giving to Jarran Reed, you're not doing that exactly. So that would be the way I'd go about it. Iridescence, I appreciate it. Thank you for hanging in there. Chase Stern, how much will we give Shaq Griffen? I would think that Shaq Griffen Chase would be sitting around with the market a little depressed, $14 to $15 million deal after this year would be about where I would think is the appropriate mark to be paying him. Maybe even a little bit less. It depends on if he intercepts passes. If he shows out this year and gets 4 or 5 interceptions and adds that to his game, he's probably a $14 to $15 million player. But if he's still in that 1 interception a year type guy, the guy's just going to pull the ball out of the receiver's hands after he catches it, which he's very good at. He's probably more into that $11 to $13 million range. Ray Vasquez says, what do you think the Seahawks record is going to be this year? I would put it, Ray, at 12-4 as we stand right now. Some days I wake up and I'm worried it's 11-5, 10-6, but I'm going with 12. 12-4 is where I sit. Absolutely 100%. Dowboy. I love the Hawks, but I don't Russell to cook. I want Russell to have a great run game, a defense. That's when he's at his best. Yeah, it's as far as thanks, Dowboy. I appreciate you being a fan, man. Thanks for jumping on in the chat. I'm mostly along with you on this. I've never been on one of those people that's on the full let Russ cook crowd, turn him into Patrick Mahomes NFC style. I've never been one of those guys that's only on board with you. I do value having a good running game, and I still think that needs to be a part and parcel of what this offense does. The thing that I've gone to, Dowboy, is I've just asked them to do 2 different things. Number one, allow at certain times Russell to run a little bit of hurry up here and there in games, not throughout the whole game, not throughout a whole quarter, just here and there. Sprinkle it in, just kind of keep the defense back on its heels a little bit. The second thing I'd ask him to do is just flip their run pass percentage. So if you look over the last 3 years, if you look at our pass rate to rush rate, we run the ball about 53% of the time. We pass the ball about 47% of the time. Let's flip those numbers. Let's pass the ball 53, run the ball 47. You're still running a lot. You're still one of the league leaders in running the ball at that point, but you're giving Russell about 5, 6, 7 more attempts a game at that point. Not a huge amount more, just a couple of extra throws there a game to take advantage of a guy who's playing it at an MVP level last year. MVP, the most highly rated player, Dowboy, in all the NFL, according to Pro Football Focus, was Russell Wilson. I just want to see just a little bit more of taking advantage of that. But I do agree with you. I'm not fully on the let him cook like it's an open barbecue in the middle of August. You know what I mean? I ain't to that point yet. The GOAT says, does Philip Dorsett make the team if we sign Josh Gordon? Yeah, he does. The key on this, the GOAT, is that recently in the new CBA, veterans used to get pushed out of the league because they would reach a certain point by year 6, 7, where they had accumulated enough seniority in the league where they were due to get minimum contracts when they got paid. So they would be at about $1.5 million if you're a 7-year guy. You know, essentially what a Philip Dorsett, kind of that Philip Dorsett type span. Instead, you're able to sign him in that 1-year, $1 million deal this year. So it's only $500,000, I know, but it makes a difference. And that's the thing that'll allow him, I think, to keep him onto the team at that point. I think especially with David Moore already at 2.1 million GOAT, you can actually save $1 million by cutting Moore and keeping Dorsett at that point, even bringing Gordon back into the fold. Are you doing a fantasy football league we can join? Daniel, I don't have any time for fantasy football. I'm already getting hammered by my subs about not getting enough of, like, people are hitting me up about the not getting enough great Seahawks moment videos out because I've taken a little while since the last one I had done, and I'm getting a little bit hammered on that. So I feel a little under pressure to get more time on the channel, to get more of those videos out, because I know people are they get a little bit they get feisty. So I wish I had the time, Daniel, but I'm going to be moving to Maui, taking on a new job, trying to grow the channel out. I just am left with not enough hours in the day. I wish I could, though. I want to, man. I really do. Mason Mills says, do you see any other signings during the rest of the off season? I see 2 more defensive line signings, Mason. If it's not Snacks, Marcel Darius. You know, if it's not Clowney, probably Clay Matthews. I mean, these are the likelihoods of what you'll probably see happen if one thing doesn't happen to the other. But I do see two moves being still made on that defensive line. We're just a little too light. They're not going to run into the season with Jarran Reed, Poona Ford, and Brian Monet, and then Christmas as your 4 defensive tackles. It's not happening. No way. D Nugget, thank you, man. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you. Can't wait to go, man. I'm so stoked. Saucy, what's up? Sorry you caught me. I'm just right at the end here, man. If you got any last minute questions, do pop them through. Chris, thoughts on Alexander Madison from the Vikings? I feel he would be a great replacement for Carson if we don't want to sign him after the season. Yeah, I think he's at a backup running back. I haven't watched him as much. I got to be honest with you, Chris. I think I remember seeing him a little bit last year and being impressed with him. Hard charging runner, strong, good nose for it. Again, he'd fit into that Marshawn Lynch mold. So you're right on point by bringing that up as a possibility. I'm more in favor of doing it this way, Chris. You don't sign running backs at all. I don't want to be having running backs on a $1 million deal or on a $2 million deal or on the $4 million deal we got Hyde on. I don't want to pay money on running backs. I think every year in every draft, from the 4th to the 7th round, there's a myriad of running backs that are there that are very talented. Think your Philip Dorsett type, Matt Breida, Chris Carson, right? We can go down the list here. You don't have to pick up highly on these guys. You don't have to pay these guys. It's a place where the talent is so deep that it's more smarter to go cheap and then more smarter to pick in the later rounds at that point. So you got them on the cheaper contracts. Then invest that extra money into the offensive line. You've got a good offensive line that can run block. You can have a little bit of a lesser running back back there as far as talent goes, right? And then even if he gets injured, you can put another lesser running back and they'll still get productivity. It comes back to me again on the line. If I've got a good line, it can make the rest of the team better. The rest of the team doesn't always make the lines better, right? The secondary doesn't always make the defensive line better, but a good defensive line that can rush a quarterback and speed up a play can make a weak secondary actually look a little bit better than it does. So it's just kind of the inverse of that offensively speaking, but he's going to want a couple $1 million at that point, Chris. So I probably wouldn't do it at that point. I'm a hardliner on this. I'm a hardliner. I just won't pay running backs any money. I don't believe in it. It's the position all of the kids go to. All the fastest kids, the most athletic kids go to running back position. It's the glory position, right? You get the ball. So what that does, that creates an influx of talent all the way through the corresponding levels as they raise up. So you have a deeper talent in junior high, deeper talent in high school, deeper talent in college football. That's why you get guys lasting into the 5th, 6th, 7th round who actually have a lot of talent. There's just so many damn running backs that are so good every year. That's what ends up coming up. So you just can't pay them. Not in my opinion. On the fantasy footballers, my friend listens and they said something like, "You're really underrated knowledge YouTuber." So he started checking you out. Oh man, I appreciate that, Y2K. That's awesome, man. That's how you guys help me grow, man. You let your people know about me, let people know who's interested in football, interested in Seahawks football. Like, that's how we will grow. That's how we've grown. It's word of mouth. It's not just like just people searching, but it's people telling other people about it. So I really do appreciate it. Saucy says, is there a chance Seattle gets another D-line? Just another whole D-line, Saucy, or just extra guys? I think you mean as are they going to get a more couple guys? I do think they're going to sign a couple other guys, but we need some help there, buddy. We definitely need some help. There's no doubt about that. Ray Vasquez says, would you rather fix the defensive line or the offensive line? Okay, so Ray, I'm going to answer this in two different ways. If Pete Carroll's my head coach and it's Pete Carroll's philosophy that's guiding this team, I'm fixing the defensive line first and foremost because he's a defensive-minded coach and he's going to lead with his defense first and foremost. It doesn't matter who the quarterback is. If Carroll's out and I've got a guy like Lincoln Riley as my head coach coming out of Oklahoma, well, now I'm going to say let's fix the offensive line because he's going to be willing to build the offense around Russell Wilson. He's going to willing to be offensive-centric. I would prefer to then go that route if it went that way. But unfortunately, the reality, Ray, is that it's not unfortunately. I'm okay with it. But Carroll's the coach, so you got to operate from within his philosophy and from within how they see the team. Cameron Hughes says, if Jeremy Lane doesn't get injured on that INT return and we win Super Bowl 49. Yeah. Or even if Cliff Avril is able to remain in that game, Cameron, either of those two injuries, we get one of those guys back into the fold, we win that game. No doubt. And Therild wasn't super pathetic as much as it's just they asked him to play the slot corner role, and he's a 6'2" outside guy. Those guys can't flip their hips inside. Not normally. 6'1's about as high as you can go on that before it gets a little bit. It's hard out here. Yeah. So speaking, I'm glad that we're on like mind on that. It's with Russell. It's a matter of, and it's always the place I've tried to go to where people go with the Russ Cook crowd. Just get to the nuanced place of just, it's not as much to let him cook. It's just let him have more control. Let him just a little bit more of the ownership that you'd normally see quarterbacks take over. I've always related this back to the Patriots where Bill Belichick is very much cut from the Carroll cloth. He's a defensive centric first coach. He's a guy that wants to run the football. He's a guy that wants to play to his defense. But he realized about halfway into Tom Brady's career that he had a Hall of Fame quarterback on his hands, and maybe he wants to build an offense up around that. Maybe he wants to build a team around then the offense kind of. And that's what he did. He made that transition. They were one of the first forebearers of bringing the spread concepts into the NFL. He was learning at Oregon, Belichick was. So it's just as much as just let the quarterback take the ownership that you naturally would with other quarterbacks to take that step forward. And I love that you've got the LJ optimism, Dowboy. I do. I wish I did as well. I hope I'm wrong on this one. I supremely hope I'm wrong on this one because it upgrades our defensive line in a multitude of ways if LJ shows out. Number one, he becomes that early 5-tech defensive end run stuffer that you need on this team to help you to improve off the 4.9 yard per carry average you gave up last year. That's right out the gate. Then if he can give you some pass rush on top of that, now you've got another rotational guy in there. That's one less guy that you then need to be, that's one less theoretical Clay Matthews you have to go then sign. So if he can take that step forward, if he can become that guy, phenomenal. But I got to see it to believe it, man. He's got to show me. I need to see some flash on the field before I'm going to believe that because I didn't see it on his college tape, Dowboy. And the place I always go to, I've said this a few times, for pass rushers coming out of college, the toughest skill that they bring from college to translate to the NFL is power. If you won with power predominantly in college, you're going to struggle at the NFL level most of the time. There's very few guys that win with power. Ndamukong Suh's a guy who wins with power predominantly. Not a lot of pass rushing moves. He's going to push the guy back into the quarterback's kitchen. So LJ really predominantly relied on power throughout his 1 year at TCU that he really lit up the field. That's where I get a little pessimistic on him. Ringo says, don't make fun of Harold Simon. He is part of the Legion of Boom. He is part of the Legion of Boom. I'm not making fun of him, Ringo. It's just that they moved him out of position. So what happened was Jeremy Lane got injured in that game. He was our slot specialist in the Super Bowl. He picks off Tom Brady in the end zone, returns it. Julian Edelman tears his ACL and breaks his arm. Then they got to take Harold Simon, who's an outside corner, and they pop him into inside and try to play in the slot. And Julian Edelman eats him for lunch all game long. It wasn't Harold's fault. He was being a good soldier trying to do what he could, but he was just being played out of position. The GOAT 209 says, what's the lifespan of a running back in the NFL? 4 years? Probably something like that, GOAT. All the more reason why I say you just rely on the rookies. Rely on the guys that come out. It shows that the rookie running backs, the running back position tends to be one that doesn't need a lot of learning curve. They see hole, go through hole. That's what you got to do. Certainly they improve a little bit past 1 year, 1 to year 2, but you can have a guy come on the field and be productive out the gate. Philip Lindsay was great right out the gate. Matt Breida was great right out the gate. Chris Carson, great out the gate. There's a lot of these guys. Every year, every draft, there's at least a little collection of these guys who then turns out to be a very productive running back in year 1. Just go to that place of it, I feel like. Harold Simon was horrible. Remember Dion Bailey? He played with the LOB. He cost the opener versus the Rams in 2015. I do remember Dion Bailey. Yeah, he slipped and fell. The play you're talking about is he slipped and fell, Cameron. He was in one-on-one on the outside, running step for step with the player, and then he just fell down. Not a good look, and it got him shipped out, I think, the next week to the Jets. Absolutely love the response. Chris says, I found the live stream on a whim going on YouTube as I'm already a subscriber. Please do more of these leading up to the season. Haha, big fan from Sydney, Australia. Oh, I love it, Chris. We're worldwide here, man. We got London and we're Serbia, as Jovan was talking, and people from all over the place. I love it, man. I love it. We got all you guys from worldwide over here. And thank you for subscribing. I really do appreciate it. We're a young channel, but we're growing, man. So thank you so much. All right, you guys, my voice is just about to go. We are going to be, I know, Dustin, I say I'm going to end it, and then there's some questions. You guys got some great questions, man. You keep me going. The 5 hours goes by. It's like we're almost 6 hours in. It's like a blink of the eye for me. It's like I go into some little weird zone. It's just I don't even notice the time. But Chris, we do the live stream every other Saturday right now, Chris, is how I'm doing it. So not next Saturday, the Saturday after. I'm trying to get to the point that I can do an every Saturday live stream. It's just there's so much real life going on right now. But we are going to do something with post game also as a stream at the game if I can't stream games regularly. So we will get a little bit more regular as the season gets on to do some discussing and talking. Absolutely. Oh, did my internet cut out? All right. I might have, guys. Oh, we're back, guys. Chris says that's what the $5 is for better internet. Yeah, it just the live stream gets touchy after like 3, 4, or 5 hours. I don't know if YouTube's like subtly trying to get you to cut out or whatever, but like I'm hard lined in with my Ethernet cord. I have all of my internet unplugged. I've got good, strong internet, but just every once in a while it just gets, I don't know what happened. It goes on the flicker. Maybe in Maui it'll be better. If you want to know somebody garbage, Amara Darboh was garbage. A horrible pick. You could see it on tape. He was an awful pick, Ringo, and that was what it was there. Internet. It's okay on the east side. We are doing internet. I'm just about to sign off, but I want to let you know too, we are going to do an event, game day in Seattle. If you can get over from Wenatchee, so we're going to pick a bar somewhere in Seattle and just see if we can take over a bar, have a Hawk's Nest, get in, sit in, freak them out. So if you get a chance, come on by, man. That's to everyone out there. If you guys will, the next live stream, I'll have a location for you. I'm working on looking at it. So, yeah. Internet. Yep. There's still a chance that Clowney returns. We're still, I think we're still the lead dogs for services, internet, but it could go still a variety of different ways, including, I think, even a possibility at this point that maybe even looks at sitting out if he's not going to get the price he wants. I'm sorry, Ringo. Well, eventually we'll do maybe an event where it's not at a bar, Ringo. How about that? I'm going to just do it this one time because I want to see the game, and I think it'll be a good way to meet up with people at the same time. You know, I love Sean Alexander, Dustin. He's awesome. Jermaine Kearse was kind of inconsistent. The cool thing about Jermaine Kearse, you can say, is that if there's a top 10 catches in Seahawks history, Jermaine Kearse probably owns 3 or 4 of the top catches in Seahawks history, which is pretty impressive. I would love to talk. I'm going to call it on that goat. Tedrick Thompson, Lane Till were horrible. Nothing much to say on them. I thank all of you guys for subscribing. Please slam and smash and hit the subscribe button, the notification bell, and then the like button. All of these things do help this channel grow. You guys are already doing it though, so I don't need to tell you. You guys do so much to help this channel grow. You guys are kind as hell. I mean, this chat, everybody's always amazing in this chat. It's just worth noting in this day and age of cynicism and people being negative and trolly and upset. You guys come in here and you're always awesome, upbeat. You guys just love talking Hawks like I do. You make this so much fun for me. And I don't think I say it enough, but I want to thank you guys for making this channel as awesome as it is, for making it as fun as it is for me. It's a back and forth I get from this. This ain't just a one-way street. So thank you to everybody for the donations. Appreciate that. We were through the roof on donations today. I thank you so much. Dustin, I don't mind if you're a little negative. We got to have some balance in here, man. It can't all be positive, man. That's how you get to the right place of factual correctness. And so you need a little bit of the negative to balance it off. I thank all of you guys for watching. We're going to call it out on this. We'll be back in 2 weeks. Again, we're going to have a live event here shortly in Seattle within a few. I promise you the opening game of the season. So if you can be in Seattle, opening game against the Atlanta Falcons, 10 a.m., look for me. Let's figure out a spot we can all get up and meet up at, have a couple beers, enjoy the game. Other than that, I'm working on the great Seahawks moment. I'm going to do the Super Bowl game because that's what the poll pushed out to. You guys voted for the Seahawks Super Bowl. I'm doing the Seahawks Super Bowl. So that's the next great Seahawks moment video that is on track. Thank you as always for watching. I love you guys. Do not ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.